The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Frontrunners are forming at the U.S. Juniors and Senior Championships in St. Louis. Nearing the midway point, breakout players are asserting their dominance and trying to build on their leads. If anyone could afford an off day, it was Vladimir Akopian, who remained atop the senior standings regardless of results, fortunately escaping with a draw. Jasmine Su extended her reign in the junior girls, getting her third win in 4 games. With the other junior leaders imploding, a victorious Andy Woodward catapulted into a 3-way tie for first. These knockdown drag-out fights aren't letting up anytime soon. Day 5 of action-packed chess coming up next.
Welcome to round 5 of the US Juniors and Seniors. We are here at the World Chess Hall of Fame's exhibition. If you're in St. Louis, make sure to check it out. Now we have a tournament to check out. Let's go to the studio and start the day.
Today is the day before the rest day. Players will be trying to improve their positions as round 5 starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your host, International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with Grandmasters Yasser Seirawan and Cristian Chirila.
Nazi, pleasure.
Yasser.
Pleasure, Christian. Being in studio with you both is so much fun. It's been great. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our show. These are the national championships, and they have been zipping right along. We are reaching our halfway mark as 4 rounds of play are under our belts. Nasi, do the honors. Tell us our standings.
Let's take a look. We'll start with the juniors. We have 3 co-leaders, Christopher Yu, Andy Woodward, and Justin Wang with 3 points. There's only 1 player half point behind them. That's Brewington Hardaway.
And in the girls' championship?
We have a sole leader in the girls, Jasmine Su with 3.5 points. 2 players behind her are Yasmin Isani and Rose Atwell, and Alice Lee still trying to catch up with the leaders.
Big gap between Jasmine and Alice. And in the seniors?
We also have a sole leader in the seniors, Vladimir Akopian with 3.5 points, and in clear second is Larry Christiansen with 2.5, and then 4 players are sharing 3rd place.
And tell us about the format for these 3 national championships.
It's a 10-player round-robin tournament, and the time control is 2 hours with 30-second increment. No draw offers allowed, and a regular scoring system, 1 for a win, half for a draw, 0 for a loss.
And in the schedule, you're promising me a free day.
Very soon, Yasser. Today, players are playing round 5, and tomorrow they will have a rest day. After that, 4 more rounds to go, and on Friday, we'll see playoffs if necessary.
Outstanding. And Christian, what thoughts do you have for us today?
Well, there's so many reasons to watch our show. The exciting games, of course. But let's take a look at the top 5 reasons why you should be watching the show today. And we're going to start with number 5. That one is reasons to watch today's show. Can any of the seniors catch Vlad Akopian, who has led since day 1? I have to say he's been playing incredible chess so far in the first 3 rounds. Nobody could touch him. But yesterday, he was on the back foot. He managed to make a draw, but now Larry Christiansen is only 1 point behind him. Will he be able to catch it? Number 4, let's take a look at that one. Will Alice Lee be able to finally catch fire? And I have to say, Alice has not been herself up to today's round. Only 2 points out of 4. She needs to win some games. She is 1.5 points behind the leader right now. Reason number 3. Can we break the logjam at the top of the junior standings? As you can see, Christopher Yu the rating favorite going into this event right now, alongside Andy Woodward and Justin Wang. And Justin Wang, he won his first 3 rounds, but yesterday, disappointing result with the white pieces. Reason number 2, tomorrow is a rest day, as you guys already told us.
Yes.
We generally see very exciting games before the rest day, and I'm sure we're going to see some today as well. And the main reason, of course, reason number 1 to watch today's show, drum roll, will Yasser be able to spell Omia Vidyarthi correctly today?
Christian, you're fired. That's what I have to say. And it's my pleasure to introduce a 4th member of our broadcasting team, a rising star and soon to be full-time broadcaster, Kostya.
Welcome to the show.
Welcome to your full-time appointment.
Thanks, Yasser. Hello, Christian. Hello, Nazi. Yeah, guys, good to be back here for round 5. I'm sure it's going to be a very, very dramatic round ahead of us. We've got some clear leaders in the U.S. Senior and U.S. Girls Junior, but I want to talk about the U.S. Junior Championship because we've got 3 leaders in this one. And as we know, they're fighting for a U.S. Championship qualifying spot for the winner of this tournament. So let's talk about them. First up, we got the top seed, Grandmaster Christopher Yu. He's the 2022 winner of this event. 3 out of 4 so far, 2 wins, 2 draws. And some very, very nice play from Christopher thus far. He's looking to be in great form and very, very confident in the interviews. Next up, we have I am Justin Wang. Now, Justin was actually leading this tournament going into yesterday's round. He had 3 out of 3, lost the game yesterday, which is a big setback for him, but he needs to recognize he's still tied for the lead. He's playing some great chess, and he has chances as good as anyone else in the field. And lastly, we've got the dark horse of the event, Grandmaster-elect Andy Woodward, the youngest participant in the field, 13-year-old Grandmaster. He's also on fire. He won a very difficult game yesterday against Nicholas Ladan, where he was certainly on the back foot, but he managed to turn it around. He overcame it, and now once again, he's tied for the lead and has all the chances ahead of him. So, guys, will be very interesting to see which of these juniors can possibly pull away as we head into the rest day tomorrow.
Thank you, Kostya. And as you were talking, I can't help but think, if Andy were to qualify, he'd win, he'd be the youngest qualifier for U.S. Championship, I think, since Bobby Fischer. Really remarkable. But tell us about the pairings for this upcoming round 5. Nasi, let's start with the juniors.
In the juniors, we have Jason Wang playing Nicholas Ladan, Balaji Daggupati playing Justin Wang.
Big matchup right there.
Arthur Go against Brewington Hardaway. One of the co-leaders, Christopher Yu playing Jason Liang. And another key matchup, Andy Woodward against Andrew Hong.
That's a big one.
Yes,
that's a big one right there.
Very, very nice. And for the girls?
In the girls section, we have Omia Vidyarthi playing Jasmine Su. Alice Lee playing...
You
have to let Yasser say that. You have to let Yasser say that.
Omia and I are close. I just want you guys to know.
Alice Lee looking for her win against Chloe Go. Zoe Tang playing Rachel Lee. Megan Paragua playing Rose Atwell. And Iris Mo against Yasmin Asani.
Again, a marquee matchup there. And for the seniors?
In the seniors, we have Douglas Root playing Alex Shabalov. Joel Benjamin against Melik Khachiyan. Novikov playing Becerra. The tournament leader Vladimir Akopian against Jesse Kraai. And Larry Christiansen against Gregory Kaidanov.
Those bottom 2 matches, they look like our marquee matchup. Besides the national titles, honor, glory, also prize money. Tell us about the prize money for the juniors.
The total prize fund is $40,000. First place winner is going to get $12,000. Second place $8,000. Third place $5,000.
And for the girls?
Total prize fund in the girls section is $20,600. First place $6,000. Second place $4,000. Third place $3,000.
And finally, the senior prize fund.
Huge prize fund in the senior section, $75,000 total. First place $20,000, second place $13,000, third place $10,000.
Thank you, St. Louis Chess Club, for all your generosity as we go to the playing hall and see the players taking their seats. Again, this is the 5th round. Tomorrow is the free day. As a competitor, Nazi, does it go through your mind that tomorrow's the free day so I can play my hardest, I can leave it all
Oh, absolutely.
for this round?
Yes, especially if you're doing well enough in the tournament that you're fighting for the top places.
Yes.
You plan to play your longest game right before the rest day.
Exactly, exactly.
And by the way, happy International Chess Day, everybody. Today is International Chess Day, and we have an attempt to break the world record of most games played. And these games are actually a part of that.
Oh, all right. We are,
Chris
of course,
Bird submitted them as part of the world record.
right. Of course, today is the 100th anniversary of the FIDE, the French acronym for the World Chess Federation, Fédération Internationale des Échecs. They were founded in Paris exactly 100 years ago. It's ironic that Paris will be hosting the Olympics this year. And today is their birthday, and as Christian was saying, they're trying to make a record of
Most games
Most
played.
games
played in a
played.
single day.
In a single day. And these games will be a part of that.
Wonderful. As they are off, we are in round
Which
5.
game would you like to start with, Yasser?
For me, this is a very big matchup. Andy Woodward is up against who I consider a tournament favorite, and Drew Hong. Now, Andrew hasn't played that great. Andy's just coming off of a victory where maybe he was lucky, but he earned his victory as well. So I see this as a very big test for our youngest participant in the junior championship, and it's hard for me to believe that the youngest participant, Andy, is currently sharing first place. That
Well,
is
he's
really
a very good
extraordinary.
player.
He is a very
He's
good
a
player.
grandmaster elect.
But
He's
the
the
whole-
protege of Hikaru Nakamura. Did you know
Is
that?
he? I did
Yes.
not know that.
Hikaru has supported his career for a few years.
I did
by
not
now
know that.
already. Yes. So Hikaru definitely working in the shadows, trying to bring this young man up.
Well, so far
doing a
so
great
good.
job.
Exactly. Sometimes you just gotta tip your hat. As we have D4 Knight F6 on the board,
What
and
would be your guess, Yasser? E6 or G6 second move?
E6.
Andrew-
E6.
he can.
I would be shocked if he goes G6.
He can do a lot. He can do a lot. Oftentimes, well, not often. I didn't play it that many times, but I would, when I needed to win as black, I would go for a Benko Gambit and even a check Benoni.
I don't
had a-
think he sees this one as a must-win yet.
You don't
And
think
look,
so?
Andy has been in tremendous shape. It's very difficult to play any sort of too ambitious openings against him.
Look, Andrew is actually in the same position as Alice Lee. He's struggling at 50%. He's playing a player who's in first place, and I don't care, black or white, you need a result.
But he's only 1 point behind the leaders. Alice is 1.5 points behind the leader.
Right.
So I'm not expecting G6. Yes, E6. I know my people. He's not my people, but I know him.
Kind of have to know what's
I
the
know
best
him.
game to take your risks. And playing with the black pieces against Andy, who seems to be in great shape, would be too risky. I'm sure Andrew's looking to play for a win in all of his white games.
Yeah, of course.
But what are you going to play?
Cadillac.
Are you going to play the
G2?
Grunfeld? Andy Woodward just played the Grunfeld. So he knows exactly what he's
No,
doing. Are you going to play the King's Indian?
I was going to play a Benko
Dangerous.
Gambit, or I was going to play a check Benoni.
Very dangerous.
I haven't seen Benko on this level
Thank
in
you.
such a long time.
It really is strange because there was a time there when the Benko Gambit, and of course, when I'm talking about the Benko Gambit, I mean in this position, C5, D5, Paul Benko revolutionized this opening that bears his name, B7, B5, and the entire idea was, as far as gambits go, was really incredible because it was a strategic
By the
and
way,
positional.
after the move G3,
Yes.
this is one moment where you can actually play something a bit more ambitious as black, and that is C5. Going to a Benoni, but Benoni with G3, which is considered to be a worse Benoni for white.
Yeah, White's already committed himself, and here we're talking about this variation of a Benoni, where instead of having, let's say, the pawn on E4 and the knight, you could play a 4 pawns attack.
This is considered to be very playable for black.
Yeah, I agree with that. And we currently have a Catalan.
Catalan.
Well,
No.
that's going to take a while. Where would you like to guide us around the arena?
All right, let's check with Akopian.
Vladimir is up against Jesse Kraai. Jesse Kraai, with the black pieces, comes into this event. This is his debut, if you will. This is Vladimir's third attempt in the senior championships. In each of his previous two attempts, he came in as the pre-tournament favorite by rating. Never won it, but here he started 3-0.
Yeah, maybe
And then
third
maybe
time's the
draw.
charm.
Maybe it is. C4, knight f6. Knight f3, pardon me. Knight f3, knight f6. I always, seriously, I question each move. Why did he play this move order? So he wants an English, but because he played knight f3, it's very clear he didn't want to see e5 as a response to the English. Now after e7, e6, does he want a Catalan with g3?
He can play d4 and play Queen's Indian. Or,
Queen's Gambit.
right, it can transpose to many different openings.
Do you want a Nimzovich-Larsen with b2, b3, and e2, e3?
A lot of options, and that's why Vladimir is thinking. Audience sometimes asks this question: why do grandmasters think for 5 minutes on move 2 or 3?
Right. And the correct answer was given by David Bronstein. David Bronstein once thought for 57 minutes on move 1.
Wow.
With white?
Yes.
Did he fall asleep?
And won the game. He was asked after the game by a reporter, why did you think so long on move 1? And David correctly answered, I was thinking about what to play. Sometimes you're at the board and you came to the board thinking, today I want to play d4, I want to play d4, I want to play d4, and I want to play a Benko Gambit, I want to play against... And they go, wait a minute, what am I thinking? I don't want my opponent to play the Benko Gambit against me. What about e4? What would they play if they play e4? And so you come to the board with a given idea, and at the board, I don't know, you pick up something, a weird vibe, whatever, and you change your thoughts. By the way, it is, after the move d2, d4, a Catalan.
Wasn't Vichy versus Ilya Smirin a very famous blitz game in one of the World Championship cycles where Ilya played the Petrov and Vichy in a blitz game thought for 2 minutes at move 3.
Oh my.
After knight f6, he thought for 3 minutes and he won that game.
Won the game.
He won that game, yes.
But he was thinking about what
I think he played
variation.
d4. Yeah, move 3, d4. So he was
Yeah.
perhaps just trying to figure things out and trying to remember his variations.
Exactly. Here we have a Catalan. We're going to let by the way, Vladimir played the move Queen b3. So what's the idea? Let's say if we just played castles, first for argument's sake, castles, b7, b5, and let's say we drop back with our queen. Queen c6 is another move, not necessarily a very good one. Bishop b7, and now we play a2, a4. Black doesn't have to respond to a4 because there's no threat. So the point, what Vladimir did with the move Queen b3 is he wants to be b5.
He's stopping
with
b5 in a
Exactly.
sense, right?
Yes.
Could he also try knight e5? Because it looks... Sorry. See, I'm used to pawn being on d4. So I thought white would have knight e5.
Why not?
We can still do it, but...
This was not
Yeah.
necessarily your intention because you were thinking that the pawn would already be on d4. Knight e5 is maybe another reason. Knight
Knight
d4 is
d4 looks
maybe
very
another
good.
reason why b7, b5 isn't so good. If this was a good variation for white, everybody would be playing it. One of the good answers for Queen b3 is you get in c5 right away. We'll keep an eye on this one. Again, where would you like to guide
Let's
us?
check what Alice, Lee, and Chloe go.
Okay.
Alice absolutely needs a win with the white pieces in order to be still in contention for the first place.
And they just went from the opening to
Endgame.
the middle game, endgame. What happened? That was a zip, zip, zip. Queen's Gambit accepted.
So Alice herself plays Queen's Gambit accepted with the black pieces.
Let's see
Now
what
she's on the white side of it.
her solution might be. And
By the way, both players have gained time, haven't spent any time yet on the clock.
right. This bishop e2, very famously, Akiba Rubinstein played the move b2, b3, bishop b2 here, and it's a very funny situation. The pawns are going to be resolved, and then the question is your pawn weak on b5? Mm-hmm. Is my pawn strong on b3? Because on b5, you've given up the c5 square. And on b3, I haven't given up the c4 square. Little nuances like that, well, guess what? They went into this ending super, super fast. And, well, Alice must have some great preparation for this one.
I think White's already slightly better because Chloe did not choose the main line. This is some niche variation, and yeah, White looks comfortable for sure.
Well, for me, one of the questions is the placement of the black king, right? So for me, let's say I play knight here. Give me your bishop. Now let's say, just say, yeah, exactly. And now basically what I'm doing is I'm hunting your bishop. My goal is to play knight c4 and knight takes d6, hoping to snag a pawn, but I didn't want to tell you that part.
I figured it out, yes.
Oh, you did.
White's development is just better in this position.
Yeah, the king is a little bit, if you were castled, conversely, if black's king was tucked away, the bishop would have e7 as a square. So we'll keep an eye on this one. Christian, I want to
just to stay within
the
girls section
please.
And look at the leader. Take a look at this one. Jasmine Su with the black pieces against your favorite player, Omiya, in the RT. Take a look at this one. Omiya with the white pieces definitely looking to score in this one. She's 1 out of 4 right now. She needs to score some victories. Yep. C4, G6, Knight C3, D5. The Grunfeld, the anti-Grunfeld, right? Because you're not committing to D4, you're not even yet committing to E4. And this H4, very aggressive move, and this next move surprised me, I have to say. And she played it fast, H5. This is a move that, whenever I learned the Grunfeld, I almost always avoid it. Whenever H4 comes, generally you stop that H5 big threat with a move H6. You're ready to meet H5 with G5. This is a much better pawn structure than the one that we have on the board right now. Why? Because you're giving me a huge square, this square G5, and I'm going to use that to launch my attack, especially in this configuration where I can take immediate advantage of that with the move Queen to B3, which she did. Knight B6, Knight G5, E6. Now you're already, the complex around your king of pawn structure is already damaged. There's a lot of very weakened dark squares in this one. G3, Bishop G7, Bishop G2, and this is the position we currently have on the board. I have to say I'm already liking white a lot. I'm going to go D3. I haven't committed to D4, so this bishop will not have any targets. I can even consider ideas of G4 at the right moment and delay my short castle. D3, let's say you go castle, I go D3, you go something along the lines of C5. I can even start considering moves such as G4, try to open things up on the king side. I don't have to do them, but I can consider them. And I really don't like this setup for black, because right now, after you were forced to play the move E6, the bishop is not going out. Right, so that's a problem. This bishop is locked to the defense of a b7 and kind of closed in on this side. If you go e5, you're locking this bishop up on g7 and you're opening up this diagonal for my attack as well. So I'm really not liking this decision to go h5 for Jasmine Su. And if Jasmine loses in this one and Alice wins her game, that's Alice coming back and getting very close to the leader. So definitely a game that all the junior girls are watching right now.
Yeah. Definitely a very risky opening choice by the tournament leader, Jasmine.
Very risky. Very risky.
Yes. I don't know if the computer was trolling us, making fun of us, but in the position I have of Omiya and Jasmine, I noticed that when white played the move Knight G5 in this particular moment, the computer awarded E7, E6, an exclamation mark.
You're forced to do it.
Yeah, well, of course.
What else to do?
This is material. So it was exclamation mark.
Rook H7? I mean,
computer says very good move. Very good move. Yeah. It's like nice annotation there by the computer. Everything else loses on the spot.
It has sense of humor.
Right. That's what I was thinking.
Let's
guide
start
us.
with one of the co-leaders of the tournament in the
Please.
junior section, Christopher Yu against Jason Liang.
Okay.
They have a sharp
sorry.
Sicilian opening.
Christopher, where are you?
Yeah, he's playing with the white. You're right there on
The bottom?
No,
Oh.
up.
There we
you
go. Christopher Yu.
He's playing Jason Liang, who... no, I thought he defeated Justin yesterday, the leader, but that was different Jason.
Okay. Taimanov, Sicilian, kind of an English attack, and we've been seeing these early queen moves in the GCT tour, Nürnberg. He was playing against the knight or queen d3 and a queen g3. So we're
Becoming
seeing
very
these,
fashionable.
yeah,
yes.
like what's going on? B7,
Even queen
B5,
d3 followed by g3.
queen g3.
What is this bishop
Whoa,
d6
whoa, whoa.
though? I'm not familiar with bishop d6 move.
Well, it's asking a question. Let's just answer that question, by the way. Queen takes gets met rather brutally by the move bishop e5, not only defending the rook, but, well, attacking the knight. The best white could do to avoid losing a piece would be to take the pawn on b5, losing a piece for 2 pawns, not sufficient.
But bishop d6 also provokes f4 with the tempo e5 coming next.
Which is something white would aspire to do, right? Now, by the way, we renew the threat.
And f4 did happen in the game.
Knight takes, bishop takes. Again, we're renewing the threat. I'm assuming this is all theory
Not
that
so
I
sure.
don't
It might
know.
be very new theory.
It's very new theory.
It's very new.
Bishop d6 has been played 3 times compared to queen takes g3, which is 20 plus times.
Gotcha.
So definitely one of the sidelines, and it's one of the sidelines that the engine at first say it's really bad.
For black.
For black, yes. Bishop d6, you let it think for a couple of seconds, it says already +1. Then you let it think for a few more seconds, it goes down to +0.5 and things of that nature. So
Really?
it surprises me that Christopher actually knows exactly what to do in this one. He was ready for this sideline. And this is the position we currently have on the board. The engine is saying 0.8. It was saying 1.2, 1.3 just a couple of moves ago. So definitely things are changing. With a very good engine, most likely is closer to equal. Nevertheless, who would you prefer when
Why?
after castle you're getting viciously attacked on this side? I'm ready. This bishop on d3 opened up. I can transition with the knight to e4, forcing the trade, because once the knight lands on e4, you have to give me that bishop for it. And then I'm just simply, it feels like I'm going to get an easy attack. Attack on h7, attack on the king side, but also attack via the d file as well. With the pawn already on e5, it's going to be very difficult for you to make d5, get rid of that weakness, happen easily. So definitely I'm looking at the position, white is for choice.
And how do these players stand in the
Current standings.
current standings?
Let's take a look. We
I
know
know
that
Christopher's tied for first.
yes, Christopher's sharing first, but Jason Liang, not the best start in the tournament.
No, no,
He's
no,
-1. But yeah, looking for his chances. But with the black pieces against the top seed,
Right.
definitely a tough game for him today.
You just heard Christian go through a pretty extensive list of reasons why you wouldn't want to have this position as black. Can you see some positives?
That's a good question.
I
That's
mean,
a very good question.
why would you, presuming at the very start of the game is even, why would you therefore go into a position that you think is kind of rotten?
Not sure. I mean, we can say it's bad prep, or maybe Jason underestimates White's position here.
Okay, I was kind of hoping you were saying yes, but look at White's king. White's king could come under a severe attack
I could
somehow.
lie and say that. But
I seriously, I was trying to think of some justifications. Now I do have it in my mind, French defenses.
Right.
And oftentimes in these French defenses, white is castling long, black is castling short, and black does get an attack against white's king. So imagine, for example, I'm in Jason's shoes, and my neighbor across the street happens to be Fabiano Caruana, the U.S. champion. And he says, you know, you could play this position and sacrifice a couple of pawns for the attack. And you would like, really? Yeah. So he convinces you to sacrifice some pawns. You go a little hog wild. He says, yeah, no, this is the greatest thing since sliced bread. And so so I'm in Jason's shoes and I'm believing my neighbor across the street. Could I, in this case, possibly get some kind of attack against White's king?
I guess if White is on black side and does everything black wants, then black will get some counterplay.
So, for example, you wouldn't take the pawn yourself.
I don't think I would. And long
Yeah.
castle looks like black's king is so much weaker on the queen side.
True.
So maybe I would play knight e4 for
Knight
starter, because I
E4.
want to go to d6,
Right.
which kind of forces you to trade maybe your bishop.
Yeah, I don't want to see that.
And without that bishop on b7, your king is so much weaker on the queen side.
I'm not believing my neighbor. Trust me, I have some doubts about my neighbor's skills, but no, I'm just saying, I don't know.
A lot of ideas for white.
I'm looking at queen. In case of queen takes g7, I'm trying scandalously. I'm trying to create some kind of play, but I don't believe it myself. So I'm more than curious to see how good Jason's prep for this game is. Where would you like to take us, Nasi?
Well, let's check Balaji's game against Justin Wang.
That's a huge marquee matchup. And
Yeah, Justin lost yesterday his first game, but he's still co-leading the tournament.
Exactly. It's a Berlin, and sometimes I have this really hard problem knowing if it came from a Joko piano or if it's just a Berlin proper. D4, bishop b6, all theory thus far you can take on,
However,
e5.
I'll point out that so Justin didn't use any time yet, but Balaji already spent 15 minutes, so he may have been surprised in the opening.
Exactly.
So we saw him yesterday, he came so prepared with the novelty,
Right.
the pawn sacrifice, that if he won that game, which he was very close to doing,
Yes.
it would have been novelty of a year.
Absolutely.
But
And let's take a tour of the arena.
Of the arena.
Of the arena. This is where the gladiators do their business. This is the World Chess Hall of Fame. It's on the 3rd floor. 2 of the tournaments are taking place on this floor, and
they're all on the
in
same
this
floor,
space,
but this
but-
is the main room, and the other one of the sections usually plays in the attic, which is also very nice and quiet.
the players have their own little kitchen
Refreshment
area.
area.
Yeah, the refreshment stuff.
Yes.
It's really funny when I play right after move 40, when we get additional 30 minutes, the
Right.
kitchen is the busiest there.
Everybody gets up on the
Yeah.
board, gets their coffees. Nice. I remember when they allowed...
Not for this tournament, by the way, because there's no second time control.
Right.
Right, no second time. With that kitchen area, I remember very, very similar. The time trouble just ended, and I went into the kitchenette area, and I had this big tub of orange juice, and I was looking for a glass. And Michael Tall was in the players area, and he had a cigarette with a long, long ash, and he was looking for an ashtray. And he looked at me, and I looked at him, and he said, "You have your problems, I have my problems." Nice.
funny.
It was good. We're still with the Balaji game for just a moment, and I noticed D4 takes E5, and the recapture D6 takes E5 was made immediately. I perhaps wrongly thought that knight takes E4 is the main move. Do you, Christian, Nasi, do either of you know? I thought that D4 takes E5 was wrong because knight takes
I think
E4.
D takes E5 is already not the best move for
Not
white.
the best move, but for a very, very clear purpose.
Knight takes c4 definitely seems to be the best move.
The best move,
Yes.
yeah, because obviously, you know, you're eyeballing that this might simply be better for black.
Right. That's definitely not acceptable for white. So most likely bishop d3 would be played at that
Bishop to d3.
Bishop d3. Try to destabilize that knight. And now if you play d5, then at least we have different pawn structures.
Okay.
A bit imbalanced, right? I go knight d2, it looks more like an open Spanish.
Open Spanish without maybe a weakness on b5.
Exactly, which is good for black.
Good for black.
Good for black, yes.
Yeah. So the move d4 takes e5 took me a little bit aback, and then d6 takes e5 as well.
This is definitely not preparation. We can see it from the time expenditure. Balaji, we've seen him. He plays a la tempo if he knows what he's doing. We've seen it yesterday. He built up all the way up to 2 hours and 5 minutes. Right now he's 1 hour and 44.
Right.
So definitely not aware of exactly the troves of this theoretical path.
All right. We'll keep an eye on that. Where would you like to guide us?
Should we check back with Andy's game, Andy Woodward against Andrew, because they have made a lot of moves.
Whoa, and again, this comes from a Catalan with bishop b4 check. One of the things about the Catalan, I tend to think of it as an opening where actually black has a very wide assortment of defenses that they can play. They can play the closed, the open, they can include bishop b4 check, they can go for, try to win the pawn as a gambit with b7, b5s, and you're never really too sure what line of the Catalan you're going to get when you are playing white. Castle c7, c6. Okay.
This feels like a mixture of 3 different Catalan lines.
Yeah.
One is the bishop b4 and bishop going back to e7.
Right.
It's also bishop before a5 already on the board, which is sort of a strange mix, right?
Exactly.
And then instead of taking the pawn on c4 or playing b6, he plays the classical c6 closed line.
Exactly. Here I'm most familiar with bishop f4. I've seen on a number of occasions players playing in the following manner, and I just think that the bishop on d2 is very oftentimes in the way on d2.
I think one of the bigger problems in Catalan with white is remembering the right move order.
And you got that issue too, right?
All the positions are so similar.
Exactly.
And yeah, it can be very confusing.
And in this position, after knight to d7, Andy played bishop f4, h6, knight c3. How about that? I'm more familiar with knight d2
right.
aiming for e4. Knight c3, on the other hand, seems the most ambitious.
D takes c4.
And the question is, how are we going to win back?
Maybe immediately knight d2. The other knight coming to d2.
Immediately. Knight to d2.
See, you don't have b5.
Important. The pawn on and b7, the pawn on c4 would be under capture. And then, of course, we do have these types of structures where we give up the 2 bishops for the double pawns, but we like it.
With white, yeah.
We like it with white. I played this.
So let's try defending the pawn for black, maybe knight b6.
Right.
Knight b6 seems to be the main move.
Opening up for queen takes
How
as
should
well.
white continue
Usually,
here, Christian?
you're actually not going to go for that pawn. You're going to go for the attack with e4.
Yeah.
E4, e5, try to take advantage that black doesn't really have a lot of pieces. The knight already on b6, the other knight is going to get kicked away. The bishop on c8, as you highlighted, obviously very far away from the defense of the king. So you're trying to build up an attack against the black king on g8.
Right. I can see that it would be impossible to capture.
I wouldn't
this
take
pawn.
that.
No, I mean this is
take
where we end up losing our queen for some compensation. So the pawn on d4 is not to be captured, but still it does kind of beg the question, like how are you supposed to
Continue development?
Yeah, I mean that. The knight on b6 makes a woeful impression, but the knight on d2 is not
a4
great.
seems to be the main move.
For
a4 or bishop to d7.
For
Those
black,
are
maybe
the
a4,
moves.
e3 is interesting.
Yes, to include after
And
e4, a4.
And once again, how do these two players stand? in the competition after 4 rounds?
So we know that Andy is currently sharing first place with 3 points, and Andrew Hong full point behind.
And this is why I felt Andrew really had to play very, very hard. He wins today. He pulls Andy back down. He gets into a tie with Andy, and he brings himself back in the tournament. Remember, they're about to pass the halfway point, and Andrew, well, needs a win. Andy,
Well, he's a pawn up right now.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, that's a good start.
At
least you have some imbalance in the position, right?
Exactly. D5 takes C4. Good stuff. We're going to keep an eye on this one. Go ahead and help us in our journey around the arena. Shall we go to our Vladimir Akopian and Jesse
Let's
Kraai?
check how that opening developed.
Remember, this was the one with the queen voluntarily stepped back out of the range of the B pawn. Queen to B3 by Vladimir, planning to meet planning to meet B5 with the move A4, C5, A4. Now that kind of puts a kibosh on
B5
the whole B5 construction. That's right. And furthermore, what the idea of the move A5 portends is knight to D2, knight to C4, and on a very, very good day, if we ever can occupy B6, that will really put a lot of pressure on Black's queenside, not the least of which is the poor development of his bishop on C8. So Jesse, fully aware of those strategic motifs.
But I think it's also worth pointing out that White spent a lot of tempo on this Queen B3, A4,
That's right.
A5, so
That's right.
they're a little bit behind in development.
That's right. On the other hand, slow, knight D2 to C4, as slow as that strategic idea is, Black has to come up with something active. What do you reckon Black should do? Should Black be aspiring?
Still going for B5?
Yeah, for
I was thinking maybe we can do it with start with knight D5.
knight to D5. Fair. Knight to D2.
I could play B5 now. It does change the pawn structure, and I'm not very happy that I separated my A and C pawns.
Right, they're split.
But at least I'll be able to develop my bishop.
True. Bishop to B7, kind of neutralize. And at a certain moment, the question is, will these pawns be weaker than the pawn on B2? It's nice that from White's perspective that the pawn on D3 is well protected by the pawn on E2. You might feel that urge to kick the knight and play E2, E4, but I caution you that actually the pawn on E2 is pretty darn good, and it defends the pawn on D3, which is also pretty darn good. We'll keep an eye on this one. I wanted to actually see, and the seniors, Larry Christiansen.
I was just going to say that we should check with Larry. He's currently in the clear second.
That's right, and he's up against Gregory Kaidanov, who was the only player to ding Akopian. And let's see what Larry did. Okay, Larry is a natural-born E2, E4 player. If there is ever a person you would say is an aggressor, it's Larry. But there's a problem with E2, E4.
Today.
The problem with E2, E4 is that when you play that opening move, you have to know so much in so many variations. How are you going to get an advantage against the Najdorf? How are you going to get an advantage against the Caro-Kann? What do you do when they play the French defense? And what do you do when they play E5? I mean, that's a lifetime of work on any one of those opening.
Hence why I don't play E4.
Hence. But Larry has played this line, and I'm sure his intention is to play against the isolated queen pawn, which is a strategic line of play, not a
Well, it does have
aggressive.
two nice bishops. The bishop pair looking very good.
He does. I have a nice square, and that's about it.
And also, Gregory has spent only 20 seconds so far.
20 seconds. So you think Gregory knows this position then?
So let's take it
Yeah.
one move at a time.
So
You
should I
take
play
on C5,
B3
right?
or take on C5 right away? I'm not sure. I think
No,
they're
B3.
interchangeable. I'm not sure.
Do I
could
go
try-
bishop G4 now?
But could try C4 here as well.
C4
for-
here after B3?
Yeah, go for 3 pawns against 1 on the queen side.
Try it out. Why?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
I'm giving you the center, but
Does look a bit risky, at
a
least.
little bit. Because I've got A4 also. I can...
Yeah, bishop
F5.
B6, maybe even
F5.
F4.
But bishop G4 was maybe a little bit more concerning. I don't know. Give me some moves. Bishop...
knight C3. Okay.
Bishop... did I want to...
Let's say rook C8. I'm
Rook
just waiting
C8.
for you to take on C5.
Okay.
Now I'm actually thinking about going C4. So for example, if you go knight D2, I
Yes.
think I will go C4.
Knight D2 may at last precipitate C4. I agree with that. I would rather capture, knight to D2.
Okay,
And
let's
this
say
is...
castle.
Yeah, this is... Well, I think it's just a normal isolated queen pawn.
But it's a good isolated queen pawn for black. I have these 2 bishops. I have this very unpleasant... In fact, it's an unpleasant pin on the H5, D1 diagonal, because how do you get rid of it? And I go
Queen
knight
doesn't
D4.
have a good square.
Exactly, yes.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I made a living playing against the isolated queen pawn.
Rook E8, let's say.
Which one?
Rook E8.
Rook to E8, let's say. Okay. I should get a little space. I don't know.
Play H3, bishop H5 comes with another tempo from G6.
I hear you.
So let's go bishop H5.
Bishop to H5.
I'm not sure that knight on E5 is going to feel
It's
that comfortable.
it's not permanent.
And the problem is knight D3. You would love to play knight D3, knight F4, and finally trap my bishop on H5. But knight D3, bishop G6
That is a good
might be a bit
point.
unpleasant.
That is a very, very good point indeed. Looking at knight,
And you can play rook
F3.
D1. The white cannot set up the pieces the right way.
yeah, it's not harmony, that is for sure. I will definitely grant you that. We'll keep an eye on this one. And once again, Nasi, you're in the driver's seat. Tell me where to go.
Let's check with Arthur go against Brewington Hardaway.
For sure. Now, Brew is coming off a roller coaster ride. Yesterday, I just cannot put it any other way. He was a victim of an incredible piece of preparation. He fought his way back to what we think was an even position, and then he was in trouble, and the potato kept getting passed back and forth. And, well,
It all
let's put
came
it
down
another
to
way.
who made the last mistake.
That's
Yeah.
exactly right. And they're playing a pretty strange
What option
theoretical
was
line.
this?
I think this is
This E4, E5, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, Petrov.
a Petrov with knight takes, and these lines, I don't understand them. I don't understand why. Let's put it that way. They've become popular for white, and yet I'm thinking, wait a minute, black has achieved a great deal. He's got his fair share of the center, 2 bishops, not any real
center.
Yeah, not any real weaknesses that I can point to and I say, aha. And yet, white players do like playing for these attacks. They do like these ideas of knight d4 and f5, and I know there's a dollop of poison in these lines.
Well, there's a big question right now. How
yes.
do you want to stop me from going G4?
I do.
How do you do it?
Queen d7 or queen
D7.
c8.
Okay.
Yeah.
So which one? Because both of them allow me certain things. Queen c8, first of all, is a bit passive.
Exactly.
Queen d7 allows ideas of knight c5.
Exactly. And then I'm thinking to myself, Christian, did I cleverly lure your knight to a square where it's less potent? I was more afraid of your knight posting up on d4 than I was on c5. So I go back now with queen c8. But the point that we're mutually trying to make is I'm trying to take away the the strength, the power of G2, G4.
And if white tries h3, then black will be playing h5, I'm guessing.
Instantly, yeah.
So let's go knight d4 after queen d7.
Exactly. And then I have a question to ask myself.
Where do you put the bishop? e4?
Yeah. Do I want to plant the bishop in the middle of the board, bishop e4? Because before the bishop could have gotten chased away, right? But now after bishop e4, am I afraid of f5?
Let's try it out.
Are we afraid?
Let's try it out.
A little bit.
It's worth a try.
Shall we be brave?
You want to take?
I think you have to. Otherwise,
Yeah.
e6,
F6,
f6, yeah. There's too
Well,
many
I mean, I'm expecting him to kind of play e6.
Queen h5.
Are we ready to castle long and hide our king?
Yes. Let's go
So-
queen h5.
Not even e6, but queen h5?
No. Queen
I
h5.
would, okay.
Queen h5
Okay.
directly. Oh, you
And then-
give me the f7 pawn.
I think we're going to end up
Willingly,
down a pawn
Yasser.
now.
Yasser.
Well, no. I won a pawn, and I correctly returned the pawn.
Okay.
Can I go back?
Queen
Back to
h5.
h. Well, here, wait a minute. I mean, that's a white king under duress, right?
It looks that way. Our bishop on e4 looks
Suddenly magnificent, correct?
And now if I go rook f2,
Perched on.
do you want to go f4 or?
I do. And in fact, I was aspiring to play f4 only after I played bishop c5, but I was pawn hunting.
So I think I've made a mistake. Maybe I shouldn't take that pawn on f7. In fact, you took it a bit too fast. You're trying to coax me into that.
I'm
I'll
an
take on f5.
influencer.
So queen h5, castle, and now I take on f5.
Aha.
You are indeed an influencer.
Can we still
Okay.
go rook g8?
Which
Absolutely.
one? Rook dg8. Okay, so
g3
So you don't have
probably.
rook f2 anymore.
I can also go knight g3. So,
no, that feels passive though.
yeah, I agree.
But g3, you are still. I mean, this is fun. I mean, I'm still
Fun
not
for who
100%
is the
sure.
question.
Yeah, I'm still not 100% sure which player I prefer. But I must say,
I think black, just because of the bishop on e4.
I never get the. You know, all my life I've been cursed playing the French defense. I
Which took care of Yasser.
Look,
Have lines with bishop e4.
and we have operators ready to help us, standing by.
But I'm hearing that Andy Woodward
Yes,
may have made a mistake. Let's go back to that game.
he's up against
He is
Andrew.
playing Andrew Hong. Oh, so instead of knight d2, what we're looking at in that Catalan position,
Yeah,
he played knight e5.
immediately. I think that
He is
was a
not
very
hunting that
helpful.
pawn back.
Wow. Stop. Pause for just a moment. If you look at the position, you do see a number of black's pieces that are huddled. The knight on d7, the bishop on e7, the bishop on c8. Okay, we'll call them passive pieces. The move knight e5, to my eyes, when I get to trade off a passive piece, I kind of feel good. Now, I understand that Andy might be considering captures.
Yes, but there's knight d5, and you don't have e4 winning a piece, which may be what he was planning on, because black has knight b4 here.
Exactly.
Going knight d3. I've calculated this idea many, many times in my
As a
games.
Catalan player, you
Yeah.
must have calculated it 100 times. if
And
not
it's
more.
important that after b3,
Yeah.
no, keep going.
Keep going. Sorry.
Knight d3.
Because if you
b3.
manage to undermine that knight, then your position is going to be more or less fine. But after b3, I go b5, and it's very difficult to get that c4 pawn. That knight on d3 is going to stay there for a while.
It's cemented there,
actually-
bishop a6. Yeah.
Exactly.
Right. Right. So
It's
we,
such a tremendous piece.
so we're not going to capture with the pawn. We are going to recapture with the bishop. And then the idea is I'm going to slowly, I don't know, knight to
So I
e4.
still go knight d5.
No, I think you have to take with the pawn.
I have to take the
Yeah,
pawn.
taking with
Now
the
our
bishop.
bishop on e5 is not great.
f6 is coming. Yeah,
Whoa,
this is
whoa,
not
whoa,
looking good.
whoa. Hold it. Why am I so unhappy? If I,
Because
So
you're
I'm
not
planning
getting your
to-
pawn back.
Yeah, I'm planning to play b5.
That is the big problem.
That is a big problem. If I
Anytime
don't,
you go e4, my knight sneaks into d3.
Okay, help me out just a little. I'm gonna play a bad move. Okay. So go ahead. When you play the move f6, I need to make a little room for the bishop.
So let's say I played b5. I'm playing on the queen side.
You got it. And I play b3. So the idea is if you take my pawn, I'm playing a pawn down, but maybe my knight will come to e4, and I can
c5.
play to c5. I'm a pawn down, but I get
b4.
Pawn b4?
b4?
Yeah.
Can I win a pawn back? Takes. I presume you want to recapture like this?
Well, with the pawn on g4, the thing is I can take with the e pawn. So g4 was a very silly move.
I was making a move.
I had an idea too. You wanted to hide the bishop on g3, right?
Exactly.
So then I can take with the e pawn and the g4 pawn is hanging.
Yeah.
Try to play a different move. Don't play g4.
Don't play g4?
It's like
Well, no. The reason I
silliest
played g4 was because I didn't want to meet the consequences of. Okay, a silly move. Rook c1.
that's much better.
Is it? I feel like white pieces are very...
So if you play b5, and if I play b3, so we get something like the same position a moment ago. I'm not sure why my rook is any better on c1 than on a1, but
I think it was maybe better.
don't tell Christian.
Another big problem with this b3 is, especially with the knight on d5,
Yes.
I have this always. No, keep going. All the way to b3.
Okay, sorry. Did I play? What did I do?
Rook
Now I
c1?
forgot.
Yes, rook c1, b5,
b5, b3.
and now you played b3.
I did.
I always have, whenever you no longer support knight on c3, bishop b4,
Yeah, that's a good move. Bishop b4.
which creates a pretty significant dilemma. If you go knight e4,
Yes.
then I go c3.
Oh dear.
And now it's very difficult to get rid of that pawn. Bishop
A
a3
strong
is
pawn.
also a big problem.
See, if my pawn was on g4, my rook were on a1, I'd play a3. I'd brilliantly win my pawn back.
No more a3.
No
Yes.
more. I'm going to take my moves back, and I'm going to play g4. And what did you do last
You
time?
still like your g4. I played b5.
Okay, and let me just play my business. You go ahead and you take care of your business. I'll take care of my business. I'm playing against your bishop for now. Your bishop's stuck on c8.
Can I go f6?
Yes, that is perfectly legal.
Can I go f5?
Yes. Oh no,
Bishop's getting trapped.
my bishop, which was so
Trying to lose
beautiful.
the bishop, yes, sir. Don't lose the bishop.
Oh no.
Is there a way to save it?
Not
Here?
sure. I don't see it. I don't know.
Oh no, oh no, oh no. So b5, yeesh, h3?
No, I think
I'm taking a lot of tempi. By the way, I'm a pawn down, and
Yeah.
I understand that. The whole point that I was trying to make, and I'm making it very poorly, making a mess of it, in fact, is imagine my knight was on e4. We're just going to put some bad moves for the moment. And what I was trying to achieve, again, very poorly, a bad play by me, is a position where I'm a pawn down. But here you can at least see some
Right.
vague ideas of
Knight
why
c5.
I'm not
Maybe
so
in the
unhappy.
future you finally get e4 and get
On-
some compensation for the
Only
pawn.
after I put my knight on c5, and your extra pawn for the moment is the pawn on c6. So at least that was, I was trying for Andy. By the way, knight takes e5. I notice Andy has not
Yeah, he's thinking,
responded immediately.
I think you should take with the pawn.
But again, from the current position, whenever you're playing a move like knight e5, like right here, you're saying to yourself, if I play the move knight e5, my opponent's likely to capture the knight. He doesn't want to live with the knight.
My guess is that he had calculated this line with d takes e and e4, allowing knight on d3.
Right?
And then he probably had this idea that he can win the c4 pawn and kick the knight out of d3 quickly, but now maybe he realized after b3, b5,
It's not so easy.
can tickle that c4 pawn enough.
Exactly.
It stays strong, and now he realizes he made a
So he's
mistake.
having doubts about recapturing with the pawn. So yeah, what I wanted to say is that when you play a move like knight e5 and your opponent captures, you more or less should be ready for your recapture, whether it be with the bishop or with the pawn. Andy thinking it over, and maybe he's doubting his previous decision. Beside Christopher Yu, who else in the junior section would we like to? I wanted to see the game between. No, we've
Just
seen
look
that
at
one
it,
already.
yes.
It wasn't Arthur Gu's game.
Justin Wang is also co-leading.
Yes, yes. Thank
And
you.
he's playing Balaji. You just passed that game. Go back up.
There we
So
go.
Balaji's playing Justin. Up, up.
Up.
There you go. Behind Alice, yes.
Justin is. Yeah, that was the D takes E5 game. Sorry. I was very curious to see how that game evolved after D takes E5. Queen C2. Okay, I have some issues with that move.
It feels like Balaji's not comfortable in this position. Maybe he's not E4 player, or he doesn't play this openings. This was like prep for this game.
Right,
Because he already spent 30 minutes. This is very early in the game.
right. For me, Black is doing great
Yeah.
exactly here at this moment, and I would be bishop hunting. I would be playing the move knight F4, knight C4, and I'd be capturing this bishop. A5, knight C4 was played, bishop C5. We've caught up with the players, and I'm not a big fan of this position for white.
I think Black has space advantage.
Rook E1, bishop
Seems
F1.
very passive.
Black is just better.
Thank you.
It's
yeah.
actually just better. I mean,
Right.
all of your pieces are much better placed. You see already that knight on G6, I managed to create this whole construction with the queen on E7, bishop on C5. Everything is active in the position. I have absolutely no problems.
Correct.
And very soon, I will start looking at ideas of knight H5, knight F4.
Right.
I'm the one dictating the pace right now, and you're still in need of finding the right spots for your pieces. Bishop G5 is met with H6.
Right.
Bishop E3, do you want to exchange that bishop? I'm not convinced, because that's going to give me access to the F4 square.
Right.
So I'm just simply not seeing a lot of good moves right now for
White. And how do they stand in this competition?
So we know Justin Wang is sharing first place with 3 points, and Balaji full point behind, sharing fifth at the moment. And he's coming back from a devastating loss yesterday.
Exactly. Both are, in fact. Justin started with 3-zip as the Yale freshman put his mark on the tournament, but not in the fourth round. And Balaji, too, is one of those players who's thinking to himself, oh, what might have been. He made such a great novelty against Brewington, but then came up empty in terms of a score. Christian,
And to be honest, that's one of those type of games that can sap into your confidence.
Oh, totally. Oh,
For the duration of the event.
absolutely.
You lose that position after you got not a winning position, but a better position out of the opening with Black.
Right.
Then came back after being losing to be pretty much practically winning. Because to be honest, if he would have found, and he found that move knight to G6, if he would have continued on that path with best moves, against 4 minutes that Brewington had in that type of position, you will be able to win that one. The king is just too weak right now.
Right.
So he would definitely need a lot of motivation to get over that slump. That's a very difficult game to get over.
Did either, just a quick question from a professional point of view, did either of you have that situation where you prepared a nice idea, you got to uncork it, and then you blew it?
Many times.
I didn't expect that.
It's sad, but it happens. It happens.
As a coach, it must have happened.
Oh, as a
many
coach,
times.
so many times. Of
Right.
course, yes.
Yeah. You worked with your team
And
on
you're
a
like,
great
look, I
idea.
gave you a winning position. How can you spoil it?
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So you
Yes,
you
it
got your
happens all the time.
speeches all prepared for those moments. Tell us about the Vladimir Akopian and Jesse Kraai game for a moment.
Absolutely. I think we left it somewhere around here, right? We were
D3,
seeing this
in
queen
fact,
takes
we saw.
c4, queen to b3, d3.
Yeah.
I really like this expansion, putting the clamp on the queen side.
Right.
And as you guys already pointed out, once you play the move b5, you will have some weaknesses, right? That a6, that
pawns.
c5 pawn is going to be a weakness as well. Queen c7, castle, rook to b8. This is the position we currently have on the board. Obviously, Jesse is looking to go b5. But again, bishop to f4, I'm not sure about this one, but it has its intent, it has its poise. e5 is more or less forced at this point. I don't think you want to exchange the bishops with bishop to d6. Not only that, but after bishop takes, this knight coming to c4, that's a tempo, right?
Yeah.
And it's a very important tempo. You're left with this bad bishop. You're exchanging your good bishop for my not so good bishop, right? This
Agreed.
is the pride and joy of my position, the bishop on g2. So bishop f4, we're expecting e5, but this gives white a bunch of extra squares, especially this square d5. That's why he played this move, bishop to f4, before committing the knight either to d2 or c3, because right now, most likely we will see, after bishop to d2, this knight start to roam around, knight c3, knight d5, maybe even knight e1, knight c2, knight e3, and try to get to that d5 square. So we see all these weaknesses on the light squares around the center. I think these are the weaknesses that he's going to try, Vladimir Akopian, try to take advantage of.
Very positional play.
Very positional play, yes. And I have a feeling this is the type of position that Vladimir really excels in.
He wants those positional concepts on the board. A quick question for you there, Christian, if you don't mind. Bishop f4, e5.
Yes.
When I see the move e5, I suddenly, immediately, it registers in my mind that there's going to be a contest for the light squares. E4
exactly, yeah.
and d5. So in my mind, I want to leave you with a dark squared bishop in this contest.
So you want to play bishop
I start
g5.
I start to think about the move bishop g5.
But
if you play
bishop
h6,
h6, yes, I will play
bishop
h6.
takes, knight takes.
Knight takes.
So this is what I mean by the fight for the light square. So
now my bishop comes out with tempo, right? Bishop
understood,
d6.
understood.
You're
With
not
you
worried about this.
100% I'm worried about it. But here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking knight c3.
Okay.
And
Let's go knight d5.
Okay, perfect. That was my goal, was to try to leave you, if you don't mind. This is a bad
Sure.
move. You're not going to do this.
Yes, yes.
But to leave you with the bad dark square bishop.
Especially if we exchange the light square bishops.
Right.
So for example, go back.
Like rook to d1.
If I go rook d8.
Yeah,
yes.
this would be my dream.
Now you take everything on d5, and even if you don't have any sort of like discovery attacks,
Yeah.
decisive discovery attacks,
Even if I was just to play it smart and say...
you have a very nice control. Yes.
Right. That's
Beautiful
what I'm
control.
playing for.
Yes.
So that's why...
That's an almost strategically winning position.
Right.
To be honest.
So that's why the move bishop g5 crosses my mind. And again, you were being very, very compliant. You wanted to make the point that this is what my goal is. And now we know what my goal is. How do you counter my plan?
Again, I would love to play b5 and take with the knight on b6. The question is how? No, of course, I cannot do it right now. And again, that's the question. How do you do
Maybe
it?
knight d5, rook d8. I have to take on c3.
But here I think you're walking
ever
into...
giving you my white square.
That's why maybe I should go knight d7. Maybe I should go knight d7.
Now you're being...
And b5 possibly?
Being very
And just to give you
crafty.
the engines, let's say, recommendation
yes.
right now,
Knight
you
D6.
played this move, right?
Yes, I did.
Knight fd2, bishop to e6,
Knight
knight to
to
c4. It does seem like, in fact, knight to d5 is the best move. And after knight to c3, knight to b4. Okay, now we start understanding. We're not exchanging that. I'm not allowing you to exchange that knight on d5. I'm going to set up this knight on b4. And in fact, now that I'm looking at it,
The knight on b4 is
this
very
knight on
strong.
b4 is beautiful. Yes,
Yeah,
it's
it
a beautiful
is.
knight. And I have a feeling that after knight a2, finally we're actually getting what we wanted with the move b5. Isn't that the case? No, that's not the
Knight
case.
c6.
So I was thinking about b5, take advantage of this pin and set something up on the b file. But I don't think
Guess it's not
I want to do
too
that.
clever.
No, just a simple rook fd8.
Interesting. We'll keep an eye on this one. I just before we get ready for a break, there was Shabalov's game.
Yes,
Shabby
that's right.
Dabadoo. Where is Shabby?
Douglas Root is playing with white against
Okay.
Alex Shabalov.
Now, both of these players are actually, they desperately need a win. They need a win to get back in the tournament, as Shabalov, despite a decent start, has
He took too many risks.
Yeah, especially against Larry Christiansen the other day. Again, Douglas, I don't call him Douglas, I call him Doug. Doug with the white pieces.
What do you think of this last move, knight takes d2?
Love it.
From Alex. No, from Black.
He's playing for the two bishops, but
I thought
I'm not
Black
a
should have
big...
just played knight f6, they bring the other knight. Because the black squared bishop for white is not that great at the moment.
Exactly.
I really like my knight on e4.
I do too. I didn't like the move knight takes d2. It's interesting how you and I both pinned the blame, because to my way of thinking, this bishop, you know what it is? We're natural-born Catalan players.
Yes,
We've
now
got
I
that.
see e4's coming.
Yeah, once we see that we can blast open the bishop's diagonal, we start to get ourselves excited. We see the move e2, e4, and we see opportunity.
Right.
So I like Doug's position. I think we've reached that time in our broadcast where we like to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what their specials are. They always surprise us with their 100% polyester. Nope, I'm wrong. Stay hydrated and support the World Chess Hall of Fame. These double insulated aluminum water bottles are one of the most popular and efficient designs. This bottle can maintain an even temperature for hours longer than the average water bottle. That's important when you're sitting at the chessboard, by the way. It is available at QBoutiqueSTL.com, and for all your chess shopping needs, do check out Q Boutique. And you were looking at that water bottle like, I need two of them.
To buy some of them. And as we go to break, begin talks with Christopher Yu and his approach to this year's tournament. So take a listen and we'll be back shortly.
Hi, Christopher. Welcome back to St. Louis. It's great to see you here.
I always love visiting St. Louis. I have a very nice chess club, and I'm grateful to be invited to this tournament. And I know if I'm able to win, I get an even bigger prize, which I might be able to play in the US Championship, which would be really amazing. But first of all, just take it game by game, move by move. It's gonna be a tough tournament.
What's your strategy coming into these tournaments, especially now you have some players, newcomers, who are, younger, and you don't have much experience playing with them?
I have to focus on basically just try to play good chess. Don't think too much about rating, but instead focus on good moves, playing the board. You can be like, this guy has a lower rating, higher rating, but it's good to play chess like there's no rating involved. That way you can forget about rating and just focus on trying to make the best decision. Some of them might be underrated too.
So your idea is that rating doesn't matter, what kind of moves
Yes.
you make is most important.
Definitely true. Yes.
Do you have separate preparation for online chess and over the board chess?
I like to play online blitz a lot. I think it's good to play blitz. It helps your intuition and you can practice your openings. Sometimes just playing chess is very helpful. I've played about 20,000 blitz games online, so I have a lot of practice in that time control, and I believe I have good intuition. Mostly you should trust your intuition, but blitz is different than classical chess. I know some FIDE masters or international masters that are over 3,000 on chess.com.
Which is crazy, right?
Yes. They're the blitz specialists, so they're better at blitz than classical chess, but it is what it is, I guess. They might still be underrated.
Some people say when you play online too much, your over the board chess drops. So how do you balance this all?
I don't feel like playing online chess has any negative effect to over-the-board chess at all. But it's not good to play too much bullet chess. I don't believe in 30-second chess, but 5-minute chess, 3-minute, 10-minute chess is okay.
So never bullet. That's the rule.
Don't try too much bullet chess at home.
Or never. Okay, I got it. That's awesome. And also, what's your routine during the tournaments? Unlike online chess, tournaments involved too much stress, way more than online chess. And do you have any rituals, as you mentioned, like you should meditate? Do you have anything like that you follow during the tournaments?
Get plenty of sleep. Don't really worry, just focus, eat good food.
It's important.
Yes, important to eat yummy food, and important to maybe play some tennis, get some exercise, maybe on the rest day.
Okay, that's awesome. And are you excited for another juniors to start?
Yeah. Pretty calm and composed and ready to play chess, I see.
That's great to hear, Christopher, and it's great to have you here as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the Chess Campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference, to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess, of its beauty. To advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new, millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
Hi, I'd like to wish everybody a happy International Chess Day.
Welcome back, everyone. We are watching round 5, and let's take a look at our current standings. Start with the juniors.
Indeed, let's do it.
We have 3 co-leaders, Christopher Yu, Andy Woodward, and Justin Wang. And with 2.5 points, only Brewington Hardaway.
And in the girls?
In the girls, we have a sole leader, Jasmine Su. She has a full point lead, and the 2 players behind her are Yasmin Asani and Rose Atwell.
Well, we're keeping an eye on Alice Lee. Is she going to make her move today? And finally, in the seniors.
Another sole leader in the seniors, Vladimir Akopian, with 3.5 points, and in clear second is Larry Christiansen. And half of the field is sharing third place.
Half the field in third. I'm looking at the game of Douglas Root and Alexander Shabalov, and I've got to tell you, I'd talk about a misdirection play. And you were teasing me a moment on the break while I was pointing out that White, Doug, wants to play the move e2, e4. And once he plays that move, this bishop, the line of sight, so to speak, of the bishop is opened up. This knight on d2, this knight on c3, this queen on c2, and finally, once I play the move rook e1, once I play e4, the rook on e1 is all focused on the e-pawn. So, of course, what does Doug do? Queen a5, and it's like, what? Talk about a misdirection play. He's looking at potentially grabbing a pawn on a7, and I can't understand. Wild horses couldn't have stopped me from playing the move e2,
I think Queen a4 is also good.
Is it really? Oh, that's good.
That
because
way.
otherwise, I was absolutely confused. The idea behind knight b8 would then be to play e4?
Sure, we can still go e4, and
I
that just
see.
made Black's position a little bit worse.
Okay, not that I was so thrilled after the immediate e4. But Christian, I want to turn it over to you, and you can tell us where the action is.
Well, I have to say, things are going swimmingly for the leader in the senior section, Vladimir Akopian versus Jesse Kraai. We left it off after bishop to f4. We said most likely we'll see e5. Bishop d6 we didn't like because of strategical reasons. e5, bishop to d2, b5. But take a look at this ensuing position. Queen to c2, queen to b8. This is what we have right now on the board. It just feels like Vladimir is just simply outplaying his opponent right now. A very easy way to defend. You have to defend that pawn on b2. You can just simply do it with bishop to c3. And guess what?
Move.
Everything ties together nicely. Bishop to c3. Now that opens up the square d2 for my knight. I'm going to go knight d2. I'm going to put the knight either to e4 or c4, most likely to c4, of course, with a tempo on the rook, but also lots of pressure on e5. This diagonal opened up. You have huge weaknesses. Your only target in the position as black b2 is perfectly covered. And I have to say, okay, perhaps knight to d5 is what he's planning to do. Knight takes c3, b takes c3. If you do touch that bishop on c3, that corrects my pawn structure. Now I'm working with your weakness. You have absolutely no targets to work with. And I'm looking at the position. It just feels strategically dominant for Vladimir Akopian right now.
Yeah, it is certainly going very nicely, and certainly for our tournament leader. Where do these two stand?
Well, we know Vladimir has been leading this tournament for the past couple of days.
Right.
He might extend his lead right now.
Yeah, he has 3.5, and Jess is one of the players who's sharing the third place. Not bad.
Not bad.
50%.
So for Vladimir, a win today knocks one of his potential rivals further down. But let's face it, you start the tournament 3 out of 3, and you have a 1.5 point gap over the field. It feels pretty darn good, for sure.
I think we should check in with Christopher Yu's game against Jason Liang, because I'm a little bit surprised how this game developed.
No question about it. When we left it, we definitely felt that Christopher had everything to play for, and in fact, we just didn't even like the position after knight e4. Knight e4 with a very big double threat. First, I want to take your queen, obviously, but also knight f6 check reaches into the position and captures an important pawn in black's pawn shield. Knight e4 would have been forced, essentially, bishop takes e4, winning the bishop versus the knight. You can just compare the two, and there's nothing to compare.
It's like Sicilian, but black is down a couple of temping.
Exactly.
Their counterplay hasn't even begun yet.
Exactly. So if we were just to continue the line for a few more moves, something like rook a7, rook d6, intending queen d3, we didn't like it. Instead, Christopher played a nonchalant move. I'm not a big fan. Rook to d2, f5, trying to stop the knight from jumping. Takes.
Most surprising move was this last one.
Bishop e4.
Not knight e4.
That really is perplexing.
I mean, d5 seems like the most natural response.
Exactly.
And it's looking good too.
It looks good too, right? And you know, even, I'm looking at this position, and I must confess, knight f5. Well, I think I want to do two things. I want to play b4 and knight f5. So
let's start with d5, and then you'll be able to do both.
I'll be able to do both. Okay, let's start with d5 and then do both.
Guessing bishop goes back to d3 to at least stay on this diagonal, looking at h7.
I'm dreaming to get.
Coming.
And
Maybe
I don't.
a4?
No, I don't want to get stranded. I'm afraid that if I go knight a4, something as very direct and as menacing as bishop to c6, I wouldn't want to play the white side of this. So I'd have to go back, passive bishop, start to think about.
White's position is so passive. How do we continue our attack on the king side?
It's not that swimming anymore. And in fact, it just feels like a 3-result game. By the way, Christopher Yu, coming into today's competition as one of the 3 players tied for first, not looking good. While I'm here, I see in front of me the game between Igor Novikov and Julio Becerra. Julio is making his debut. And we were talking there about when you're black and you need a win.
Right.
Do you play the Benko Gambit? No, you play the Benoni.
Yeah.
And guess what we got? Julio is playing a Benoni. I want to call this really a classical or even a modern Benoni.
Well, I'm used to seeing knight on f3. Here we have knight on g3 already. So I'm guessing earlier he developed via e2.
And g3. Yeah. Many times I see this particular line of the Benoni coming out of a King's Indian defense opening. By the way,
variation? Or?
It could be, or with f2, f3. That's as well as the Averbach system with bishop E2. But yes, same-ish most definitely. A5. So the whole idea is to kind of keep a tab on this move, but check this out. Whoop.
Oh, now
That's a little spicy.
A
A little bit of the benko as black eyeballing the d4 squared. The bishop, we've got our Catalan bishops. We've got the dragon players. We've got the King's Indian defense players. They like their bishops on the long diagonal too. So that bishop's an ambush. The knight's looking to come to d4. Rook capturing on b6. I must say, I feel like I'm looking at this position, Christian, and it's like an old friend. We don't see the Benonis that much at the top.
Absolutely, but it's such a good opening. It's such a fun opening
It's
to play.
fun.
Okay, good, maybe not so much.
It's
Objectively,
risky, too risky.
It's very risky. But from a practical perspective, it's not that easy to play with the white pieces, right?
Yeah.
Especially if you don't know, if you haven't drilled down on your opening theory. With the help of the engine,
Right,
you can
especially.
easily get a very comfortable edge.
Nice. You've got the game Arthur and Brewington.
I
on
do.
your,
I do.
Screen. Tell us about it.
I have to say, Brewington yesterday got quite lucky.
He did.
Out of the opening, big trouble. Even towards the end, big trouble, but he managed to turn it around. Perhaps, got some luck after his mistrials the round before in round 2. Unfortunately for him, that didn't go his way. Take a look at this one. H3, we were discussing this position, how to tackle this bishop on f5. You have to kick it away so that you yourself as white can push the move f5, open things up, and take advantage of the king in the center for the moment. And this is a bad move for 2 reasons. First of all, it loses a tempo, and we will see in just a second why that's important, but also it weakens the king side. So right now, let's say rook to d1. If you go castle, and we've seen after knight to d4 very often, the bishop going to e4, right? The bishop trying to escape this targeted attack by the knight on d4. The problem is f5 comes with dire consequences. With the pawn on h5, you no longer can take on f5. Queen h5, everything is destroyed on the king side. So that's not good. That's one of the reasons why h5 is bad. Another one is just for the simple fact that you're losing a tempo, and that tempo is very important. Why? Because what he was supposed to do was set up this structure in the position with the move b6, rook to d1, and now c5. c4 is very important to be met by d4.
Clear.
Now, unfortunately, after h5, you don't have time to set that up. He tried to do so with b6, but now c4 came. And now you're just too late. c5, obviously, no longer possible because you're losing the pawn. You cannot pass this attack with d4. So now you're kind of stuck with this tension on d5, which is very unpleasant. Where do you put the king? You go queenside? Probably not. I mean, if you go queenside, the c file opens up. This b6 is already kind of weak. Queen to a6 idea come in the position. a4, a5, just simply the attack plays itself for white in this situation. Do you go short castle? Again, the same problem. Most likely not. I take, knight to d4, set up the attack on f5. d5 is weak. g4 at the right moment. You cannot play bishop e4. All sorts of situations. Very dangerous situations for a black. So h5, big mistake by Brewington, and right now he's in trouble.
Arthur looking good. Once again, just before we do depart the game between Igor Novikov and Julio Becerra for just a moment, Igor's made a move. Like literally, if I gave you this position 100 times, I'm not sure you would guess White's move here. If I said to you, what did White play? And you said Queen d2, I'd say congratulations, that was a good move. And I said that's not what he did. And you go, okay, he played Queen c2. I said congratulations, that's a good move. That's not what he did. So then you would go take.
Right.
I don't think in 100 guesses, I'm pretty sure
b7.
What? That's hilarious. Have you ever seen that move?
No, I have not. And I play Benko with black, and no one has played it against me either at b7.
Right? Like, as far as
giving pawn back that way.
A pattern recognition is concerned, that was a new one to me. And I just, before you sent us anywhere. I just thought I'd point that out because that's just such a
Very
funny
funny
looking move. B6, B7. You saw it here first, folks. Very peculiar move. Where would you like to take us?
Let's check in with Zoe Tang. She's
Okay.
playing Rachel Lee, and it looks like the opening did not go her way.
Now, Zoe came off of yesterday a very painful loss. Oof, 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 oof. We all felt for her because she was doing, essentially, she had the run of the play for 5 hours.
Yeah.
And it was only in that last hour that she ended up losing it. Now, today she's white.
By the way, I think she lost 2 games in a row, which is psychologically very hard to recover from.
Exactly. Now, exactly here, okay, it's the hanging pawns, and already the move 92 I have a problem with. Normally speaking, your bishop on, the funny part is your bishop on d3 is in the way. If you could, you'd love to fianchetto it. If the bishop was on g2, you'd be very happy. In this case, this move for me is a kind of an automatic move. You got to get the bishop out of the way. Sometimes you even drop it back to d3. Then you play 92. She played 92.
I also think here, after 92, g6, I was taught that when you play against the hanging pawns, you try to provoke one of them to be pushed.
Exactly.
So why not b4 here?
b4, and it's very...
Tactically, I think it's working.
That's the question,
yes,
right?
take on c4,
Rook c8,
then I can just move my queen.
To a2, perhaps.
a2 or d3, yes, naturally.
And then the whole point is that thanks to this pin, you're not losing a piece, you can recapture.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay, so...
And same goes to if you take the pawn on b4, your bishop on b7 will be hanging.
Indeed. Take. Now the tactic is the skewer, and oops, as you just pointed out, the bishop would be hanging. And against d4, this is important that you have this tempo, right? Before I can grab the knight. So b4 looks like a very good move. I'd probably end up having to play a move like rook c8, and then you got your isolated pawn. Zoe didn't do that. She played knight f4. The knight looks a little bit loose, do I say it?
And also she's retreating her pieces.
Whoa. This move comes, and this is a clarion bell signal. Zoe's got her pieces she mishandled
no harmony.
her piece. No. And
Meanwhile,
it's not that this is necessarily a threat, but at a certain moment, this black queen will just move away, and then it will be.
Absolutely. No, I really wouldn't want to be white here. I think it's already much worse.
Much worse. Yeah. Okay. Rachel, by the way, she's looking for a victory too. And when you're playing an opponent who's just lost their last 2 games, kick a good player when they're down, right? Go for it. As Zoe in a little bit of trouble, we think, in this one, and she's just played the move Queen b3, by the way, hoping to kind of turn the tables a bit. Queen b3 hits the bishop, defends the pawn on e3, but that feels maybe she wants knight g5 and bishop c4. It just felt a little temporary. I didn't know what I was supposed to do against rook b8.
It's a good question. So many discovery moves are coming.
Well, the one that I had in mind was as simple as grabbing a piece. Bishop takes
I'm
f3.
not sure what her idea is. I guess I'll have to move the queen again.
Okay.
Maybe a2 and hide it there, but...
It feels wrong.
It does.
I just want to leave it there. We think Zoe's in a little bit of trouble. I want to check in with Larry Christiansen, who, as we know, is in second behind tournament leader Vladimir Akopian. When we left it, you guys were kind of saying Black has a very good version of the isolated queen pawn, thanks to the fact that Black has the 2 bishops and active knight on e4. I was trying to make the counter argument, well, I've got the square d4 beautifully under control, and I think we're still at the same impasse. Do you still like Black's
They
position?
have made moves, but position hasn't changed much.
That's
So,
right.
Yes, I think Black is still doing very well. I mean, they equalize without a problem and might be even slightly better.
Because?
I just have more active pieces with the isolated pawn, and for now at least, my pawn is safe. For now.
I'll play the devil's advocate on this one, if you don't mind me. My last move, rook c1, set up a situation where essentially your queen on d8 defends the pawn on d5. If your bishop wanted to move, bishop takes e3, doesn't matter. I do have the idea of rook takes c8 and queen takes d5. So that's useful. Second thing that I'm finding useful for white is I do want to consider the move knight f4 at least, with the idea of...
And on bishop f3, you have to take with the pawn?
Clear.
Yeah. No, I was talking even after knight f4.
Yes, well, you can do it at any time. You can force me to recapture with the pawn. Now, queen g5, well, nothing special.
Yeah.
And how does Gregory and Larry stack up? Well,
You're in second and third place.
Second and third place. Gregory, he was the only one to nick Vladimir for a draw, and he's thinking, is Gregory, I can leapfrog over Larry with a win today with the black pieces and get a little closer to Vladimir.
Yeah, there's only half-point difference, so very important game for the standings.
Absolutely, as we see Gregory at work. And Christian, over to you. What do you have for us? The Christopher Yu game.
The action is indeed here. Christopher Yu, one of the co-leaders going into this fifth round against Jason Liang. And take a look, we were discussing this position. We were saying, look, it does seem like white just has a very comfortable edge, especially if you try to go into this transition. Knight e4, bishop takes e4, bishop takes e4. Now the bishop controls the knight very well. The bishop is looking towards the king side. Also, the rook is looking on the d file. It's very difficult to get rid of that weakness, that pawn on d7.
Right.
What he did was rook to d2, a bit slow in my opinion. f5, very good move. Finally taking advantage of the fact that I'm trying to take away this e4 transition square from you. b4 right now, for example, comes with direct consequences for white because the knight can no longer go to e4. You have to go backwards. You have to retreat, right? So I really like this move, f5. Take on f6, rook takes f6. And now a big mistake. Bishop to e4. Huge opportunity for Jason Liang to take huge advantage after the move d5, bishop d3. b4, continue with tempo. You drop back. Queen to a5, continue with tempo. Do you defend it like this? Nope.
Ooh.
Take a look at the rook on d2. In trouble. And the problem is, once you play the move knight c3, d4 comes and you can resign.
Yeah.
That's it, game over. So after b3 is game over. What you have to do after queen a5 is give me the a2 pawn. That's not something you're going to enjoy defending this queen side after you lose the pawn on a2. So this is really bad news for white. You have to play something like queen to e3, things of that nature. Huge opportunity after the move bishop to e4. He did not take advantage of that.
No.
He played queen c7, too passive. Come on, go forward, right? What he was worried about, in my estimation, was the fact that this e6 pawn was becoming a bit weak. Perhaps that's why he was concerned. And maybe, you know, he just believed Christopher at his word.
Right.
But after b4, just in big, big trouble. So right now, after queen c7, take, rook to d1, finally back to better. Actually, no, rook to d1 was a big mistake as well, because d5 seems to be very, very poised right now. Rook to e1 was necessary just to keep contact with probably what will be the newly created weakness on e6. After you play the move d5, which you have to play. At some point, you have to play the move d5, because otherwise, knight to e4 comes.
Knight to e4.
Knight e4 is a big threat. Knight e4 is a huge threat.
My.
So you have to stop me from doing that with d5, but right now, queen to d3, rook to e2, I'm putting a lot of pressure on e6. Unfortunately for Christopher, he played rook hd1, and if black plays the move d5, you probably have to go rook e1 back.
Yeah, it has the echoes of
It's
a
just much
French
slower,
defense,
right?
But yeah, now black is in time to defend his weakness.
Yeah, yeah. Now b4, I'm pushing you back.
Yeah,
right?
I get
And
some
I'm getting my, look, b4, a5, a4, b3.
Yeah.
I'm getting my attack as well
Yeah.
on the queen side. So you
Yeah.
have to be careful. It will be a race in the end.
Thank you, Christian. Nasi, where would you like to take us?
Let's check in with Andy Woodward's game. He's playing Andrew Hong.
Okay.
Key matchup today, and we were not happy with Andy giving up pawn in Catalan, not
Yes,
taking it back.
that's right. And when we left it here. Knight e5, a decision we questioned.
Right, if he was going to take with the pawn. I
He
think he
did
decided taking with the pawn was better.
And guess what? They got the position, and here is where I reached for the g pawn, and he just said, "Okay, go ahead. If you like, you're welcome to feast on my bishop. f6, bishop f4. You're welcome to take my bishop." Andrew said,
I have a problem here. What if black played f6 and then f5?
"No, that was when I put my bishop on g3."
Yes, but I
Okay.
think it's a problem here too.
Okay, let's take a look. f6.
f5. Are you going to go knight d2?
Yeah, sure.
And g5?
g5.
Yeah.
Really? g5.
g5, my goodness.
Dang.
Aggressive. I like it.
Are you
When I'm playing with white and I see this coming, I don't go in this line.
really? But no, here you're safe. Here, the bishop is actually doing a great job. Pawn on c4 is weak. You're going to have to play b5 one day, and then I'm going to play b3. I understood that you could, in this position, play these types of positions, and it's a little bit questionable whether the pawn is
e3.
No, I like this with white.
You do.
Yeah.
You like
Once the
these.
pawn's on f4, yeah.
It's always a question for me if you get a position like this with the missing g pawn.
Yes, it's scary.
You know,
Let's
the
take on
bishop can.
c4.
Yeah, the
Take on
bishop can.
c4.
Yeah, the bishop can. I don't know.
I mean, this is game for 3 results.
Three
Anything can
results.
happen, yes.
I think that's a fair assessment. But again, I think I understand f6, knight f4 more than b5, b3 takes, b4. Okay, Andrew is offering the pawn back
What's his idea? So if I take queen c6,
in order, I think, to get
bishop a6,
an active bishop.
and I come back, queen c2.
Okay, so now the question is how big is this
c3
square? Right.
But I do have queen a2 with a tempo.
Okay, boy, we're both playing. I feel like I'm bluffing, and I'm throwing out, the patties, right? Like, and you're calling me. You do know I'm bluffing, right?
No, I'm bluffing too.
we're both.
Wait, queen a5. I'm
Queen
either losing
a5.
or-
Bishop takes e2.
If you took on a5 first, then I was fine because I would have a tempo move. But if you take on
Right.
e2 first,
I don't
play
know.
rook e1.
I
This is
don't
not
know.
looking good for white.
I don't know. This is a crazy line, but why is this game so important? Let's take a look at the standings and we'll show.
Well, Andy currently is in the first place, sharing it with 2 other players. But Andrew Hong is in the 5th, and he needs a win to join the leaders.
Andrew is not that youthful. I don't know if this is his last chance appearance in the junior championship, but I just have to say that for Andrew, winning this tournament, becoming the junior champion, and getting to qualify for the U.S. championship with the enormous prize fund, as well as the opportunity to play against players like Wesley So, Fabi, Levon, and our whole Olympic team. It's a kind of a dream come true for him. And look at that USCF
Yeah, you're right,
rating.
Yasser. He is 19 years old. This is his last tournament playing
Opportunity.
juniors.
Yeah.
His USCF is 2670, and he became a grandmaster in 2021.
And He does not fear anybody. But today, he's got his work cut out for him. He is on the black side of a Catalan against the youngest player in the field. And by the way, Andy's not backing down either.
He took on c6.
He took on c6. He said, by the way, I blundered with my pawn sacrifice. Could I please have my pawn back? And queen
He saw the
takes
opportunity.
c6.
He's like, I have to take that now.
Right. And how would as a Catalan player, I'm kind of happy as white here.
Well, I'm still not happy. The knight on d5 is too good. Maybe bishop can go to actually d7 instead of a6.
Okay, either way, we were bringing our queen back, right? Now I'm dreaming. I've got a dream. Knight c5, bishop takes d5. My bishop on e5 is a Thor.
Can I quickly do queen b6, rook c8, or will you manage to keep the knight on c5? Well, it also comes with a tempo. Okay.
I do.
So instead of queen b6, then let's trade queens. Queen c8, because I think endgame is preferable for black. I have 2 against 1 on the queen side.
Fair. Why do I want to trade queens, though?
And bishop d7 is on the board.
Okay, and queen c2 we can
You
expect.
told me you don't like to be pinned.
Well, in this particular case, I do have ideas of occupying and consolidating my control over the c5 square.
Should I sacrifice an exchange?
Well, knight to c3.
Yeah, start with knight c3.
I'm taking it. It's not so easy for you to sacrifice the exchange.
You're
You
right,
might be
Chris.
sacrificing more than you bargained for with that one. It's not so easy to recapture,
No.
right?
Yeah, I was hoping you'd play rook c1 first.
Okay, so at this exact moment, this is the game position. Bishop just came to d7. When I was in my youth, I was very adventuresome, and moves like queen b7 came natural to me because I didn't know that I should be retreating my queen and not getting my queen trapped. But after the move queen c2, just coming back, knight to c5. That is really looking.
Maybe just bishop b5.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say. That the bishop on d7 somehow. It's not making a great impression. And in this case, this is your exchange sacrifice. This is where I would be less
Because I would also
desired.
take e2 with the check.
Right.
Between move.
Right. And this is a position where, okay, I do see a 3 result kind of game. This knight on c3 is well placed. We'll keep an eye on this one. Again, the Christopher Yu game is another crucial matchup, but I'm going to toss the ball in your direction.
We have to check what's happening in
Christian.
this Alice Lee versus Chloe. We were talking about Alice Lee and how she needs to win some
Yes, she
games
does.
because she's 1.5 points behind Jasmine Su right
Yes.
now. Very far behind with only 5 rounds to go. So let's take a look at this one. We were quite happy with the outcome of the opening for white.
Okay.
She has a very decent initiative, knight to d2, knight to b3. It seems like you're ahead in development, but also you have the targets. Knight goes to a5, maybe knight to c6 ideas. You have a very pleasant advantage. What she did was retreat at this point. Take a look at this. Knight d3, bishop d6. Close up my bishop with e4.
That's
I understand you're
confusing.
gaining some squares for your other bishop, but on the other hand, b3, bishop to b2 was definitely an idea to try to find some good squares for the bishop on c1. Not only e3. e5, maybe not the best move. Maybe knight fd7 would have been better, but we're not going to go into the semantics of the position. e5, bishop e3, rook c7, knight to d2, bishop to e6. It just feels like Chloe is outplaying her right now. Bishop to d1, very passive moves by Alice. I understand, knight d7 and f3, you try to solidify in the center, say, okay, now that my pawn on e4 is finally protected, the knight on f6 is going to feel quite uncomfortable. But I've finalized my development as black. I was so far backwards right now. I'm on equal footing with you. I can go knight to c5, maybe get some trades going. Now my knight will come back to d7, next move. It just feels like black right now has the easier position to play. No targets that you can attack. I don't have any weaknesses. You haven't created anything in the past 10, 15 moves. So I'm a bit worried about Alice Lee's position right now. If her opponent will play the move knight to c5, not the only move. You can play rook d8, rook c8. Once again, it feels like black has the easier moves in the position, and Alice just doesn't feel like herself.
Let's take a look at our pre-tournament, prohibitive pre-tournament favorite, Alice Lee. She's coming into this tournament as the rating favorite. My goodness, she's the American Cup champion. She's going to be leading, well, leading is wrong. She's going to be a member of the Olympic team.
She's also much higher rated than the rest of the field.
Absolutely.
That's the thing.
And
yes.
she's languishing at a 50% score, and her play today makes a very peculiar impression indeed. It feels like she's just wrong, and she's not getting the positions that she enjoys. I wanted to say from the opening, by the way, it was a very strange moment here in the opening because I think Chloe's opening actually was a disaster for Chloe.
Yeah, you didn't like the king on e7.
Oh,
right?
not at all. I'm going to go back a few moves before the moment that Christian. Now, if you notice that what Alice did in the game, she moved her bishop. She
closed it up.
Closed it up. She moved her bishop back again. She played f3. And she's likely wanting, in the current position, to move her bishop again. Her bishop is absolutely fine. And what she needed to do was exploit this setup between the king and the bishop.
The target should have been the black squared bishop.
Exactly.
So and knight d2 here.
Knight
this
to d2.
moves like flow very naturally.
Exactly. You put your knight on c4. Let's just put a move on the board. Not necessarily the best moves. A5 so that you could, in this case, move the bishop away. Now, whether or not you want to play bishop f3, that's a different question. But the whole point is you can see that after b3, bishop b2, rook c1, the happy moves are happy. They come.
And white has a lot of happy moves.
Yeah, the flow is all there. Conversely, looking at the current setup, white's pieces like very cramped. Not much is going on. The rook.
It's very surprising. The last 10 moves, instead of improving the position, I feel like white didn't achieve anything, and black fully developed
everything. Yeah. Right. Knight c5. I love that move. I love a5. I love rook c8, rook d8, and it feels like Chloe is the one enjoying. Now, how is our tournament leader, Jasmine, doing? Who is she playing?
She's playing Omya.
Once again, Omya.
Do you know her last name?
There are 5 reasons to watch this show, and we are not exploring number 5.
Before we finish, I'll get you to say her last name at least once.
The training. I need more training. What the heck? This is when we left it, we saw the knight on g5, and we thought white was for choice. Oh my goodness, this pleasant memories. Seirawan versus Leonid Shamkovich. I had a position like this against Leonid, and I captured that knight on c6, and I was a very happy camper. I played the move d3, put my queen back on c2, put my bishop on e3, and played against the double pawns, and I had a hammer lock on the c5 square.
And that was the best way to.
I was a real hero.
Bishop takes c6 was the best move in the position.
What did she do? a4, knight d4.
a4 is just as bad as h5 for black on the other side.
Like,
because you're weakening that b4 square for absolutely no reason. You're weakening the b3 square as well for absolutely no reason. You're just leaving squares behind.
By the way, I'm not a fan of white's pawn triangle because it just looks like weaknesses have been created, and indeed they have.
Oh, the knight's coming to g4.
By the way, the funny thing about the inclusion of the moves h4, h5 was that white got to put the knight on g5, and there was no way a knight was ever going to land on g4 until it got there. Suddenly,
Now that you play the move f4,
suddenly,
the g4 square is
by the way,
juicy.
black.
Looks good, doesn't it?
Strategically,
Very active.
this just looks winning actually for black, because I'm looking at this position. The queen is dominant. You know, did you ever, as a kid, learn to play the Scandinavian defense? That's d5.
Oh, I was, Russian school of chess.
That's just bad.
Yeah,
It's
that's
just bad. Bringing out your queen early. Well,
You have
I
to play
love.
only the classical openings.
You see, I could have saved years of education. I love to bring out my queen early, and only later did I realize you should bring it out after a lot of trades have been made. Right now, black's queen is absolutely dominant, and unless the queen gets kicked away, that queen is doing a great
Figure
job.
out, can white and finish developing the queen side?
Ugh.
How?
How? You tell me. I mean, I see the moves rook d8, I see knight b4, I see knight d3, I see knight f2, and I'm saying it's play on one goal. It looks to me like Jasmine, our tournament leader, 3.5 out of 4, right?
Yes.
Is looking at 4.5 out of 5 with our pre-tournament favorite, Alice Lee, suffering.
Yeah,
This looks really, really
everything's
good.
Looking good for Jasmine right now.
Absolutely. Okay, where else would you like us to go? Vladimir Akopian, just checking in on Jesse Kraai. Not much has happened. Again, when we left it, Christian had said, look, you're going to put the bishop on c3. You're going to go either knight a3 to d2 to c4, or you're going to go knight a3 to c4.
This is so bad right now for black.
looks
Rook e8 was another
terrible.
wasteful move. Knight a3, how do you defend? Actually, we're starting to ask questions of how do you defend?
How do you defend?
How do you not lose some material?
Lose material out of, because if you, for example, play bishop back, knight to c4.
Where do you put the rook?
Where do you put the rook?
I guess you have to go to b5, probably.
You might even consider this. And if you put your rook on b5?
This looks so bad.
No, this looks completely wrong, doesn't it? I know. I think
All of its
Vladimir's...
minor pieces are better than black's minor pieces. All of them.
All of them, yeah. I think that is absolutely the way.
And in fact, the computer is saying already a +2 advantage.
In a materially
+2.
equal position.
Totally.
Yeah.
Just the simple knight fd2. It seems like you actually don't have a lot of moves as black. You don't have any ways to improve your position.
Without giving some material.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm looking at rook a4, rook a1. I would love to sacrifice an exchange on a6 and just get this...
As an English player yourself, Yasser, this is some sort of a dream position.
No,
yeah?
this is beyond dream. This is like a pillow. We had this idea that the chess informant, they have this simple, languageless annotations.
Right.
So the triangle, the idea of, a square, forced move,
only
move, and things like that. Well, I suggested to the people in Belgrade that they should make a pillow.
Pillow, okay.
A pillow, you see a pillow. And what was that for? Dream position.
That is fantastic. I can't believe they didn't take that.
I'm telling you,
Dream
$1 million
It's never too late.
ideas.
They should include that.
Dream position. And let's look at our tournament leader, Vladimir Akopian, his tournament so far.
Well, this was number 5 reason to watch this event. He started the tournament with 3 wins.
Right.
Fantastic start against some of his competitors. He defeated Shabalov and Christiansen. Yesterday was the only day when he was slightly in trouble.
Right.
He defended perfectly, and he's in clear first, full point ahead of the rest.
And our reason to watch is, can anybody stop Vladimir as he tries to earn his first national title with a win in this tournament?
To be honest, right now he's looking untouchable.
Yeah. When we left the game of Justin Wang and Balaji, we didn't like what Balaji had done in the junior section. We thought that just about here, black was for choice. And after a5, knight c4, bishop, you kind of make a peace like you were explaining, a piece-by-piece comparison, and you start to think to yourself, well, knight on h5 to f4 is one way, and what exactly are we trying to do? Are we trying to play bishop e3 and weaken our control over the f4 square? So,
I'm looking at the current position, and I realized the black just never played knight f4.
he did not.
I was expecting on every move.
So Balaji, he played the move knight takes a5, and as a result, rook takes a5, b4. We pause right here because I think these are really difficult decisions. Really, really, really difficult decisions. Do you take on b4? And do you take it twice?
All right. Or
do you take on f2? Or do you move the rook and then let the split pawns, right?
I would go with the split pawns, probably.
I would too. But boy, in my mind, I would be wrestling. I would find the move bishop takes f2 check very attractive.
I don't think Justin took too much time to make that decision, because I'm watching the clocks, and currently Justin has 1 hour 37 minutes. Balaji down to 49. That's almost a 50-minute difference. Yeah.
He's just snapping out his moves. And after queen takes c5, there's these split pawns. Black has given up the 2 bishops, but these split pawns are much more easier targets, I want to say. So let's catch up with the current position
but again,
of the players.
On every move, I could ask the question, why not knight f4?
Why not knight? It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
Now that white moved the rook, when you play knight f4, I'll have bishop f1. So I'm not that afraid now.
Okay. So, for example, knight f4, you have your choice, but let's say bishop f1.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. But did you notice that a2 pawn is hanging?
Yeah, the last move was c5.
Because it suddenly dawned on me. Can't I take this pawn on a2? Rook takes a2. By the way, inside joke here, because we're laughing about capturing pawns.
So is Balaji's idea to trap the queen after c5? He's planning bishop b5, right?
Bingo. That's exactly right. That's.
So but I can still take rook a2 because it's all tempy moves.
Let's just see. Rook takes e2, rook takes a2, rook takes a2. We don't have time for bishop b5 because, oops, our queen is hanging. So I'm assuming he sacrificed the pawn.
Oh, but wait, maybe we don't trade the pair of rooks and immediately go rook b5, bishop b5, because rook on a8 would hang.
Ooh,
maybe that's
okay. Okay, now that's sophisticated. So the idea is we play bishop b5 right away. You can't capture the queen because that's an intermezzo check. And now in this case, white is the one who is winning material. So rook takes a2, bishop to b5.
Can black avoid losing material here?
Well, just a second.
Queen a6.
Pardon me?
Queen a6?
Queen what?
I think it's playable, unless I'm
Queen a6?
Something. I think so.
Okay.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
That's crazy move. Queen a6 never crossed my mind. Queen. Okay, so rook takes, queen takes, black is happy, right?
So should probably take the b7 pawn.
Takes. Should I take it with the bishop? I'm assuming, yeah.
Probably, because on rook b7, maybe bishop c8 was unpleasant.
So takes.
My last rank is quite weak.
Yeah, this is strange. This is not exactly what I wanted when I played rook takes a2. Let me take a look at. I wasn't taking this too seriously. I must confess. Rook takes a2, bishop b5. Let me just ponder this moment. If I sacrifice my queen, what am I actually getting?
Rook and a piece?
Yeah,
not enough.
Rook piece and a
doesn't
pawn,
feel like
but
enough.
yeah,
Pawns.
Yeah, I'm not getting important enough squares. My goodness. So c5 comes with some venom. Should I pause to play rook a5? I wouldn't want to do that. Okay, I'm a pawn grabber. Come on.
With the bishop.
Come on, I'm a pawn grabber.
Okay, and now your queen has e6 square.
Correct. Bishop takes a2. Anatoly Karpov versus Unzucker.
So what if I go?
Oh, the bishop a7.
Bishop a7.
Rook b2.
Rook
Yeah,
b2. Queen e6.
This pin has to be bad.
Well,
It's not technically a pin, but
Yeah. By the way, why did I play Queen e6? Oh, I
if
was
you move the bishop, then your queen would still get trapped.
Okay, sorry.
Queen
If
a4.
Queen a4, eyeballing the I don't know. This may not be what I wanted when I
Now I
played.
can just simply take on a4 and maybe take on b7.
Indeed, 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 indeed.
But now, doesn't it feel like only white can be better?
I have command of the A file, sir.
Get out of here. Get out of here. There's no command of the A file.
Command, completely.
What are you doing with the A file?
Karpov Unzucker,
Of course, I
remember
know.
the bishop
Yes,
A7
yes.
coach?
It was
Come on, you
also
gotta,
just a completely different position.
of course, of
Has
course.
nothing to do with what
But
we're
it's
seeing
the-
right now. It's the idea behind
The
it.
ideas.
Yes.
You have to know the strategic ideas. That is an amazing move, by the way. Rook takes a2, bishop to b5, queen a6.
yeah.
I mean, we are seeing some very strange patterns. Julio Becerra, Igor Novikov,
E3.
b7. What the hell was
Oh,
B7?
yeah, b7. Yeah.
B7? Like what? I mean, they are in a creative mode. C5. Christian, jump in on this one. I mean, it feels like white is defending his position tactically.
Not only
And
defending the position,
getting
he's actually
away with
better
it?
right now. Yes.
What?
Not getting away with it. He's better right
He's
now.
better.
Yes. He's
I was
slightly better
assuming
right now.
that black was the one who
And
was
you have
better.
to be very careful as to what you play next move.
Christian,
Really?
can you check our line if
Bishop
we were
takes
right?
a2 already bad. After rook to b4 seems to be very difficult for black to get back into the game. Again, it's all about this bishop to e6 not being able to be played because of rook takes a3 followed by bishop b5. This is over, right? Take bishop b5, queen is lost.
The queen
so
is
it's a
trapped,
very
yeah.
nice pattern, very instructive pattern. So take rook to b4, problematic for black.
Can we please check rook a2?
That's the best move.
Bishop b5, queen a6, if
Yes.
that's good or if we...
Yes, that is the
it
best
works.
way to do it. That
I
is
was
the
still
best.
not sure.
By the way, good luck playing
Yeah,
this
but
type of
queen
moves
a6 was not
over
a
the board.
move.
Yes, I'm not even thinking about this type of moves during the game, right?
Right.
Take bishop takes b7 seems to be slightly better for white, but still within equality margins. After rook to d8, you're threatening rook takes d2. It does seem like black has the activity in the position as well. So still slightly better for white. Knight f3. You're still dealing with the c7 weakness in the future. And look, it's the battle between my c5 pawn. This is the only imbalance in the position, right?
Right.
And the c7 pawn. Which one is weaker? I would argue that it's probably the c7 pawn. I'm going to go rook a7, move the bishop away, and you're going to need to find a way to defend that pawn. In return, you don't have the dark square bishop anymore. I have the two bishops as well as white. You can no longer increase the pressure on c5. That's why white is slightly better. Again, it does seem like Balaji found its way out. We'll see if he will make some mistakes along the way like he did yesterday, but for the moment, this beautiful move c5 not only seems to save him, but rather give him the advantage.
If you don't mind, because for me it was against the run of play. In this game of Balaji and Justin, I thought at the time we left it that white was worse.
Yes.
When white played the move knight takes a5, congratulations, that's probably
And
a
he
very,
was
very good
slightly
move.
worse, yes.
Rook takes a5, b4, and in my mind, what I thought Justin was doing was weighing which advantage was his best chance to increase his advantage. Should he play the move bishop f2? Should he play, as in the game, he made the choice that I thought was right. So where did his advantage disappear? What move did he make that was wrong?
Focusing on
Should he have
increasing
played-
the pressure over the a file was the wrong
was
direction.
the wrong step.
Wrong direction, yes.
Because Nasi was complaining that black never played knight f4.
That's right. He was supposed to play knight f4.
He was supposed to.
Yes.
See, your instinct was right. I keep telling you, trust yourself, trust yourself.
And after knight a4, knight f4, the
Yes.
thing is, most likely you're going to force white to take on f4, and now the pawn on c3 becomes weaker, right? You can no longer push it so easily to c5 because it doesn't have the support of the bishop on e3.
Right.
So it's a much different situation without the bishop on e3, a very nice supportive piece. So yeah, right now I have to say if that's the only way to, let's say, maintain the balance, rook takes a2 and queen to a6, good luck finding that.
Rook a5.
By the way, he didn't play it, of course. Rook a5, yes.
Rook a5, it's not that he's attacking the pawn on c5 so much as it's a defensive measure, planning this.
Fine move as well, but what are you doing after queen to b2? Are you sacrificing the exchange? You
E3.
probably have to sacrifice the exchange.
And
I'm happy with that, no? With black.
yeah, I think like many players of my generation growing up, one player, Tigran Petrosian, made an outsized influence on my game. While I didn't appreciate at all the teachings of Nimzovich, I found Petrosian to be much more an inspirational figure, and I love Tigran's ideas. Tigran game sparkled with exchange sacrifices. They were featured, I'm going to say, every fifth game had an exchange sacrifice, and what beautiful examples they were. Here, I would feel pretty comfy as black with this exchange sacrifice. I'm not
Knight
saying
f4 is still possible. Haven't given up on that.
good for you. I mean, never give up on your ideas. You're the only one who will defend them. So maybe, and who's burned clock in this
Justin's
game?
been playing quite fast, so he has
he?
only spent half an hour, and Balaji is down to 48 minutes.
In this crucial juniors game. And let's take a look at the leaderboard and how these two match up.
Well, Justin is currently sharing first place, and Balaji full point behind.
Justin starting with 3 out of 3. Lost yesterday, as did Balaji. Balaji could easily be one of the a quad players in first place had he won that game. I want to go to some other of the junior games.
I want to check
Please,
if we can go back to Omia's game against Jasmine Su, the current leader of the girls section. Remember when we left, it looked like Jasmine was completely dominating.
Yes, she was.
Well, her queen's not on d4 anymore. And it feels like White's
That's an
back in the
achievement.
game.
That's an achievement because, yes, we saw this
left it here.
position and we saw this knight f2 threat and we went, yee, no good. Ooh,
I don't like this queen d3 because it allows rook a3 with a tempo.
right? Sorry, I'm still stuck on knight f2 check. So knight f2 check, I'm assuming the king would have to go.
I have rook takes f2 and knight. Oh, queen is trapped. Rook f2,
No.
queen knight e4.
Oh, that's gorgeous. See, this is how I would get my queen trapped. Oh, that, by the way, that's a beautiful hidden point. I mean, kudos to Omnia for finding that one. That's a nice one. Knight to e4 and the queen's trapped. So the queen was going back, but why
Probably
did
should have retreated immediately instead of
She-
giving this rook a3 with a tempo.
encourage the move rook a3 and suddenly,
White's
well,
kind of developed now.
just a second. I mean,
Yeah.
the shoe could easily grace the other foot. Maybe white is the one. How did that happen? That was a
Tactics.
fast time turnaround,
It's
wasn't
the
it?
queen trap. I'm sure Jasmine missed it because you don't expect your queen to get trapped.
No,
like
you
that.
don't. No, that's quite the shock, for sure. So now it begs. So, okay, everything was cool. Was the move queen d4 an error? Should she have just started with? Yeah, I think she might have just
Maybe.
started with knight here, followed by knight here, bringing the knight to f5. Oh. So maybe queen d4 was premature, and it was only here that she realized her queen was trapped after knight f2. Ah, okay. Well, I'm sure Alice Lee is saying, somebody please stop Jasmine. And from winning of her games.
Jasmine is our sole leader in the tournament, and she's a full
Exactly.
point ahead as well.
When we left Alice Lee's game, her game was very stodgy, and we thought, frankly, not that inspiring. Let's see what happened. Oh, we did have knight c5, by the way, included rook b8 too. Knight
Alice
f2.
keeps retreating her pieces back.
Wow. Okay. Once more, I can imagine that
think
Alice
it's-
wants to play bishop e2 and rook b1, rook
It's
c1.
Chloe now who's playing for more than equality, right? It's the black pieces.
She should
Black.
be. Yes.
Black, definitely. But okay.
Doesn't it feel like she has everything she could potentially want in this position? A weakness potentially on a5, that b pawn perhaps going to b3, setting up another weakness. I have so many ways in which I can play this position.
Yeah. But,
And the better, more active pieces.
yeah, but
right
you
now.
would rather have an extra pawn. I can imagine b4,
One
b3,
step at a time. One
b4,
step at a time.
b3, rook to b5, trying to gain further access to White's camp. But
Why not?
if I'm White, I'm dreaming. Don't make any moves. Just play. Let me play bishop e2 and rook c1, and I can
Let's say I
crawl
play
back.
knight f to d7.
Knight f6 to d7.
Yeah.
Good move.
I don't think knight on f6 was doing much.
It's not. It truly is not.
So I'll give you some moves, f6. So you put your rook on c1. What's next for you?
Well, I was dreaming of knight c4 actually. So let me put my rook on d1. So make the move knight c4 a little bit more effective.
So there's some knight b3 tactics
I
that you always
agree.
have to watch out for.
Agreed. I agree with that wholeheartedly.
Yeah, black has a lot of moves, just have to figure out
The
where
right
the pieces
piece,
should go.
Yeah, the right piece construction. Sometimes that's not so easy. You get your pieces, like in the current position, it's very easy as black to convince yourself that all your pieces are good. And in a sense, the reason it's so easy to convince yourself of that truth is because they are. But they're not on the best squares. The knight on f6, for example, you start to look and you say, well, actually, truth be told, the knight isn't on its best square, and maybe the best square is d4. Like you
Long
start
way
looking
to
for
get
it.
there,
Yeah.
but I mean, black should have time for it.
Yes. Say it. What should you do? How
Just knight d7, move
Knight
the
d7.
rook, knight b8, knight c6, knight d4.
Right? Which then kind of begs the question, why did we put the knight there? Another route to the d4
So can we do
square-
the b3 idea that we were discussing?
Yes, b3.
Let's just try it out.
Yeah, I like that move, b3.
It's a bit double-edged because that pawn on b3 could become a liability
And
as
if I
well.
go rook a3, you immediately have some tactics?
Oh, rook a3, yes, maybe some knight.
Be careful.
Knight takes c4 could be an idea.
Your b pawn is
I'm not sure if it
dangerous.
works,
But
it looks dangerous.
I would be afraid, right? Yeah, knight takes e4, bishop takes a3. I give up two pieces for a strong passer.
So bishop e2 then,
Bishop e2, rook to b4.
to c1.
Not exactly sure where I'm going,
I'm
what
thinking
I'm
knight
doing.
a4. I'm thinking to try to get that knight to a4.
That was my dream.
Can't
too.
take a6, but your b3 pawn is looking very dangerous.
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, you take on c7 and
Yes,
then.
yeah, you don't have knight b2 yet.
Okay, we do have a move. Is that rook to c7? What was the last move? Or rook
Let
to
me just refresh my board. The
No,
last
bishop
move was
d7.
bishop e6 to d7.
Okay, I sort of like that move actually.
Well, she's anticipating that when Alice puts her bishop on e2, menacing her pawn, her intention is to meet bishop e2 with bishop e5. Now, here's a question. Can I essay knight c4?
Let's go bishop b5.
Let me take a bishop.
Oh, wait.
There's also knight takes e4,
Knight
right?
takes e4,
Correct.
okay.
That was the
What do
move.
you have in mind, Yasser? What do you have in mind?
I'm not sure if I have anything
Knight takes
other
d6.
than this one in mind, which was maybe a little overreach on my part.
Okay, rook c6 is a bit strange. I will go to c8. Rook c6, bishop a4 also is kind of a problem.
Yeah, rook c6 is a silly move. Apologies. So, I don't know.
So you're saying it's a bit awkward to defend that
Well,
pawn on
two
e5.
bishops.
C4.
Knight,
C4,
thank
yes,
you.
yes.
Oh, that kind of clears some cobwebs. Knight c4, okay. Yeah, I need to win my pawn back.
You're gonna lose the a5 pawn.
Yeah, I'm
I
not.
can go e4. Yeah.
I'm not so.
Pawn is a pawn.
You don't have to convince Yasser.
I mean, he's.
You're welcome.
Motto.
You're
my
welcome.
motto. Only time will tell, but I will tell you. A pawn is a pawn.
Yes, a pawn is a pawn.
Bishop d7 on the board, and again, Alice. Well, I would say
Doesn't have great
Even?
chances at the moment.
I would say even right
even.
now. Yes.
Knight to e6, bishop c5 on Black's agenda. If you can get those moves in, I would actually like Black's position.
Look, one thing that Alice has going on for her in this game is her time management. 1 hour and 21 minutes against 46 minutes, so definitely building a buffer in that regard. That could play in her advantage, will certainly play in her advantage in time trouble situations.
Yeah, I don't know. The thing I would say that Alice has going for her in this position is the intimidation factor. I mean,
Yes.
her opponents should be, rightfully so, intimidated.
And my guess is that's why she has more time.
We'll keep that in
We
mind.
should jump to the Christopher Yu's game against Jason Liang, because I think Christopher suddenly got a big advantage.
Ooh, really? So we left it about these parts. Christopher was doubling on the D file, and for some strange reason,
d5 was never played.
He was not,
D7, D5. He didn't want to play the
D5.
move that
Not sure
actually
why.
is the most natural move in the position. He played rook to D8, queen E1. Whoa. Sorry.
No.
Rook takes F4.
Rook d7, right?
Rook takes D7 and queen takes E6 is a check. By the way, the queen on G3 was doing nothing.
Right.
G2, G3, knight to E4 is
It's unstoppable now. It's coming to e4. It's too late to play d5 now.
whoa,
And look
whoa,
at
whoa.
that. Knight's on g5
Excuse me, I've got a
so many
very
tactics.
serious threat here. Knight
to go
takes
rook
E6,
f6. Only move.
right?
And there's h7 that also.
Yes.
So maybe queen e4.
I love the move queen E4 provoking either G6 or knight to G6. Let's say G6. I would probably just stop to play. Suddenly I feel like
White's
white
completely
is
dominating this position.
totally.
And there's queen e5 move here that would win a pawn.
Oh,
Very nice.
that's a very nice move, by the way. Excuse me, queen E5. Right.
We win two pawns actually, e6 and d7.
What's better than winning a pawn? Yeah. Yes. This is, well, actually, I mean, that just wins the
And
game.
if you played knight g6, I was looking after queen e4.
Yep.
So
Queen
rook f6
E4.
here for black first.
Oh, excuse me.
Queen e4, knight g6. I was looking at pawn f5 move here. Yes.
Oh, that's nasty.
Yeah.
No, Nazi, that's a winning move. That's something I think people in our audience should have hardwired too in their minds. That beautiful pawn breakthrough. Rook takes f6, knight takes e6. That one is easy thanks to our pin on the d file, but pawn takes g6, queen d5 check, knight f7. Also very easy. Christopher has been gifted a point here because that whole setup with rook to d8 was just wrong. Just wrong.
Yeah, and
It's
earlier.
looking good for him right now. And by the way, look at that time difference.
1 hour and
26
versus
against
40.
Yeah.
oof.
Lots of pressure right now on Jason Liang.
Our top seed in cruise control in this round 5.
You know who else is not in cruise control
No, I don't.
among the leaders, the co-leaders?
Tell me.
Andy Woodward right
No,
now.
not in
against a
cruise
player that really needs to win, as
Andrew
you guys
Hong.
have mentioned at the beginning of the show, Andrew Hong, if
Yeah.
he wants to catch up or at least get closer to the leaders. And he has the perfect opportunity to do so. Let's take a look. We left it off somewhere around
Queen takes
here.
c6, actually. We had a
Yes.
queen on and c6.
B4 I really liked this move. Queen takes c6, you're giving back the pawn, but you're getting speed in return and a lot of entry squares as well. Take a look at this, bishop d7. Now if you go back with the queen to c2,
Right.
rook c8 comes, that's a tempo move.
Queen.
You go queen to d2. Now I can go bishop to b5. You understand the synergy between your pieces, right? It's flowing pretty much. Knight to c3 is coming. Maybe I will be able to create this pass pawn on c3. It doesn't look good for white because what is white doing?
Right.
In fact, do you go h4, g4? Where do you play? Right? There's no targets that white can take advantage of. So I really like what he did. Now, Andy spent a lot of time at this point, and he found the best move. A very difficult move, by the way. Queen b7.
Yasser, you said in your youth.
In my youth,
You would play this,
yeah, I
right?
would play Queen b7.
But you would be scared to
I
put that
would be
queen on
scared.
b7, right? It's flanked by so many
Hey,
pieces,
Jasmine
right?
nearly got her queen trapped by playing rook
He
f2.
played. He played.
too.
And right now, what Andrew needs to play is queen to c8. Let's exchange the queens.
Wow.
On
Not an
my
easy-
terms.
Yeah, but not an
as
easy
black.
move.
Not an easy move, because once you take, we're going to get this position in which it's quite clear who has the advantage. It is black, because you have all the opportunities in the position. This knight on d5 nicely blocks any sort of bishop action on the long diagonal. At the same time, once you move this knight, I have ideas of knight to c3, but also I'm starting to look at expanding on the queen side and creating a pass pawn. And that pass pawn is going to be very, very dangerous. Also, you need to worry about rook c2, all sorts of entries in the position available to black. So right now, from a practical perspective, maybe from an objective perspective as well, it is black who is dominating. But he does need to play this move, queen to c8. I don't like the alternative, which is f6. f6 is the other move in the position. And still after that, you follow it up with queen to c8. Why would you commit this move, f6? It doesn't make a lot of sense. It feels weakening,
Right.
to my eyes.
Yeah.
But you do have to play queen c8 at one point or the other, because otherwise you don't have a way out of this position. That queen on b7 controls a lot of squares. Play queen c8. I'm sure he is looking at that idea.
Right.
And if he does it, then he's going to be in a better position.
Thank you, Christian. Wanted to turn quickly our attention to the game of Christopher and Jason, because we didn't see the move rook f6, and I wanted to ask you, Nasi, if that made a big difference. We're still playing for Christopher the move queen e4?
Yeah, it looks like it.
The-
And he just made it.
Yeah, just about the moment, because we were seeing variations where the knight was taking on e6. The good news for Jason's fans is that the rook is defended, so there's no knight takes e6 in those variations.
But
Queen's
is it
coming
really
out,
defended? Because now, if you play g6,
for example.
can I... If you played knight f5, knight e6 still worked. Right?
The reason I didn't want to play knight f5, I was a little worried of g4.
That also looks very good. I can play h6. Or
Then I
knight
would
e6,
play knight
yes.
takes e6, and so sorry, but what were you about to tell me?
So g6, I'm trying to figure out how can white win here tactically.
And you wanted to play knight
I want to
e6
play
and queen e6 and rook
right.
d7.
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
Oh,
But f4 is hanging with the check, that's why I wasn't sure.
Oh, so your desired rook d7, queen
Queen
takes
e6.
e6,
King h8. There's
and f4 is hanging
With
with
a
a check. I got you. So this is what annoyed you.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way. Got
So
you.
we may need to make one prophylaxis move like g3.
By the way, we do have queen e4, and in case of what's wrong with g3? G3
Nothing,
is
it's
just so
slow,
good.
but it's deadly.
It looks.
G3, H4, H5. That's
No,
it.
the rook
Well,
d7
that's
is coming.
slowly.
Rook D7.
Here, this is what I'm fearing is
Yeah.
knight takes e6 and rook d7.
You actually don't
I
have
love
any ways
g3.
to defend. It's over.
It's over.
Like, what do you do? King H8, I guess?
King h8.
Okay, let's try to find the blow after
King h8.
The final blow.
Okay.
Oh, by the way,
Yes.
knight takes E6,
And then queen e5 check.
rook
Nice.
D8, and queen E5 check.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a lovely one. Knight takes e6, pawn takes, And it feels like there should be a deadly blow, but you have to see it in a very precise combinative order. That's a nice pattern.
It is.
It's a decoy overloaded piece. I don't know how many tabs to put on this one. Intermezzo, Zwischenzug.
It finishes the game.
And that's a pretty.
And I think
That is
Jason
a very.
knows he's in big trouble.
That is a very pretty finish after King H8. But the key.
It's G3, right?
I wanted to say the key is forcing the weakening of the king's position. Like, for example, if you start with G3, it's probably a very, very good
H6
move.
and
H6 and
G6.
And away you go.
Yeah.
But by starting with Queen E4 and forcing the pawn shield in front of the king, when the king did make it to H8 in that variation we just saw.
Let's see if he goes G3. Christopher is very fast in this tournament. It just feels like he's finally reaching his peak performance right
By the
now.
way, he's not only playing fast, he's playing good moves.
He's playing good moves, yes.
I mean, that's the combination right there. Playing good moves quickly can really upset the rhythm of the opponent.
He really did dodge a bullet, though, in this one, with that move bishop b4.
Yes.
Because if black would have played d5 followed by b4, big trouble.
Exactly. So we do have Queen E4 on the board, and if Christopher plays the move G3, and as we've been saying,
simple and effective.
Exactly. Simple and effective.
I love combinations where the winning move is just a defensive move.
Like a G3. A G3.
And there is really nothing, right?
By the way, we're seeing some very interesting patterns. Like in this particular game, if black had gone for that whole Queen A5 and B4, B3, that would have been a very pretty
different game.
Very pretty.
Can black try to lose one pawn and go into some endgame with some hopes of saving it?
How would you do it?
How to do
Let's
that?
try Queen C6.
Queen C6.
But you will also have Rook on the 7th, Knight on G5.
That's the problem.
Position is too good for white.
It's not that we're losing a pawn. It's like we're losing
everything.
And black is, and white is the one with the initiative after the pawn.
No, this is over, guys. If he plays G3, and I have no doubt that he's going to play G3. It's just such a simple move.
Rook D7 is coming, Queen E6, and checkmates.
Agreed.
Christopher is on his way to finish this game, perhaps first.
Guys, I don't know if we're going to be seeing a handshake. I'm calling this wrong. I think we should get a break in before we see a handshake in this game. I don't think we're going to miss it. Yeah. We'll leave it on the screens for our viewers. But as we do take a break, anything that our audience needs to know about the upcoming break?
Yes, as we go to break, Begim asks the girls about their psychological approach to a major tournament. So take a look and we'll be right back.
How do you approach the psychological aspects of chess, such as handling pressure and maintaining focus in crucial moments of the game?
If my opponent's really looking in one side, I'll oh, they're probably thinking more here. If they have too much pressure that they'll start getting nervous, it makes me more confident. I still have to be really careful, but I'll continue pressuring at them until the point that they're very tired and they'll blunder.
I make sure that I have enough time for important moments and try to take deep breaths when I'm under a lot of pressure.
I try to just focus on playing good moves, and even if you lose, there's always going to be another game, and it's just not focused on the result so much.
Pressure-wise, I try to just focus on playing interesting games throughout the tournament. I try not to put too much pressure on myself for the result, and I try to just focus on playing good chess. And if I'm having a bad tournament, I'll try to see where I went wrong and mentally just reset in the middle of the tournament to try to do better.
I think a lot of it is in confidence. I think even if you're very good, without confidence, it's very hard to keep the focus. It's easy to start with self-doubt and then losing focus from that. So I think just making sure I believe in myself is enough for me.
Sometimes during crucial moments, I like to, stay hydrated. I often like to take a bottle of water with me to the round. And yes, I have to try to keep my thoughts focused. I think that's something I have some difficulties with. Sometimes my thoughts like to wander, like what I want to eat for dinner or something, and I'm trying to stay focused on the game. So yes, I have to work on that.
Most of the time I just breeze through it. I just don't pay too much attention. Just whatever my instincts tell me what to do, I just let it take over.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I've completely figured it out yet, but I think psychologically, for me, part of the most important thing is worrying about just playing good moves rather than the tournament situation or whether I need to win a certain game or not. Because of course, sometimes it is important based on the tournament situation to play for a certain result. But for me, I always try to win, and psychologically just not thinking about who my opponent is useful.
I think one piece of advice that I've found that's really helpful is just walk around during the game, especially during critical moments, that we can come back with a fresh mind.
I feel like since I've played for a very long time, since the age of 5, I think I naturally cope with the atmosphere. Like, I don't get too stressed when there are lots of spectators. And since I also play sports like tennis, I naturally am comfortable when others are watching, and I don't feel like it's any different than when no one's watching. So I wouldn't say I enjoy it necessarily, but I don't mind it.
The stages are set, the players are primed, the best of the best are ready to face off in the 2024 Grand Chess Tour. The top players in the world prepare to battle across 4 countries for a $1.5 million prize fund. Everything starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid and Blitz Poland. Then off to Bucharest for the Superbet Chess Classic Romania. The players then travel to Zagreb for the Super United Rapid and Blitz Croatia. The tour concludes with back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri, the chess capital of America, for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. 9 players will go in, but only one can be crowned champion. Who is prepared to make history? Get ready for the return of the Grand Chess Tour.
We are here to celebrate what the chess campus does and collectively make a difference to St. Louis through the artistic, cultural, and educational endeavors of chess. The St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame makes such a significant imprint throughout our community, and with your help, we will continue to grow opportunities of outreach and engagement.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Chirila, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Here is the place where we enjoy the game of chess of its beauty. To advance the cause of chess and to help St. Louis Chess Club to serve as a capital of the world of chess and to keep bringing new and new millions of new fans into the game every year.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 5, but let's take a look at our current standings. And we should start with the juniors.
Let's do it.
We have 3 co-leaders, Christopher Yu, Andy Woodward, and Justin Wang. And it's looking like Christopher's playing for a win his game.
And Brewington's on the outside looking in. And in the girls section,
We have a sole leader, Jasmine Su, who's been dominating the tournament so far. She has 3.5 out of 4. And 2 players are full point behind her, Yasmin Asani and Rose Atwell.
And in the senior section, we know the leader there.
Vladimir Akopian, he's been a leader for 3 days now, I believe.
Yes.
With 3.5 points. And Larry Christiansen chasing him full point behind. And after that, half of the field share in 3rd place.
Absolutely. Let's jump into the games as we have Christopher Yu versus Jason Liang. It's absolutely funny. Like when we got to this position, G7, G6, and you were saying to me, yeah, G2, G3 is a good move, but I'm looking for something more forcing. G3 is slow. Eventually, he kind of came back around and said, you know what? G3 is a really, really good move. I hate playing slowly like this, but I am looking at rook takes d7. I am looking at knight takes e6 check and rook to d7. And you know, Christian in the background said, yeah, and then you could play h4, h5. And I thought to myself, now that's playing it really slowly. And then we got to this position, and I suddenly thought to myself, you know what I should play?
Why not? Might as well checkmate.
You know, there's a lot to be said for h4 and h5.
It's not as slow as it looks because it's checkmate in 3 moves.
Exactly. It lands with force. The other problem is the highly desirable rook takes d7, rook takes d7, queen takes e6 check. At first blush, it looks really, really good until you see the move rook f7, and then you can start to think,
like
well,
keeps the extra piece.
Wait a minute. You know, like, why did I sacrifice a piece? The knight could come back to d8. I could start crying that I messed up.
We do have a move. Christopher played rook d6.
Rook to d6.
Which also looks very strong. It just shows that, yeah, he didn't sacrifice anything yet. He's not threatening checkmates, but what is black going to do? Black is paralyzed.
It feels bad. Knight takes e6, queen takes c6 is one way of winning a pawn.
And h4, h5 still.
And h4, h5 hasn't run away.
Very good.
This looks like white all day. I mean,
I think black will probably play rook e8 just to avoid knight e6 ideas.
Which one?
F. So I don't
rook
give it the d7.
Yeah.
And just h4, h5 and Papa and uncle.
Yeah, that's it. That's how it works. I think Brewington dodged a real bullet. During the break, I got a chance to talk to Darush, Grandmaster, who is helping our production, thanking him for joining us. I know he's got a lot of duties at SLU University these days, but it was just this moment, and you see this move, Bishop F2, which, by the way, Arthur made after considerable thought, and you think to yourself, whoa, 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 if I could plant a knight on d6,
So immediately knight b5?
it's game over. And then you say to yourself, well, why didn't he play knight b5? And I'm sure Arthur was calculating d4.
Okay, let's take a look.
But I think he overlooked the impact and the power of this exchange sacrifice. Rook takes, we were talking about Tigran Petrosian as one of our heroes.
He inspired
Exactly.
these exchange sacrifices.
These exchange sacrifices. Let's just imagine King e7. Not the only move, of course, but just imagining King e7. Would you play Bishop takes d4? Would you play Bishop f8? Would you play Knight
Bishop
takes e4?
f2 looks good.
Bishop f2 or Bishop takes d4. All of these, this knight is just so dominant.
And the black's king in the center.
And the black king in the center. I think Brewington dodged a bullet. If
So
he
Bishop
had
f2
played
looks too slow.
right, if
But-
he had played knight b5, it would have been. And
Yeah.
again, thanks to Darish for pointing that one out to me. A big miss. Still whites for choice, but
Not by much.
Not the domination.
Not by much. Not by much. no.
Not the dominating. Take a
Just to
look,
give you the
please.
engine's eval and assessment
Sure.
after that knight b5, it's around +2.
Plus 2.
Yes, +2. And the idea is once you take on e3, I'm not going to recapture and allow you to exchange the queens with queen to d4. That makes absolutely no sense.
Right.
What I will do, however, I will block you
Back.
with knight to d6. I'm still attacking your
Rook.
exchange, but also with this knight on d6, once I play f5, open up the f file.
Right.
This is all she wrote, guys,
Yeah.
because the king opens up. I have a clear target, and it's going to be extremely difficult for you to defend against that. The king is not safe on f8, and the rook on h8, it's not playing right now. You're
Right.
basically playing without a rook. I don't even have to hurry with the move f5, because my question is, how are you going to involve all of your pieces into play? So big moment, big opportunity. He did not play it. Bishop to f2. Losing a tempo, right?
For what
How
reason?
crucial a single tempo can be in a game of chess. Bishop to f2 castle, and in fact right now the engine is saying that it's either triple zeros or slightly better for black.
That's a big bishop on e4, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, now it says slightly better for white. It always changes, now black to slightly better for black after a bishop to b4. So the two bishops, the bishop on e4, the bishop potentially on a b4 as well, and I finally got my king to safety.
Right.
It's been a while. I've been trying to get that king to safety. I have to deal with all these f5 sacrifices I really don't like. But right now, I'm finally primed to do so. Because if you go f5, I just simply take on d4. I also have the opportunity to go queen e7, a bit dangerous, but just simply taking on f5, this makes a lot of sense. It does seem like finally black perhaps is in control right now.
Yeah, the worst is definitely over for black.
Behind, absolutely.
Wow. Lovely. Nice variations that f5 that you showed after
Should
the
we
exchange.
go back to Christopher's game? Because I
Yeah.
think he's very close to winning. He did play h4.
Let's. Ooh, they're
Or this
playing
is our
very
analysis.
quickly.
He's enjoying.
So, rook to
He's
d6.
enjoying this position right now. I can tell you that much.
Rook to f6.
Oh,
Queen. Take. Oh.
Queen c6. That's beautiful.
That is a pretty move. Oh my goodness. Queen takes c6.
That is
and
over.
Rook takes d8. And the whole point is, obviously you can't go king to g7 because I win back the queen and I'm a piece ahead. But blocking, no, I hate those
That is
royal forks.
Winning in style.
It is
Winning in style.
resignation time after rook takes f8.
Rook takes f8.
By the way, knight takes e6 also.
Not bad.
Wins very easily. yes.
Not bad.
But rook takes f8 just.
And here we're going to see a handshake after the move knight takes e6.
This is the quickest finish we've had thus far in all 5 rounds.
It feels like this is the shortest victory.
And I'm pretty sure that was number 2
Reason?
in 5 reasons to watch today's show.
Like who will block the logjam of the juniors?
No.
Who will break out?
Will players play faster to start the rest day sooner? So perhaps he's trying to start his rest day quicker.
Well, didn't we have a reason for the juniors too? Like who would break out?
Yes.
So that was two and
Who's
one.
going to break the logjam?
Who's going to play faster?
Exactly. Well, Christopher, you so far.
So our viewers get 2 reasons. Reason number 5. Reason number 5.
Let's see. Reason number 1. Maybe we can get that in. Yes, sir.
Our congratulations to Christopher. He comes in as the top seed. Won the junior championship 2 years ago. Mishra won it in his absence, and Christopher is looking to get back into the U.S. championship. As is Andrew Woodward.
I think we should check one game we haven't seen yet. It's
Which one is
Megan
that?
Paragua against Rose Atwell, because Rose is in 2nd place in the girls section.
Okay. And by the way, like the juniors, would the girls champion also get a seed into the ladies?
Yes, absolutely.
Championship? Okay, so where am I looking?
I think you passed it.
No way.
Yes.
Are you sure?
We used to have a Dwayne Barber scholarship. Do we still have that?
Yes, of
Higher.
course. Where are we?
Keep scrolling up, and there we go.
Oh my gosh.
Megan against Rose.
Okay, so this game we haven't seen. We're going to do it very fast. A lap in Sicilian with c3, quickly getting to an isolated queen pawn. This reminds me of the Garry Kasparov deep blue match, the first one where that was played in Philadelphia, not the one that Garry won. Everybody remembers the one he lost. Nobody remembers the one he won. And he said at the closing ceremony of that one, he felt like that all of the computer programmers in the world had a trophy case with his head on it.
Oh my God.
All the computer programmers wanted to do was beat Garry Kasparov. What do we have here? Now see, who's better and why?
Quite comfortable. I have the bishop pair. I'm developed farther. I've already castled. And there's some holes in the position, c5 and e5.
Right.
I'm not saying black is much worse. Black also has very good outpost on d5.
Right.
Black squared bishop on d6 is nice. But also mainly the pawns on a6 and c6 could be especially pawn on c6, probably will be the target in this game.
I have issues. I don't know exactly how I'm supposed to address them. Imagine I just make a quick move, fast move, rook a7. What's the idea of rook a7? Well, as simple as it appears to be. I want to defend my queen, and I want a castle.
Rook c1.
The rook on a1 to c1, I'm assuming. You have a choice there. I'm out of dodge. Yay, I'm a hero.
So on bishop f6, are you going to take with the pawn?
Yeah, I am going to take with the pawn. Although the reason I played rook a7, truth be told, is that I didn't want to lose an exchange. In a bishops of opposite color, I could convince myself that maybe...
You can give up one pawn and hope to survive.
But I'm a pawn grubber. I would never.
Never.
Never do it. Pawn takes, I'm hoping that my pawn shield, compromised or otherwise, is enough of a defend.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can agree white is better, but...
Absolutely. We can agree that white has targets in the position, targets everywhere, but black may be able to consolidate and
still a long way to go.
Long way to go.
Check in with Alice. I think she managed to outplay her opponent and get some advantage.
Oh, well, Chloe was playing really great chess.
How did the pawns get
How
doubled?
did it happen? When we left it at these parts, knight c5, knight f2, bishop. I think that was the last move that we had. And they did play.
It's very surprising. White take with the pawn?
Wow, what a recapture. What a strange recapture, I want to say. You're giving white, you're seating white a passer.
What?
And Alice was quick to say, thank you.
That was the whole point of getting rook b8, to try to take it with the rook back, attack the pawn on a5. You should never take with the a pawn.
I think Chloe just had one of those moments where she convinced herself that it was okay to do what she did. And now Alice is she's got a great
It's a long-term positional advantage now.
Right. And the one weakness in Alice's position is the pin. So you move the rook in order to move the king, and once I get a knight d3, well, we're cooking.
But think about it this way. Quality of the pieces right now. Knight on b3, untouchable.
Beautiful
Supporting
knight.
the pawn on a5.
Beautiful
Supporting the rook on c1.
Yep.
Also completely dominating the knight on d7. Let's say the bishop takes on f2.
Yep.
I take back. Now we have knight versus knight. Your knight on d7 completely controlled by my knight and the pawn. That pawn on a5 is money in the bank.
Yeah. Wow. The move a6 takes b5 has given Alice a new lease on life. We saw it in her earlier game where her relief, it was almost an emotional, palpable moment.
We all felt it.
Yes. And here again, she's kind of been gifted a chance to climb back into the tournament, and we'll keep an eye on that one.
Let's check Balaji's game against Justin Wang, because everything has been traded. We're down to this end game.
So it's an exchange.
So they did go for that exchange.
Knight and pawn.
For the rook.
Okay, so we'll just quickly go through. Apologies, as he did go for that exchange sacrifice.
But then queens also got traded.
Okay. And it kind of feels like a two-result game about this moment.
Sure.
I mean, yeah.
But I think it's closer to a draw than it is to a win, right?
Agreed. With just pawns all on one side, knights are actually pretty darn good. They can, you can double the rooks on the 7th rank and go for a weakness. And then black could put a knight on h6, and you think to yourself, ugh, can't break through, right?
Yeah, it won't be easy.
Does look like Justin should be able to hold. Douglas Root versus Alex Shabalov. Remember when we saw the move Queen A4? That was such a misdirection move that, and we did see knight B8. How could you not play E4? Doug has a lot of explaining to do. He didn't play E4.
Well, he kept making black's pieces worse, so that's good.
Hey, he won
good
the pawn.
Excuse for not playing E4.
That's a great excuse. Maybe he doesn't have any justification. Wow, look at him go. He's still nursing an extra pawn. Hey, maybe it's not.
Opposite color bishops, though, so if black manages to trade some pieces, maybe they'll be able to hold.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think Shabalov will be okay after bishop f6. What do you think?
His pieces are quite active. I like the rook on c3, knight on b4.
Yeah, I would love to play the move
White
e2,
knight
e3.
is awkwardly placed.
Truly. Yeah, truly awkwardly placed.
Yeah, maybe Doug's advantage kind of fizzled. I mean, he has an extra pawn, but...
Okay, but I mean, he's the one...
Win?
Maybe. We're going to find out in the next move or two. Just give me a move for Shabalov for the moment, because I'm not seeing it. At first, I thought bishop f6 was a good move.
Well, Doug hasn't played
Oh, sorry.
rook d1 yet.
I want to play rook d1.
Bishop f6 looked very good.
I thought so too, but then I got waylaid. I saw the move knight to g4.
Okay.
You can't take with the bishop.
Bishop g7 for now.
For now. Yeah, and then it's sort of like, okay, e2, e3, or maybe knight to g4.
And
Knight to
you might
e5, sorry.
be able to keep that pawn on e5?
Yeah, that's exactly. You could play h5, knight e5, but maybe that's not what you want. It feels like Doug has reason to be hopeful. And by the way, we do see the move rook on e1 to d1. Are clock times a factor in this one, I see?
Well, Shabalov, as always, has less time on the clock. He has 35 minutes against 1 hour and 2 minutes.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one. Shall we see some of our marquee matchups?
Yes, let's check with Andy. Has there been any updates in the game of Andy Woodward against... Balaji's game is over. against Justin Wang. It ended in a draw.
That was the one where we saw the exchange
end game.
sacrifice with the end game. And very nice exchange sacrifice. Intriguing game, for sure. I can't find...
Also, we can check in with
Iris.
Zoe if you like. Zoe Tang against Rachel Lee.
Yeah.
Zoe was in trouble earlier, but now it looks like Rachel's completely winning.
Zoe Tang.
With
Yes.
those pawns.
Remember when we left it after d4 and we thought, oh, row. White's pieces kind of looked jumbled and there was a weakness on e3. Well, it didn't actually
Rachel
get
kept
better.
Improving her position, and
Wow.
the pawns are unstoppable.
It looks really, really good for
Wait, which one would you
Rachel.
push?
Both.
Both at the same time.
Right? I just push them.
We'll
let's
go with
see.
d3 just to not trade them and keep White's queen cut off.
Critical question. Can we take the pawn on c4 though?
I didn't even consider that because it shouldn't work.
Everything on the first rank.
But sorry to interrupt you, Yasser. We
Please.
have Kostya with the tournament leader, Christopher Yu.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with Grandmaster Christopher Yu, who just won his game against Jason Liang. Christopher, congratulations.
Thank you.
What were your overall thoughts on the game?
I think he got unfortunate that he ran into my preparation today. I had prepared this very well. I had played this before as black, so that's why I knew what to do against it too. I think the line might be a bit dubious. I felt like the moves came so naturally for me. Rook d2, rook d1, queen e1, knight e4. Everything went perfectly today, like a dream. I couldn't have had more of a ideal game, but of course every game doesn't go like this. Today was my lucky day, and I also felt like I was on good form.
Yeah, you're just mentioning to me, so here you played this move rook d2. You're still in your preparation here. Move 15.
Yes.
And then black played f5 and ef6, rook f6. And you said you prepared until which point, actually?
I mean, here it is. I think I decided to en passant. I mean, otherwise he has the pawn on f5 looks like a pretty good defensive tool for him. But with this cool move called en passant, I can capture it.
Very nice.
Yep. He took. I played bishop e4, so I'm thinking, okay, if he plays d5, I just go back. And now he has the backwards pawn on e6.
All right, so you're happy to...
Yeah, I'm happy to provoke that. Maybe if bishop e4, obviously knight e4, and everything collapses. So, okay, queen c7, natural.
Yeah.
And here, I think I had the right plan in mind.
Right, takes.
I took. This has to be such a natural move. Who doesn't play rook hd1, attacking the d7 pawn? Right. Also, if he plays d5, now this e6 pawn, that's a backwards pawn. It can't, pawns can't move backwards. So I can maybe do some maneuvering around, and it's probably like slightly better for white or better for white. But he played rook d8. You don't want a big heavy piece defending a smaller piece, like the rook defending the pawn. Generally, you don't want such a valuable piece just tied down to defending the pawn. That's kind of a unfortunate job for the rook.
Yeah.
And now this is my
very nice.
This was my favorite move of the game. Yes, queen e1.
Yeah. Explain this one. What was the point here?
So with rook f4, I have takes queen e6.
Oh, nice.
With the king f8, rook d7. If d5, knight e4. Yeah.
And just everything hangs. That's very nice.
Yeah. Wait.
Yeah, Rook D8,
Yes,
Queen
yes.
E1.
Queen E1. I was thinking maybe he should try Queen C6 or something, but it's not. It's very unpleasant.
So,
I'm just very very like I can just play a move like G3.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Christopher, let's check out the end of the game just because I want to show the fans just the absolutely gorgeous finish. Knight G5, Queen E4, and then Knight C6, Rook D6, Rook F6, and you saw this one coming from a mile away.
Oh yeah.
C6.
I think he just blundered that, but this position isn't really
Looks very bad.
Looks very tough for him.
Yeah.
My knight on G5, Rook on D6, Queen on E4. All of the pieces are in their ideal coordination. Basically, it's everything is in perfect harmony.
Yeah, position looks beautiful, and then, as it often happens, gets crowned with just
this has to be one of the most dream games that I have. Before today, I did not expect a game to go this smoothly. Like I thought, even as Maurice Ashley said, I remember there was a funny interview by Maurice Ashley, and Magnus got 7 out of 9, and he's like, "Oh, you keep winning against the best players in the world, but it's not smooth. You're not smooth enough."
Today was smooth. Christopher, now 4 to 5, clear first. What will you do for the rest day tomorrow?
Rest, I guess.
Just rest.
Pray for the best, but pray I don't wonder. I've been playing well so far. I'm playing on good form, but I've prepared well for the tournament.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, hope to see it continue, Chris. Congrats again, and I'll throw it to you guys back in the studio.
Congratulations, Christopher. A harmonic convergence indeed, as all of Christopher's pieces cooperated in beautiful harmony as he takes clear lead. Still, players can join him. I wanted to... Christian. Jumping over to you, Andy's game.
Absolutely. A lot of developments in this one. Take a look. Queen to C8 was foul. Remember when that move was very, very important. He did play Queen takes C8, Rook F8. Now all of my pieces are playing an active role in this position, including this ugly-looking bishop, because it does cover a lot of important squares. That's why, with his next move, he's trying to exchange that bishop. I will take it. But now the rook invades, and it's very important. What would you play in this position? Let me see if I can try to hide. Yes.
Bishop B5?
Bishop B5, great move. Would you take here on E2?
I definitely consider it.
Yes. You know what the assessment is after rook to E2?
We can see the evaluation bar shut up, so...
Around +3 or something like that.
I would never have guessed that.
Exactly, because it's a very hidden move.
Wow. No.
Rook's getting trapped.
The rook is getting trapped. Forget about taking back the pawn on A5, taking on D5,
knight B6.
Knight B6, all sorts of craziness happening. No. This is the move that
C1
more or less
rook
finishes
E2.
the game. Yes. But it's easy to miss.
Totally.
This was the first thing I was looking at when I was going through the variations. Knight C4, what if I take the pawn on E2, right?
Right.
Very bad move, and hopefully for Andrew, he will not fall into this trap, because if he does, rook to C1 is going to end the game. Bishop to B5, and he's in full control. In fact, it is Andy who's having huge difficulties equalizing this position. Because, look, you're going to take on A5 at some point. Maybe rook takes A5 right now, take. But then bishop takes C2 comes, knight to C3.
Now we're talking.
So many ways. Look, again, the quality of the pieces.
Andrew's position.
Bishop versus bishop, much better.
Knight.
Knight versus knight, much better. Rook versus rook, much better, right? So you have absolutely
only the kings are
I'm not sure. Yours is getting attacked. Knight takes C2. Yours is viciously attacked. I'm not sure. But yes, it's looking great if he finds this move, bishop to b5, not the only move, by the way.
I'm sure.
But the other ones are a bit awkward, just to get out of this pin with rook a7, rook a6. Again,
Slow.
it's too slow, right?
Yeah,
we
bishop-
might as well try to force some exchanges with this move,
I
a
agree.
bishop to b5. So if he plays it, full control.
Christian, you're not going to believe this, but you actually have a lot of fans in the world online, and a lot of them ask, what do you do? What do you do during the breaks? When you're not on camera. We've got the answer for the fans.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes.
Again? My goodness.
I mean,
I
you
will
just got to
never
practice
do-
your moves. You got to practice your moves. You got to get it in the rhythm. It's all about...
This is me listening to your stories. This is me listening to your stories.
You can understand me, everybody, how difficult it is to bring Christian into higher consciousness.
I think he's meditating here.
It's that higher consciousness stage.
trying
when
to-
he gets in the zone.
I'm trying to visualize the moves.
Yeah, baby.
Then
You got the moves. You got
I
the
thought I
moves,
was going to
Christian.
see some kung fu
Ooh,
moves.
well, he's got the jiu-jitsu moves too, but those are for the diamond
my goodness.
members. Anyway, I want to turn our attention to the game between Omya and Jennifer Su.
Jasmine Su,
Jasmine, sorry.
who is a sole leader in the girls section.
Right, and I was really stunned by Black's move. I don't like the move she chose one bit. She played the move f5, and to my eyes, this is a mistake on several levels. The first is this idea that this knight on d6 is really, really strong. And I would want to get rid of the knight. I would love to play knight
very good.
f5. And, I'm wondering why we put the rook on a3, by the way, because knight f5 would have come with the threat of knight takes g3. In short, I would want to get rid of the knight. But the other problem with f5 is this x-ray attack, right?
I think her
En
idea
passant?
is, after en passant, maybe she calculated queen takes d6, getting rid of that knight.
Okay.
But here's the problem. Take on g7, king g7.
Yeah.
And are you ready for this next move?
b4.
b4, of course, you saw it immediately. There's
Yeah.
bishop b2 coming.
Whenever you see this construction of, the king on the diagonal, long diagonal, bishops love the long diagonals like magnets. The bishops just gravitate towards them. That was a nice move. At first, what I thought was queen takes, but you're
Rook
about to
F6.
tell me rook f6 and I come up empty-handed?
We can pick up a lot of pawns, but
Like, for example, check,
take on h5.
and I take a pawn. I had
I think
ideas.
This is also interesting.
Maybe interesting, but I like your solution a lot better than mine. First of all, I like the two bishops, but I especially, this bishop, you have to put your pieces to work. You have to get everybody on script, right?
Yes.
And that move b4 followed by bishop b2, that's a great line. And by the way,
Okay, if
clock
I saw my
times-
opponent play b4, I would start crying. Omya has 30 minutes and Jasmine 47. So no time trouble yet, but
But our tournament leader in trouble.
if
in
Omya
this one.
finds this line, she's in big trouble.
Wow. Okay. But yeah, I didn't like her decision for f5, and she could easily be punished. Christian, I hate to take you away from your rhythm steps. But what you got for us?
Well, I would assume you guys are going to ask me about the assessment after f5.
Would you please tell us the assessment?
Yes, the assessment is really bad, as
It's
you
really
guys
bad?
have guessed. E takes f6 seems to be close to winning. In fact, after rook takes f6, a knight to e8.
That's
Very
a
powerful
nice
move.
one, yeah.
Very powerful move, picking up the dark square bishop, and if you lose that bishop, you're in deep trouble, because everything is destabilized after that around your position. So, this one, not looking great. If she takes on f6, important move.
Right.
Let's take a look at not this one. It seems like Joel is having a good time, and this is a game that we haven't seen very
Our
much.
defending champion, Melik.
Joel Benjamin versus a Melik set. And this one, after c takes d4, seems to just simply be winning for Joel.
Whoa,
The idea being that once you take, queen to e4, once we opened up the d file,
Rook
rook
to
ad1 is
d1.
coming, right? You have
That's
so many
huge.
pieces first of all, how... Also, am I a pawn up?
Yes.
I'm just simply a pawn up as well.
Yeah, my favorite living condition. Yeah.
So you're barely surviving on the d file, and you're also pawn down. I have the pawn and the compensation. Yeah, this one is looking really bad. And let's see where it all went wrong. g6 seems to have been already a mistake. Queen f3 just weakening the dark squares, and now I'm going to be able to utilize my dark square bishop around the king, try to put a lot of pressure. Bishop g5, that's exactly where he's headed to. Bishop f6, d4. And now it's high time to try to get rid of the bishop on f6. Give me two more moves, queen f4, queen h6, you get checkmated.
Right.
So you have to be fast. That's why we've seen this pawn sacrifice. But yeah, I mean, he's in full control right now. Melik set in deep trouble. The only thing that can save Melik set right now is the inaccuracy of Joel.
Right.
If he stays accurate and precise, he has this in the bag.
Absolutely.
Let's stay with the seniors. There's an interesting game going on between Igor Novikov and Julio Becerra. Julio also has 2 points out of 4, and he's currently sharing third place.
This was the Benoni where we saw, folks, if you're joining us late, shame on you, but we saw an absolutely amazing move here by Igor Novikov. Talk about moves outside of the box. If I had given this position 100 times to grandmasters, I'm just very curious how many would have guessed b7, b6, b7. Certainly not myself. And let's pick up the pace a bit as we get to the current position. So Julio sacrificed a pawn for what we think is really great activity. And it is great activity. C5, c4, and he's dreaming that this bishop was running out of squares. So and he captures.
B takes c4.
He did?
No, I said if you take b takes
Please.
c4, knight takes c4, and Julio's winning more than a pawn here. I think he's going to win a lot of material on the diagonal.
Ooh, so if I did something gross.
Knight f1.
Knight f1, you're going to take?
Probably, and go bishop d4. Oh, you're going to take with the queen.
I'm doing my best not to lose too much material, but I'm fearful that this is going to be very unpleasant. I mean, this is great.
Maybe f5 should be winning or something
Bishop
like that.
b5, bishop rook b1 and bishop b5, f5. f5, I might be just in time to get my king out of dodge. Not that I'm...
Maybe
by the way,
survive here, so instead...
We do have a different, altogether move.
Queen d2.
Why invite the knight into position? Queen takes d2. This is happening very quick. Are the players in time trouble?
No, they are both around 35, 40 minutes.
Okay, so...
Julio did play queen d2. I think he's calculated this forcing line.
And let's say I take with the rook, or what's the forcing line? You tell me.
Bishop takes d2.
Okay.
C takes b3.
Okay.
Rook takes.
Okay.
Rook takes.
Rook takes or knight c4? Rook takes. Okay.
I think we'll start with rook takes.
Okay.
Bishop takes. Now question is, do I include rook b8 or do I just go knight d3?
Okay, you told me there was a forcing line.
Well, both are forcing.
Okay, which one is the more forcing? Which one did you like?
Rook b8.
Rook to b8, okay.
Sorry, Darius is helping me. He said knight d3.
Knight to d3, excellent move. Love it. What am I supposed to do?
Rook e2.
Rook e2, because now you've got bishop to d4 checks, and now you've got rook b8. This is the moment.
A8 is also very good here.
Rook a8. Look, I'm a pawn up, which is really, really strange, but my pieces are all wrong. It's like my knight on g3, the first rank is weak. What are my bishops doing? Like, why is this bishop such an idiot?
So let's try to finish this one. H4?
H4, good.
I need to save my king somehow.
Exactly, so you make Luft.
Let's try to
find
the right path.
Luft.
Can I play bishop e5?
With or without check, because it's also very nice to have the king in a pin.
Sort of makes a lot of sense just to... Yeah, bishop b5 forces king h2 almost.
Or I was dragging...
Yeah, but knight f1, rook a1, right?
Knight F1.
Setting up even more
Rook
pigs.
A1. Setting up
Maybe
more.
Bishop B5
Yes.
as well.
This is really, really unpleasant.
There are so many pigs.
Oh my goodness.
And Julio's playing fast. They are going for this line.
So he did recapture, by the way, he did recapture with the bishop, and they are following.
And you can't take bishop b3 because I'll have immediate knight c4, I'm guessing. Yeah, and now I'm threatening not only bishop d4, but also knight a3. Yeah.
Everything. Wow. Why do people play the Benoni? Why do people play the King's Indian? We know strategically it's very risky. Well, the dynamics. This bishop, this dark square bishop, oftentimes is lurking an ambush. And when you see moves like bishop d4, you become a Benoni fan.
Oh, yeah.
It's like, it's that
And if
simple.
you're an aggressive player or you like to attack with black pieces, you need this kind of openings.
Exactly.
You don't want to play the Slav or the Queen's Gambit accepted.
You know, there was a really great joke in the chess world. You have to be a bit of an insider to get the full impact. But it was, we had in Holland, very strong player, Jeroen Piquet. And he liked to play the King's Indian defense. And the Dutch thought it was a great idea to send Jeroen to Victor Korchnoi for chess lessons. That Victor hated the King's Indian, and he convinced Jeroen he had to give up the King's Indian. Well, after a year of training, Jeroen gave up chess. He stopped playing chess because, hey, if you can't play the King's Indian, chess just isn't that much fun.
Wow.
I know, it's pretty bad. You take lessons for a
understand,
year.
I understand,
It's like-
sympathize with that.
Like chess is hard.
Yeah.
And you take away your one true love, the King's Indian.
If someone told me I can never play Caro-Kann again, I would consider quitting too.
Right, there you go. So we'll keep this game between Igor and Julio on tap, but tell me where I should go.
To Iris' game, Iris Mo. She was the girl who defeated Alice Lee in round 1.
Yes, she was. She was the hero of the round, and she was doing very well against Zoe as well. Where are you, Iris? There you are. And she has, my goodness, doesn't this look like a Caro-Kann to you?
It was a Caro-Kann, yes.
With the
Knight f6.
E takes f6 business. But didn't somebody win with white earlier in the tournament?
We've had a lot of Caro-Kanns this tournament, but not good results for black.
No. Well, with the exception of
Shabalov won the first
in
game,
the
yes.
first game. Rook to d8. I love white's position, by the way.
Coming.
Again, this king on the long diagonal, we can say it's immediately
Can black
attractive.
even defend the f6 pawn? Because there's rook f1 and...
Yeesh. This is looking suddenly incredibly grim.
Black, even though black pieces have room and squares to go to, they still look paralyzed.
Truly, the knight's not moving anywhere because of ideas knight d5. And I love this rook e3, rook f, pressuring the pawn on f6. This is one of those positions that you fall into at times as a player where you wake up and you realize you have no counterplay. Stop here just for a second and think about it, black's dilemma after the move bishop c3. After the move bishop c3, question you ask yourself, am I attacking on the king side?
For white or for black?
For black.
No, there is no attack.
There's no attack. These pawns are actually ready. Any h4, not necessarily that I can't take it, but after g4, I'm not winning on the king side.
Center is dominated by white.
Center's dominate. Am I playing b5, a5 anytime soon? No.
Nope, doesn't look like it. So black just has to sit back and wait.
And we know what white wants to do, pretty much what Christopher did. Harmonic convergence of the white pieces against the king. How do these players stack up in the tournament coming into today's round 5?
So Yasmin is in second place, sharing it with Rose. And Iris is in 4th place. So if she wins this game, she will surpass Yasmin and
jump over
and be in 2nd, maybe 3rd place.
And somebody please stop
Jasmine
Sue, and Iris is having a great event going into the rest day tomorrow. Rook to d8, bishop c3 looks really, really good. Christian,
yes.
What do you have for us?
I've been following this one, Arthur versus Brewington. And we've been chatting about it. We've said that Arthur really missed his chance.
Knight
to b5, beautiful move. He would have gotten the advantage. But after a castle, that's too late. No more knight to b5. And he played the move f5, which is something that I've already showed you. And I told you this is no longer possible.
It doesn't work.
For a variety of reasons. One of them being the best move in the position that was played by Brewington, queen to e7. Attacking the pawn on e5. This is what we have right now on the board. And I have to say, I'm not really sure what his plan is right now. Because if you go rook fc1 with the idea maybe queen takes e5, you go b4 and you take advantage of this pin. I'm not taking up your pawn. I'm going queen to g5. I have a bunch of ways I can get to your position, to your weak squares, especially this pawn on g2. And after queen to f1, potentially, and I can just simply go rook c8. Look at my pieces. Look at these two beautiful bishops. What are you doing on this side? You're overextending. You want to open up the f-file for me?
No,
thank you very much. Yes, I will use my rook as well. This pawn is hanging. The bishop on e4 is an absolute monster. In the position, this is bad news. He found it. He played the move queen to e7. My guess is that he wants to sacrifice with e6.
Right.
But then I just simply take. You cannot let these two pawns connected, so you cannot take on g6. You have to take back on e6. But now I just simply go rook e8, not the only move, just one of the many. Queen to f6 is also one of them. At some point, I will take on e6. I also want to go rook, queen to g5, excuse me. I'm also considering ideas of rook takes f2. You have to be very careful.
Yeah.
Very careful, right? So, I mean, the best move in this position is knight to c6, bishop takes f2, rook takes f2, queen takes e6, and basically play this position with the pawn down, fighting against this monster on e4 and everything that comes with it. So, this is not looking good for white, for Arthur. And by the way, Brewington, back-to-back victories.
I know.
Perhaps in this one, great chances. Absolutely, after queen e7.
Could you put that position on the board after e6 again for just a moment?
Yes.
Because here I flashed rook g3. Could he be thinking
maybe,
rook g3?
Maybe. But now I just simply go bishop takes f5 seems to be the better move right now.
Not so easy.
You
knight
take,
f5.
yes, rook takes f5. And now just simply king to f7.
I did all of this great efforts to open up the black king. And the result
in
is the
fact,
black
right
king
now,
is still safe.
rook to h6
Wait a
seems
minute.
to be equal, but I'm not very convinced. Bishop takes f2, rook to c1. You're barely hanging on, if you're hanging on by a thread. Very difficult to calculate. Very difficult, first of all, to get your rook all the way to
if I was
h6.
calculating this from afar, it looks like white's just losing.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I saw rook g3, it flashed, and I thought, well, maybe Arthur has some chance in that line.
Maybe
Looks like
this
his
is
best chance.
Look, at some point, there will be some desperation mode activated. And perhaps that will be it. Perhaps he will try to go for this e6 and rook to g3.
And just as you were mentioning, Brewington at that 2.5 score, he's a half a point out of first. We have 3 leaders in the juniors at 3. A win today, he goes into the rest day feeling really, really good and looking forward to his chances in the rest of the tournament. I noticed that Iris did play that very nice
Just to
move,
stay
bishop
with
C3.
the juniors,
Yep.
because you mentioned the leaders.
Yep.
Take a look at what's happening Andrew.
Bishop b5.
No rook takes c2. no rook takes c2. He thought for a little while. Probably he saw rook to c1 because he's a good player. And he played the move, the best move in the position, bishop to b5. How is this one looking from a practical perspective? Forget about the engine. Let's try to analyze it perhaps on your board. Yasser.
Let me see. This was the game of
Andy Woodward?
Andy versus
Andrew.
Because this is not easy. Again, I understand the engine is saying maybe 0.5, 0.7 within that range. But it's really, from a practical perspective, more difficult than that, it feels like.
Absolutely. Let me just
and look at him. He's not happy.
No.
He's really not happy. And the clock is ticking, 24 minutes against 36. That's going to become a factor very soon as well.
Well, okay, so I'm looking at the position and I'm saying the things that would be going through my mind is that after e4,
No, I would be looking
knight
at
c3,
trying to
I can forget about
yeah,
it.
trying to
Knight-
quickly simplify the position because in
Please.
this line you're showing, I want to resign.
There's no simplification.
Bishop d5 and knight e3.
Bishop d5,
I know I'm
ed5,
gonna have to play against a very good bishop.
knight e3.
Yes.
Now the question is, do I go for that or do I go for your b3 pawn? But you do have that knight c7 coming along.
That's what I was hoping for, to simplify with some forcing moves.
So now I cannot take on b3. I don't have time because
Then
of
rook
knight
a5
c7.
would hang.
But bishop takes e2. You said you're going to have to play against a terrifying bishop.
Knight takes, no, my rook's hanging, right? So rook
Let's say rook e1, right?
e1, bishop f3, knight takes b4.
No.
Oh, my knight's c2 and e3. I mean, you have the a pawn.
Have the a pawn. I have a good minor piece. It's
pawn,
not
strong
fun.
pawn.
It's not fun.
Oh, wait. In that exact
sorry.
position, I think I had
No, I have to
rook
do it again.
e3.
So how
If you
does
click on analysis, it will be saved.
it will be saved?
Never mind. It didn't work. Back to moves. Yeah.
Okay. We got here. You wanted to look at forcing moves.
Yes.
Bishop takes, pawn takes, knight e3, rook b2, knight takes. What did I do?
Bishop e2.
Bishop takes
Bishop e2,
Rook e1.
rook e1.
Bishop f3.
And you
knight
wanted
b5.
to take this one. I wanted to take this one, and you went here.
Rook e3 is my only hope.
Right.
And then trying to fix your pawn on a3 and not let it go farther.
Exactly.
So let's say
that's one way of struggling. Yeah. It feels.
if I go a4, you go rook e3, right?
It feels like it's going to be a losing
Still be
ending.
losing.
It feels
Bishop
like.
d5, let's say.
Well, just take it.
Oh, you want to take it?
And just put the bishop on this monster square, right?
Which
Then
forces
you
me to
activate
go
your
knight
rook.
a3. Yeah, this one is not looking
I
comfortable.
mean, this is. It's not exactly a joy.
Maybe you survive with absolute
needs-
best moves.
Yeah. Okay. That's one. Can Andy do better than that? Maybe not. By the way, maybe it's just like one of those really, really bad positions. If you don't mind, for me, I'd really like. Well, to get rid of this rook, if I could, may I try? Look to c1. Putting the immediate question.
So I can take and go knight c3. Oh, I can't. No.
Sorry, say that again.
I wanted rook takes c1 and knight to c3, but I blundered rook takes c3. No, I didn't.
You didn't, because you do
You're
have.
lucky.
Yeah, you do have a runaway problem child. So is that what you would like to do? Is go here?
Yeah, because if I get to take bishop c4 and have two connected passers, it's just game over.
It feels, and if we, God, this looks awful for me. If I'm taking, let's say, the white side of this one, I've got a weak pawn. And I think you're cruising. Although,
Unless there's something very concrete.
yeah, I can. I don't know. But a critical game for these two players, and we're going to show you exactly why. Look at the tournament standings.
Yes, Andy is currently in the sharing first place,
And he's trying to catch Christopher Yu, who has already won his game. Christopher's in the dugout, 4-0. He's a happy camper. And Andrew needs a victory in this game.
absolutely. But I have some updates. The
Please.
leader in the girls section, Jasmine Su, is in big trouble. She's playing against Omia, if we can pull up that game.
Okay.
Yeah, Omia's played all the best moves, including b4. So I'll
let
also
me
point
catch
out,
up
Omia
here.
has 1 point out of 4. Not a great start, but she's about to play
Wow.
role of a spoiler.
And she's playing it to perfection. Look at this move, B2, B4. And we're talking about this bishop on C1. Let's be clear. It's septilicus. It's a septic bishop.
Nice word.
That's what we called them in the barbaric Northwest. This bishop on C1 is in the sewer. Suddenly, B2, B4. Oh my goodness, look at this. Phoenix rising, bishop to B2, rook to D3. Who put that rook on A3? Is it rook slides over, hits the knight, king and knight on the same diagonal, and my goodness.
You know, fun fact, I actually used to be Omia's coach when she was very, very young. She was 7 years old.
Wow.
And if I was still her coach, I would be so proud of this play today, right now.
And
B4, yeah.
Just to think, you left her alone and she became a national champion. Amazing. Haven't seen her in ages. And look at how she's flowered.
Hope to see her in the women's championship in a couple of years.
Where's Omia from? Does she get a chance to play
she's
opportunities?
From San Francisco area.
Okay, by the way, Frisco is a great place for chess thanks to the mechanics there. By the way, E5 on the board. Jasmine trying her best to fight back, closing the diagonal if she can.
Temporarily.
And maybe on a good day, well, excuse me.
Everything has a downside in this position.
It truly does. I'm playing bishop B2.
Not even take on C5, right? Although that's also tempting.
Totally tempted by taking on C5.
She just took on C5?
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? Takes on C5, that's a tempo against the queen. Queen takes, what else? Bishop comes to B2. I'm starting to like rook C3.
Rook C3 also looked good.
I'm starting to really, really like the looks of takes on E5. Just have to be careful.
Actually, after Queen C5, Rook C3 might just be winning.
Oh, I beg your pardon. That's
7th rank.
much stronger.
Yeah.
Rook C3 because I've got bishop. I can't go back. I can't go back to E7.
Our audience can see the eval bar. Queen C5 was clearly a blunder. It's all the way on the top now.
Oh
it
my
looks
gosh!
Like
on my monitor, I don't see the eval bar. The viewers get to see it before I do. I thought
Rook C3 on the board.
Rook C3. That, my goodness! I mean, our tournament leader.
She's going down.
Wow, and that will open up.
And she had a great position earlier with the queen on D4. Yeah.
She did. She had I mean, because the bishop on C1 is coming out of nowhere, right? There was a pawn on B2. It was trapped.
Remember, I was asking you, how can white develop the queen side? Because the rook and bishop looked so bad, and now it's the rook and the bishop that are winning the game.
It's crazy.
So let's say queen to B6.
Queen to B6. Again, any moves back along the diagonal walks into bishop A3. Queen to A6.
Bishop A3.
Bishop A3. It's like one of those
Everything
position,
is with tempo, right?
The moves play themselves, right?
If you go rook F6, I can even play bishop E7.
I probably have to sacrifice at this point. Just go something like bishop F5 and close my eyes.
If you go rook C6, that's what I want here.
Yep.
Then I think queen D5, and I'm just should be checkmating.
That's a mate coming on F7.
Oof, 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 oof. It looks like a tragedy here, as Black's pieces are all wrong, and the king also exposed.
Alice is probably checking this game and thinking, this is my chance.
By the way, that's a bad habit, but do you guys get into that habit of looking at your competitors' games?
Of course.
Can't help it.
Can't help it, huh?
Yeah.
Like you're tied for first, and you got your eye,
Also,
one eye on your game and one eye on your
of
opponent's
course. We
game.
don't have to physically go over to their board. We usually have the monitors that display all the games. So that's where we check. Yeah. But I think one game's about to finish. Tang against Zoe Tang.
Rachel?
Against Rachel.
Lee?
What's happening here?
Oh, Zoe survived.
Wait, did Zoe save this game?
Yes. She was completely lost. How did that happen?
Whoa! 4 versus 4. It's a rook ending and a draw. Oh my goodness! This is where Rachel's pawns were just.
I think she got her lucky break because the last 2 games were so unlucky for her.
Oh, she sure did. She sure did.
Yeah, this is going to be a draw, but they might still play this out for a while.
That's for sure.
I think we should go to Alice, right?
Alice, where is Alice?
Because she's looking to take advantage of the missteps of the leader, Jasmine.
Alice is playing Chloe.
Yep, I am just, there it is. Okay, and when we left it, we thought
Chloe?
Alice was doing great.
Going down on the clock as well.
Right.
Alice 42 minutes, Chloe 13.
And check it out, Alice has just played it nicely. Rook C1, King F1, she's gotten out of the pin. She's threatening to win the game strategically on the spot with the move Knight D3. So Chloe had to captures King E7, and we're up
It's all
to
about
date.
that difference between the pieces, and especially between the knights.
Also
For
the pawn
example,
structure.
Yeah, the pawn
Yeah.
structure is that pawn on A5. Again, money in the back.
Well, for me, this knight ending, if we have the 4 rooks being traded,
Well, go
that's
back
just
one move. Let's show after rook takes C1 what would have happened.
back
After
here.
King F2, rook takes C1.
Yeah, rook takes C1, rook takes C1.
So
I
knight
would
end
have,
games are almost same as pawn end games.
yeah, but the whole point,
Let's say knight to C5.
yeah, the whole point is this passer, and where we get,
Knight D3.
yeah, these positions where this knight ends up having to play this role of babysitter, essentially, on the A pawn, and now that means that we can go and have our fun
On the king side.
on the king side.
You're
We
playing
might
with an
even-
extra piece, basically.
Yeah, I'm playing.
It's simple as that. You're
Yeah.
playing with an extra piece on the king side, and you have enough resources to use that extra piece on the king side.
Exactly. So this is strategically, well, it is a technically winning ending. Bishop takes, King D8. We've caught up with the players. What would be your approach
I'm
here,
looking
Nancy?
at A6 and trying to win the pawn on B5.
Oh, so
Oh,
you're
but I
being.
have to be careful to not lose my own A6 pawn.
So you're taking the materialist approach, which is that you want to win. See, I'm thinking that you're winning without.
So just bring the king closer.
Just bring the king.
King
I'm
E3.
thinking King E3, and I'm thinking that any knight endings
Should be winning, yes.
should be winning. And it's not exactly even clear to me what black needs to do here. Like, if I was
May
in
try rook C4.
rook C4, fair, because at least in this case, any trades could be deemed very beneficial. So I would play rook to D1, reminding there's some issues.
Be king C7. If I could put my king on A7, I would feel some relief that
A little
you're
bit.
not promoting your pawn.
Full stop. That's a very good
Do
idea.
have rook D5 here also.
Rook to D5. I was
Yeah.
reaching for the A pawn, but rook to D5. Very nice. I mean, essentially, white is playing almost a piece up because this pawn on A5 is that good. It's going to force black's pieces to babysit this pawn, and yeah,
Yeah,
I just think,
Chloe's suffering in this position because of her choice to retake on B5 with the pawn.
yeah, that was a long time ago. It was a bad move, and as you're saying, she's suffering the mistake that she made a long time ago. We saw when Joe was up a pawn against Melik set, is he still cruising?
Looks like it. We're in the rook ending.
A
He's not
rook ending.
technically up a pawn yet, but he's about to be. Or maybe he'll just have both rooks on the 7th.
Ooh, you
But
mean
is
something
it
like
that
rook to
simple?
C1?
Does black have no counterplay? I think rook C1 will be played. Black needs like 2 moves, and then they'll be fine.
Right? No, I
C1, rook B4.
think I'm just getting. I think I'm getting the rooks on the 7th rank, and that should be enough, right? I mean, sure, you could play rook to B4. You're not necessarily massive numbers of pawns behind. It's just the quality of the rooks.
I think I have to
right?
keep my rook on H4, so at least I don't lose the H7 pawn. So let's say I play B5 here.
Good move. And let's say I.
And my hope is that we end up in one pair of rook ending, let's say rook B8,
Okay.
Then maybe I'll survive down one pawn.
Right. I'm never going to trade a pair of rooks. I will play this position for a very long time.
H5. Gonna torture me for next 30 moves.
Yes. It may not last that long, actually. It may happen that I push your rook off the H file, and then I'll give you a rook check, and I'll snap this pawn. This does look like a technical win for Joel.
We have a queen sacrifice.
A queen sacrifice?
Yes.
Which game?
Arthur versus Brewington. This position, take a look at what happened in this one.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yes. So
Rook
after
to G3.
E6, it was queen to G5, not F takes E6.
Because of that rook G3 move, maybe.
Perhaps, perhaps. A bit surprising, because I do think that F takes E6 was giving black the better chances, but he had this queen sacrifice in mind.
Brew.
Rook to G3. Take.
Double exclam.
Double
Look
exclam.
at that.
Nice
Look
move.
at that.
Bishop takes, bishop to F2.
Yeah.
You don't want to play king H1 or king H2. Rook to C2 would
C2.
just finish the game, because you're losing G2 as well. Your king is getting mated. So what he had to do, which we're assuming is going to happen on the board, after rook to C2 is queen takes C2.
Right.
Queen takes C2, a bishop takes C2,
You gotta
bishop
take
takes
the
D4. It does seem like this one is going to peter out into a draw. Take,
No.
take. Yes, yes.
No.
It's always disappointing when fireworks end into...
This type of crazy games always peter out into forced draws. But it does seem like that's the trajectory for this one.
Well, I thought black was better after queen E7 and queen E5.
He was.
He had to play that precise F takes E6.
Yes.
Allow
And
rook
G3
G3
and rook takes G6.
You know, in practical game, if Bruce saw rook G3, maybe he just got scared because it looks a little bit dangerous.
Very easy for that, yes. Very easy to get
By
scared.
the way, I'm rather stunned by it, actually. The move rook C2 looks so beautiful. Why do I have to rush? Like, imagine I played a move like bishop to E5, and I want to play rook C2.
And to be honest, I'm not finding the winning advantage
Take on
after
F7
that
to
rook to
the check.
G3.
Yes.
Take on G6.
I just wanted to see this.
What?
Queen takes, queen takes.
Queen takes.
That's a lot of material, isn't it?
That's. Sorry, that went all together wrong.
Zoe
And
versus
Zoe.
Rachel Lee has finished in a draw as we expected.
So he escaped today.
Big escape.
Wow, big escape indeed. Just continuing this completely wild thought of
Yasser, you're a queen down.
for a rook and bishop, sir. And if I get to play rook takes G6, rook takes G2, I'll be a king.
Nobody believes you. Queen takes
In a
H5.
bullet game, I think black wins this, but in a classical game...
Queen takes H5.
Yeah.
No,
Queen takes H5.
We don't believe
Gosh
you, Yasser.
darn it. So I have no moves here? Okay, last
try.
Last chance
So-
saloon.
Is your threat rook G5?
No, my threat is rook C2.
Okay, rook's just still there.
Rook C2, and I'm wanting to play bishop to D4 and checkmate brilliantly.
Can I
Tick,
go
tick,
on
tick,
the
tick.
offensive? Queen B5?
What? Queen
I
B5?
want to sneak in on the 7th rank.
Queen B5.
Queen D7.
Sneak in on the 7th rank. Who invited you to the party? Wow.
Well, I have a queen, and queen's the best
Queen
attacker.
is the
so
best attacker.
So rook G5.
Yeah, rook G5.
Rook G5.
I was hoping G3 would be enough.
But can't I always go G4 and then H4 once you take?
Oh, very nice.
Probably.
Then I lost my G6 pawn, so...
It was a romantic idea.
Hey, would have worked against me.
Creative, profound,
Beautiful.
insightful. Thank you. More accolades. We have lost touch with our senior champion, or
Leader.
about to be senior champion, and
Calling
the
it
leader. Vladimir Akopian versus Jesse Kraai. When we left it, we were all a wonder. We thought this was just a beautiful, beautiful play by Vladimir. He had a very great positional bind, this knight on c4, dominating a bishop. And we thought he was doing great, profound things.
Yeah, he's been outplaying Jesse for the last 3 hours, feels like.
Truly, truly.
And increasing his advantage bit by bit.
But Jesse, the alternative to resigning is hanging in there as best you can. And he's doing his best attempts at hanging in there.
I think it's now time to win the pawn. Queen a3.
Queen a3. Can we win a pawn? Queen a3, rook c6.
Ooh.
What? Both. Thanks for the
there's
warning.
Also e5.
Thanks for the warning. No, queen a3.
Yeah, rook
no.
c6, I take on a6.
Sorry, a brain infarction. Queen a3
you
wins
need your
a pawn.
knight on b4 to defend both.
Exactly, and the knight is not anywhere close.
And I
so
think he just played queen a3.
well, for Vladimir, this would be, you know, a dream start. 4.5 out of 5, while also going through the field of Larry Christiansen, Alexander Shabalov, those two being key rivals. Wow. But let's interrupt ourselves and toss it to Kostya with Zoe Tang.
Thanks, Yasser. Here with Zoe, who just drew her game against Rachel Lee. Zoe, welcome to the studio.
Hello.
How's it feel to be back playing in St. Louis?
I mean, it's great. This tournament's always very nice, very fun to play.
Cool. And tell us about your game today.
All right, so I had the white pieces. I was hoping for a bit more, but we start off with this Queen's Indian thing, and A3 is a line that I don't usually play. I think it's my first time playing it, and basically the idea is to stop Bishop B4 check, and you get just a different type of setup. So she went for this. She went for pawn takes d5. I think the main line is to play knight takes, and then after knight takes, white plays e3. And then you get some sort of set up in the center where there's tension, and it's interesting to play. We play pawn takes, and so then we got into a hanging pawn structure in the center, where the thing about this structure is that of course black is the one with the dynamic chances, but in the long term the pawns will be some sort of issues. Okay, and then I feel like I might have messed up somewhere because she got this d4 break in, and it's actually pretty annoying to play against here because my knight on f4 is always hanging, so I can't take, and then black's starting to take me. So I played queen b3, and I didn't end up liking my position very much. I don't know exactly where I messed up, but yeah, so in this position here, I already kind of didn't like my position very much. And then she played this c3 and then this knight c4, which I did not see at all. Basically, I can't take on c3 because knight takes d2. And even though I take...
Oh, wow. Let's look at this. So take...
Knight takes f3.
Check.
And then no matter where I go, just the rook takes c7. And then black is like up material here because rook and 2 pieces for the queen.
Yeah.
So I did not want to go into this. But also it's hard because my knight's hanging, my bishop's loose, like everything's just a problem here. So I ended up playing knight takes c4, bishop takes, rook d3, and I was a bit surprised at how when she played queen takes c4, because queen takes c4 in the endgame is just equal-ish, although I guess black doesn't have much to push for either. So then we play queen takes c4, and then the endgame is just equal-ish, and then we ended up drawing. I'm pretty sure I messed up somewhere, but I don't know exactly what I did wrong.
Right. Yeah, it seems like a bit of a escape. We got 2 out of 5 right now. Got a rest day tomorrow. Any thoughts on how you can try and get a high placing in the tournament?
I mean, at this point, I'm not thinking about the tournament anymore. I'm just playing each game as it goes on. I'm basically going to try to forget about the past 5 rounds and then just start over like it's a new tournament after the rest day.
Cool. I think that's a great mindset. Zoe, we'll wish you the best of luck. Throw to you guys back in the studio.
Thank you.
Thank you. And for Zoe, that was a lucky escape. This is the
Tournament leader, Jasmine Su, not looking very happy as she is about to lose her first game in the tournament.
And there we have it, the handshake, in fact. And what a turnaround, because I was thinking she was winning.
Yeah.
Seriously, I thought that...
she had a great position.
She did.
But then
But she
Omia
let it slip.
got her chance, and then she played brilliantly. With the b4. Finding b4 is not that easy.
Exactly.
And what was the main reason why you should be watching today's broadcast? Do you remember that? Yes, sir. Maybe we have something to remind us of that.
Who was going to play faster?
I think this was the number one reason to watch. Yes, sir.
Amya Vidyarthi.
Beautiful.
Okay, beautiful.
See? See?
Flawless.
Took me 3.5 hours.
Flawless.
But Amya, congratulations, as she upset our tournament leader. And let's see.
I think this game is about to... Well,
This is the bishops of opposite color.
This one is about to finish in a draw.
Arthur looks like, okay, what's on Netflix?
well, it's a draw, but they'll still make a bunch of moves before they find the 3-move repetition.
By the way, Balaji Daggupati did finish his game against Justin Wang, and that finished in a draw.
Right.
All right. How's Alice doing?
Alice is doing great. She has got her pawn to a7, which is quite the accomplishment, I want to say. Again, all of Chloe's pieces are going to have to play.
Challenge you a little bit.
Yes.
Are you going to lose that a7 pawn?
Maybe.
I don't like that White's knight all of a sudden became passive on c1 and Black's knight. I thought she was going to take with the rook.
I think Alice is basically. Let's imagine that Alice has analyzed
King c7
and calculated, because that is one of the things I have to admire Alice, that she is a great calculator. Let's imagine that she calculated all of this.
Let's trade on d3.
Let's trade on d3.
Go king b6.
Let's go king b6. Let's go f4.
f6.
That's a darn good question, right?
How are you going to win this?
For some reason, I was literally going king e4, king takes e5. But this is, wait a minute, this is...
And don't forget, I do have an extra pawn on the queen side, so...
Well, yeah, and...
I thought you were going to go take b4, but then it's just a draw.
I thought so too. But this I could end up actually losing as white. That is not what Alice has calculated. No. Alice has calculated something brilliant.
Rook a5, maybe she wants to take both b pawns for the a pawn.
Alrighty, let's go in that direction. Rook to a5. King has to go to c7. I mean, there's just no other choice.
Rook b5, king c6.
But this is not exactly what I would call clean.
But I think that's what she wants.
She wants
it must be what she wants.
She just played rook a5, yes.
She just wants to be a pawn up. Look, it's easy to say with the engine maybe there's better ways, but psychologically it feels so much better when you're a pawn up.
Girls just want to have fun. Girls just want to be a pawn up.
Girls just want to be a pawn up. Boys too, by the way.
King
and
c7.
Chloe reached in time trouble as well, so it won't be that easy for her to hold this endgame down a pawn.
True.
While technically it might be holding, she's also going to be in time trouble, so...
Right. Okay, that's surprising because I thought her advantage was greater than what she's achieved. And I was wrong.
Akopian seems to be just completely winning right now.
Cruise control?
Cruise control.
I saw that Julio Becerra was also completely winning. He just played this really, really nice move, knight to c1 against Igor. And unfortunately for Igor,
I think these two players, Hardaway and Arthur, are repeating. So about to be a draw. Yep.
Let's see the repetition.
Very, very eventful game there. And I must say, it felt like Arthur missed a big opportunity.
Out of the opening, of course, that knight b5.
And Brew had his chances as well.
Look, Brew is a fighter, and he showed it in this game, but also he could have been a bit more precise. Nevertheless, again, I was looking through the variations. It was never as clear-cut as I thought. So perhaps he didn't miss a huge opportunity. Definitely the biggest one was in Arthur's camp with that knight to b5 move.
Gotcha. By the way, Igor did sacrifice the exchange And he did it in the best way that he could. He got a pawn for it as well. Julio is for choice. Don't get me wrong.
Somehow
but it
looks
just
playable.
Feels like there's some defensive possibilities now.
But maybe not.
Because
Maybe
black
not.
has 2 bishops, it still should be completely winning.
Those 2 bishops,
2
are so
bishops,
strong.
yeah.
And the thing
2
is,
bishops.
you're not activating the king. That's the
Right.
big problem, because king f2 is met by bishop f5, bishop b5.
Yes, that is clear.
But it's still going to be a long game because Julio needs to activate his king, set up pawns the right way, probably h5, h4.
But humor me.
Bishop d4 here?
What?
Bishop d4?
Bishop to d4. Okay.
Bishop takes b5.
Bishop takes b5. Rook takes d2.
Bishop e2. How
Is this
distribution?
completely
This
winning?
should be completely winning.
Should be, yes.
King g7. It should be one of those like mathematical wins. You know, I just get my king to the center, play f5, and then
I
it's
think if there are less
resignation
pawns
time.
on the board, then white could save this, but black has 4 pawns, so it should be winning.
Interesting. We'll keep an eye on this one as we turn to Kostya with a special guest.
Thanks, Yasser. Here with Omya Vidyarthi, who just defeated the leader, Jasmine Su. Omya, welcome. How does it feel to be playing here in St. Louis?
I mean, it's my first time here, and it feels really great because all the girls are great competitors, and I just enjoy playing chess, so it's fun to play against strong girls as well, similar in age.
Yeah, absolutely. Tell us a little bit about the game today. Must feel good to take down the leader.
I mean, yeah, it does, of course. I feel like after not starting off so great, I think now it's just like I feel free and I can just play my best chess because there's not much at stake right now, but this win definitely helped. I wanted to go for something a little more interesting because my other games I felt like were a little bit bland other than my first game. So I decided, because she had played the Grunfeld for like a lot of years and she's played like a lot of it. So I figured out that if I changed and surprised her, maybe it would turn out in my favor because she had quite great results so far.
Mm-hmm. So this h4 line you played, this is new for you?
Yeah, I mean, I really like the ideas because you can go for h5 and black's only choice is basically kingside castle, so it really weakens the king.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe we can skip through to the middle game. I mean, it was a very, very sharp game.
Yeah.
E3, F4, and then E4, E5. At what point did you feel like your position is already very, very good?
After knight b5.
Oh, knight B5.
Knight b5. Okay, after knight b5, I felt like she had to go queen c4, queen b4, because otherwise, as in the game, queen g3, I think she missed rook a3, because after rook a3, she just has to put her queen back.
And you just got this move
Yeah,
for free, right?
and I wanted to play it anyways, because it helps protect g3 and it just activates my rook.
Nice. And then, yeah, knight comes to d6. F5, you take this one.
Yeah, that was a really tricky position. There were a lot of options, but after knight takes c8, rook takes queen b7, then queen takes, bishop takes, rook b8, either bishop, I want to go bishop a6, but she just has bishop h6, take my knight, and it's like, with 2 bishops, I don't know. I'm up a pawn, but her knights are strong, and
Yeah, absolutely.
it's not the best looking positions, even though I'm up a pawn. So I realized then that I probably should take on f6, because else I've created nothing, basically, out of my position.
Right. And then, yeah, you're hitting g6 if black
Yeah.
takes back. So she takes the knight, you get the bishop.
And then I like the idea of b4.
Yeah, very nice. Just opening up this guy. And
Yeah, and she can't go b6, because the rook.
the rook is hanging. Yeah, and then just show folks the finish. Love the final combo takes. Queen takes b7, unstoppable mate on h7, and Omya, very nice game.
Thank you.
Any plans for the rest day or the rest of the tournament?
Not really. I just want to play some more good chess and feel proud of the tournament. And even though I had a rough start, I feel like I'm coming back and I have chances to do better.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we'll wish you the best of luck, and thank you for coming into the studio.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Guys, back to you.
Congratulations, Omiya. Nice. It's always nice to take down the tournament leader, especially on the day before the free day. You just kind of feel a lot better about your tournament. And boy, did that shake up the standings.
Right.
Wow.
We have 2 results. Jasmine Su, the tournament leader, went down today. Omiya played a great game. And Rachel Lee and Zoe Tang drew. So at the moment, Jasmine Su is still in the lead, but the 2 players who could catch her playing their game still.
Exactly, Yasmin Rose and Alice Lee. Also, if she was a pawn up, I think. Alice Lee, when I last saw it, she was going to win the pawn. Let me just check in again.
She did win the pawn.
She did win the pawn.
Now it's...
Okay, rook endings, you know, what's the old canard? All rook endings are drawn, right? In your and Alice's shoes, would you be playing knight to d3, or would you be trying to keep the knights?
Keep as many pieces as I can on the board.
So you're thinking that maybe Alice should play knight to e2, knight to c3, knight to d5?
Absolutely.
As opposed to playing knight to d3. Oops.
Yes. And also maybe play, okay, we don't have to guess. She played rook b8.
Never mind. Rook to b8.
I think maybe she's going for just b4 and then knight comes to d3 and b5.
Well, the problem with b4 is rook a3 check.
Okay.
Would hate to see the rook landing.
But it can go to the second rank, so
okay.
Maybe it's just 1 check.
You cannot go to the first rank either.
Oh, nice.
Because of rook c8.
Want to show the audience?
Show me. What am I missing?
So if rook a1 here for black?
For example, yeah.
Rook c8 check.
Rook c8 check.
And?
Doesn't
matter.
Doesn't matter.
Rook
Okay.
takes c5.
Nay. And no. Sorry. King takes check, and that wins the rook. So
no,
the
to be
sham
honest,
sacrifice.
I like the way Alice Lee has played this one. Just get the pawn, put pressure on your opponent, let her try to defend this position, which is extremely difficult. With only 6 minutes on the clock,
absolutely.
Yeah, good luck.
Good luck, indeed. Okay, so let me play
C7?
a little bit the devil's advocate. I'm not a big fan of rook b8 myself. I like knight e2, knight c3, but supposing rook g8,
Sure.
it's not the only move, but yeah.
b4?
b4, and this was the one I kind of didn't like.
I have to go to e2 because on king d2 you can trade knights.
Okay.
You're giving me your g7, h7?
Wait.
Wait a minute. I was supposed to. How did I? That was a flaw.
And,
sorry, my
okay.
fault.
Knight's coming to d4. That's going to be a good knight.
I have to defend the pawn on g7.
Okay, I have to play knight d3 probably.
Knight to d3.
Could we
check
go to
you some
I'm
more?
giving you a pawn, aren't I?
Could we go to f2 instead of e2?
King f2 to keep the g2 pawn safe. Yes.
Also, there's no more
let's
knight
do this
d4
again.
check.
King to c7.
Yes.
Rook to g8. King
None
to
of-
d6.
Unfortunately, none of this will happen because she actually played rook d7.
Okay, sorry. Against the rook to b8, Chloe played
But
rook
now
to d7.
b4 followed by knight d3. This is
Now
starting
it's
to look
looking. Now
very
Alice's
pleasant.
position suddenly blossomed. This was a very different because I was afraid of rook a3 check. The rook on the d file, the business squares are covered.
Okay, knight e6.
Knight e6, knight to d3, or yeah, I like knight to d3.
Maybe even knight b3, knight a5 is an idea.
Sorry.
Yeah, black's
also,
down a pawn and very passive. So
Yeah, and
Isn't
also
isn't this an idea?
very much so. Knight a5 check, and suddenly the pawn is getting a little bit freer.
king c7.
King c7,
Maybe
good move,
rook
by the way.
a8. Just to try to get your king
Yes.
on a worse square.
A little bit awkward.
Like for
square,
example,
right?
king b7. Now I have rook e8.
That is
And
a
I think
nice
this is
one.
game over.
Because we've got tricks.
So maybe king
Tricks.
b6 instead.
Yes, king b6. Now again, this rook to e8 is really, really tempting.
I agree.
She
And
pushed b4.
b4 on the board. And by
Let
the
me-
way,
let me try going
clock,
for counterplay.
clock's a factor in this one.
Huge factor. Alice has 30 minutes and Chloe only down to 5 minutes.
Ooh,
And
worse
another-
position, less time on the clock. Not
Another
a good
game that's
combination.
exactly same situation is Andy Woodward versus Andrew Hong. Exactly the same situation. 5 minutes for Andy with a much worse position right now defending against Andrew Hong. And Andrew Hong, look at him. He knows it. He's in the best situation he's been in this tournament so far. Has a great opportunity to take one of the co-leaders down in this game.
Andy doesn't look like he
He's
likes
not
his
happy,
position
no.
at all.
No.
Last move, G5. I really like this move also by Andrew because what does it introduce? It introduces another important factor in the position.
That was the best move.
G4 and bishop F3. If you can engineer a trade where there's a pawn on F3,
Oh, it's game over.
it's game over.
And then
So-
he can bring the rook to C8 and C2, and that's it.
Yes. So that's another. And from White's point of view, with this active rook always menacing the B3 pawn, very hard to see how
Yeah, I don't see how White can get
create
out of
any
this
counterplay.
situation. Yeah.
That's the big problem in the position. You don't have any moves, right? Once you move the
Maybe-
knight, if we exchange and rook takes b3. So what's your next move? in
I
fact?
can't
find one.
allow G4. Let me play.
Three.
Hold my breath. Hold my nose. Look into the
Let's say I
sky.
go king g7. I'm going
Or
to try
rook
to improve
C8
this
also
position
looks
to the maximum.
King to
Rook
G7.
c8, of course, probably better. But let's just play a normal move, like king g7.
Ooh. The problem is you have too many good moves.
No, let's improve the
It's
position.
not
to the
really a
maximum.
problem.
I'm saying you have no moves.
I have no moves. That's tragic.
Yeah, I have to play what rook back and forth.
Let,
To C1.
let me again.
Just giving me the B3 pawn.
I am
Okay, trade rooks.
trading the rooks. Takes,
Take on B3.
takes on B3. I was hoping that I would get King F2, dislodged, take the knight, put my knight on E5. I'm asking too much, no?
And still have a losing endgame, right?
And I
The
still have a
pawn.
losing ending. This one is terrible.
This bishop B5. Oh,
Bishop
no, not,
B5.
not here. Yes, I can't do that here.
Bishop B5, I had a trick.
Right.
Rook takes B4.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying. I'm
You're
recognizing.
finding some chances for White.
Yeah, I'm recognizing that my position's horrible, and I'm just trying my.
Andy down to
best.
2 minutes and 45 seconds.
I
in
don't
huge
want to
trouble.
see G5, G4, Bishop F3 for black. I think Andrew would just win that cruising away. So I tried the move F2, F3. Sorry, one more time. How much time does Andy Woodward have?
2.5 minutes.
Ooh.
For Andrew, he has tons of time, 19 minutes.
And this, of
This
course,
is
is the
Alice,
Alice
yeah.
Lee game, and this, is, of course, is the Andy Woodward game. And he is suffering. Our tournament co-leader coming into the round, Christopher, has already won his game, so
And
he's
the
got
other
a 4 out
co-leader,
of 5.
Justin Wang, drew his game.
So he's got 3.5.
Yeah.
So at the moment, Christopher clear first.
Yes, and
Rook.
Justin Wang in clear second. But Andy losing with the white pieces.
At the moment.
Right before the rest day is the worst time to lose also.
Because then you can think about it for the next 48 hours. Rook on E1 to C1. And what does Andy have in mind against the very powerful and direct G5, G4? What do you think? He's got something in mind. He knows.
Be rook C2? Try to get rid of that rook on B2?
C2. But aren't you in the worst pin of your life?
I am. I don't know if I'll ever get out of it.
Truly. Like, this just feels, to quote Christopher Yu in a different situation, this is awful on so many levels.
Disrespectful.
Disrespectful.
Yeah,
you can't move.
No, it's lost.
Yeah, that's.
We have and Vlad Akopian, the leader in the senior section, just won his game.
Wow,
He is
on
+4.
a roll. I mean,
It's quite rare to see +4 in national championships.
until you get to round 9.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? The +4 after round 9 is pretty good, but +4 after round 5 is outstanding.
I think Andrew's just picking which way to win. He can play G4, he can play Rook C8. Where do you want to go? We have a lot of games close to
I'm just
being
going to
over.
take a quick look at the Larry Christiansen versus Gregory Kaidanov game, because that was a game that, again, Larry had come into today's game a point behind Vladimir, and he was hoping somebody would stop, and obviously he's hoping
I think
to
at
win
this
as
point
well.
they're playing for second place because Akopian seems to be just dominating the field.
Truly that. Larry's just played the move Rook C1, and again, I like the two bishops now. There was, a moment ago, there was an isolated queen pawn. There's no isolated queen pawn anymore. And where did it go wrong for Larry? Well, maybe earlier, but let's get to this position. Because at the moment that we got here, I didn't think this was so bad for Larry, but then things went wrong. Why did he need to play B4?
He traded B pawn for the D pawn.
Which doesn't make a lot of sense, right? I mean, the D pawn is the weakness in black's position.
Precisely.
That's your
so.
whole compensation for the two bishops.
Precisely. So a strange decision to go for these trades, and the resulting position
It's
is
two bishops for nothing.
two bishops for nothing.
And a very nice pawn majority on the queen side. That I will definitely take
So
advantage
Gregory
of.
looking in the driver's seat in this one. Where would you like to guide us?
Let's check with Shabalov. I think he actually came back into the game. He looked completely lost earlier.
How did he come back?
Daggupati was...
Oh, it's. I was about to say, Shabalov to move. At first blush, I was, wait a
thought it
minute,
was
wait a
white to
minute.
move?
Yeah, I'm going to play bishop GG to E5, and why isn't this over? Doubled A pawns. But there is knight
94.
takes E4 on tap.
And then if you take Rook A4, I come back knight C3 and also take the D5 pawn.
Oh, you've got, how sly, you've covered E7. I was so clever. I was reaching for the, whatever piece was landing on D5. Wait a minute. No. At first blush, it actually looked like there was a traffic problem, but no, it just actually, it's okay. So Shabalov fighting his way back. Andy Woodward, we know, is in trouble. We're expecting G4. Joel Benjamin
He's still winning.
is still winning. Let's see what he did.
Rooks on the 7th.
He's got them on the 7th.
He's about to win the H7 pawn and...
Well, at the moment, there are ideas of simply checkmates, too.
Yeah.
Yep. You want to check, take the pawn on H7, and
By the way,
take the pawn on
the
G6.
game we didn't pay much attention to
Please.
today. Jason Wang against Nicholas Ladan. Looks like Nicholas is about to go down again. He's just down a piece, and I'm guessing
No
earlier he had
checkmates.
compensation.
Yeah,
No-
this looks like the remnants of an attack that missed the mark.
Yes.
Well, we know what those look like. They're usually the shrapnel all over the board, and it's not pretty. It's grisly sight, actually. This looks like white is
Should we look
winning.
at Alice's endgame and just follow her?
Sure.
Because I
Alice.
saw that she took H pawn and gave up the B5 pawn.
Say what? Say what? We were thinking the B pawn was a pride and joy. Check.
Well, maybe she didn't find a way to keep the B pawn alive.
That's another problem.
So here king
But
takes B5, it's black to move.
Right. There is rook D3 check.
But I'm leaving G7 hanging.
Exactly. So let's just start with the obvious. Here I pause because the knight, of course, is excellent on D5. But isn't it the F5 square
One
that we
question
want?
though. Rook
Please.
D3.
Oh, sorry.
Instead of king B5.
Yes. Rook D3. King back.
Rook D2.
Give me the pawn.
Knight B3, I'm getting knight E6.
Knight E6. Oh.
We're gonna lose the knight, but we might take all the pawns.
No, I didn't.
You're not
want to
taking
lose.
all of them. You're
No,
taking a
okay.
few.
Five stays.
So, what you mean to say is that
We do have king B5
Rook
on the board.
A2.
yeah. Take
I have
a
some
pawn.
big threats.
93 check.
That's
Don't
a draw.
go to F1.
I've got to go to F1. But now you've
Knight
got a
F2.
perpet.
That's a draw.
Yeah.
She might have missed a perpet. Rook D3 check. She took on B5, did Chloe, and now
Are you going to F5 or D5?
I was going to go to F5 because I thought the knight was actually more effective on H5 as opposed to D5. So on D5, it's pretty, but it does nothing. On H5, gift me the pawn.
So let's say knight E6,
Knight H5, gift me the pawn.
king C6.
And now I need to play F4, so I can play F5 and win the pawn. So G3.
Is black just paralyzed?
A pawn down, and
Can't move any pieces. I just have to wait for you to push F4 and maybe weaken one of your pawns.
So rook A7.
Go for
rook
checks.
A7, G4. Of
Knight
course.
F6 doesn't work because of rook A3.
Good point. Although I would commiserate with myself that I could win a pawn that way.
So let's start giving you some checks.
Check.
Why not?
That's offensive.
Let's do it.
How dare you?
Oh, I thought you were gonna hide on G4. Go that way.
Okay.
King F2
what if I
and
go
then
to F4? I take the pawn on F4 right now.
Okay, so
Thought you were gonna play
Nasi
King
recommends a different approach, that I go king to F2.
Okay, I take
On
on
F4?
F4.
Munch, munch.
Rook H3.
Munch on F6.
Knight F6.
Knight, rook takes H7. Knight takes
And
F4.
munch on
How is
F4.
this? How is this position?
This should be a draw, though, right? I mean, it's too...
It's very limited.
Yeah.
The material
I
is
mean,
very limited.
I don't have...
Yeah, it should be.
I don't have much in the way of...
And black king is also very close.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not like your king is on A8, you
Right.
know, or somewhere far, far, far away. Crucial moment, I wanted to ask about the clock times.
So Chloe's still in time trouble, of course, 3.5 minutes.
Okay.
Alice, plenty of time, 24 minutes.
Andy Woodward made his last move with 7 seconds on his clock.
Uh-oh.
Maybe
We're going
we
to keep
can
an
go to
eye
that
on
one.
all of these games as we're bouncing back and forth as the players get themselves into those time scrambles, heated time scrambles. And he didn't play, wow, Andrew did not play G4 and Bishop F3. What did he do instead?
He played rook C5.
Rook
But
A6.
now knight C3
A6.
comes on the board, guys. What is this? Knight C3, which was played. It's on
Knight
the board.
C3, give me the bishop.
That's right. Where do you put that bishop?
I'm
G2?
assuming B7.
Okay.
Yep, that's where he's going.
Bishop to B7.
And what if I go for the pawn? Let's go pawn hunting. Rook D6.
Just a second, let me pat myself on the shoulder. The training is working. You know how hard I've had to work with Christian? I mean, the years. I put in some serious time and energy with the coach.
We've
But-
only been working together for a year. You still need more
Uh-oh.
hours with me.
Shabalov and Doug
Yep.
are repeating.
Alex saved this game. It's a draw.
Wow. Okay, but Andy and Andrew.
That's the big one. That's the
Knight
big
C4.
Knight
What?
C4, rook takes. Whoa, wait.
You have to give me your bishop. You have to trade.
Knight C4. Whoa, wait. I had the same impression
You're
because
I will
thought
definitely take
losing,
that. I will
was losing a whole rook. It's not like I'm losing, an exchange or something. What?
I will take that.
Yeah, he will.
Okay, rook takes.
Rook takes D4.
And this is where we
Yeah,
show
I'm
our
gonna lose.
tactical.
He's going pawn hunting. Rook D6.
I'm gonna
Look
lose
at
the
him
B3
go.
pawn as well, so looks completely lost.
You said that
this
Andy
is
made
really
his
bad.
last move with 7
Yeah.
seconds on his clock. Of course, you get 30-second bonus increments for each move you complete. That is, you move the piece, you release it, and you press your clock. That's a completed move.
Yeah, this looks hopeless because I'm not just down a pawn. I'm about to lose B3, and you have a very scary pawn on B4.
Very dangerous indeed. Yeah, no, this one, to be honest, especially even given the time situation
11 seconds
right
for
now,
Andy.
it looks
Ticking down.
hopeless.
8, 7,
Rook takes b4.
5, 4, and
Bishop
he made a move.
g2 with 3
Bishop
seconds
to
on the clock.
g2. So, deep breath. We can take the pawn on d4 and bring our rook to the 7th ranks.
But then
That
knight
looks-
c6, right? So
Yeah,
rook
yeah.
takes d4,
yeah.
knight c6 is
But,
a bit problematic.
For me, the move I would fear the most is g4 and bishop f3. I would be very, very fearful that once the pawn got to the f3 square or anything lands on the f3 square, knight e2 checks, knight e4.
Yeah, your king is just miserable.
That's the best move.
Yeah.
That's the best move. G4 is the best move. Second best is bishop b5.
Second best
Bishop
is
where?
bishop
b5.
B5.
Take away the c6 square for the knight, and then I will pick up the pawn.
No, that seems unnatural. Bishop
I
B5.
will finally
G4
pick
is
up the
easier
pawn.
to play.
G4 is
It's
easy.
all about the greed of taking
Yeah.
that pawn. You just want to take that pawn on d4.
Sometimes in chess, greed can be good. You want to take that pawn.
By the way, I'll update you on Julio Becerra's game. Remember he was up in exchange?
Yeah.
Now it's bishop for 2 pawns in a strange endgame.
Bishop for 2 pawns.
It's a interesting material imbalance in that endgame. Of course, Julio's winning, but
Winning is strong. 2 pawns. Well, it just depends if I can, engineer the trade
right.
of pawns.
Yeah, if you can take a quick look at this board, it's 2 bishops and
Right.
3 pawns against bishop and 5 pawns. So if white can manage to trade pawns, of course it's a draw. So black will keep all 3 pawns on the board as long as he can.
Yeah, I see what you mean. The pawns are, the bishops are simply too strong in the Igor
still need a
Novikov
good
versus Julio Becerra
technique
game.
to win this.
Yeah, okay, so I was thinking in my mind's eye, I put my pawn on g3 and f4. So I try to limit the activity of the king, right? I don't want to see the king come marching right up the diagonal.
Yeah.
But then how do what pawns can I
It's
take
not
off?
as easy, yeah.
I don't see any way of saving it. I'm going to go back to I'm going to call that game for Julio. I think he is winning. By the way, how is Rose doing? Because
She's in trouble.
She's in trouble.
Yes.
Oh.
But they just never mind.
What?
Her position was worse, but draw was agreed by 3-move
Commentator's
repetition.
curse. You said she was in trouble. I saw
Her
that there was an
position's so
amazing opportunity before Rose has castled. Check this out.
Actually, it was moved later, I think.
Check this. Ooh, what?
I think it jumped to the current position.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no. It was, you were showing me.
It was here instead of rook b3.
Yes.
d5.
What a move.
Crushing.
I mean, that is a real visual.
And if you take e takes d, I can play queen b4. Start with that.
Bishop
Provoke
takes
c5.
d5.
Oh yeah.
Bishop takes
Well, bishop d5, black can maybe castle.
Oh,
so
castle.
I'm not gonna let you castle.
Gotcha. Queen to
If you play c5, I might have queen b7.
That's nice.
Yeah.
And the bishop could cut. But I thought, you showed me that move d5, and I thought, oh.
Beautiful.
That was really, really beautiful. Missed opportunity, draw in that game. I want to quickly check on Alice. Alice is nursing an extra pawn. Big time advantage. Still difficult to win, though. No guarantees that Alice walks away a winner in this one. And she needs, at this point, she's spoiled
She
her tournament
absolutely
early.
needs
She needs it.
But
big time.
she's gonna try her hardest. This game can last a while.
Checking in on the Larry Christiansen game. We think he's a bit worse, but
He was
okay.
worse, but he traded rooks, and now he has also activated his pieces. Maybe it's now more equal.
Exactly. I'm thinking I want to hunt down that bishop. I want to take away Gregory's advantage of the 2 bishops, maybe get a draw out of this one if I could. Andy, I'm back to Andy and Andrew. Have we seen the move g4?
No,
he hasn't played yet.
He hasn't played anything.
And that's...
Boy, did we take...
That's good. That's a good thing.
If we were going to break away, we didn't miss a thing.
That's good for Andrew, because this is a critical moment.
Yeah.
You cannot take on d4 because of this knight to c6. And even if you take the pawn on b3 and you give away the b4 pawn, that's not a good transition. You take 2, you get 1, but that's not enough.
No,
because it makes it more easy for white to defend.
Exactly. I'm thinking this knight on c3 is a monster. This bishop on e2 actually is not a monster. Yes, it defends the c4 square, but g4 setting up for bishop f3 after knight c6. That's what I really, really like for Andrew. Andrew he's having trouble. Something is not.
I don't know if he's having trouble or he's
about
using his time in the most critical moment.
Repetition.
Another one. This one
Christiansen.
I think Larry will be pleased that he got away.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
Exactly.
This game ended in a draw, but as I was saying, I think this is the last critical moment in the game, so Andrew is taking his time. Because once he plays g4, I feel like the rest will be easy.
By the way, I just saw a kind of a slightly funny moment there. Larry had looked away, and Gregory had his hand out. And it was sort of like, you're leaving me hanging here.
I like bishop
no
b5.
draw, no handshake.
I like bishop b5.
You like bishop b5?
Stop knight c6. I don't want to give you the b4 pawn. I don't want to calculate anything. Bishop b5, next move I take on d4. How do you defend against it?
Well, I'm losing that pawn. There's no defending it.
No. And if you lose that one, then my rook goes to d2.
So
that's another problem.
This is Christian's idea, is just to keep an eye over the knight.
Can I try to trade pieces? Bishop c6?
Bishop c6, that's probably a good move.
Bishop to c6, pause.
So what if I take on c6 now?
Should take with an...
Oh.
Nice.
No, I don't
Does that
believe
work?
it. I don't believe it.
Shouldn't work.
Rook a6, okay, completely
Rook
different direction.
a6.
Now we're surely going to see bishop b7.
Or wait, bishop f1 maybe?
Okay, that was,
bishop
hold
b7,
on.
right?
So he went
Yes.
rook to d6, but it was a fake out.
Oh, yeah,
Bishop
it's
b7,
definitely
yeah.
good. Oh.
Bishop c6, whoa.
Bishop c...
Wait a minute.
Can't guess the
We
moves.
cannot predict any moves.
Why would you not repeat?
we were thinking Andy would jump at the opportunity to repeat the position. No. Bishop c6. What's the idea behind that?
Well,
one,
not letting
messy.
rook go back to d6, so he's protecting the pawn on d4 that way. But yeah, Andrew just needs to push the pawn to g4.
I'm a pawn grubber. I said it before. I say it again.
Oh, you
rook
can
to
do it with the
d2.
other
Rook takes
rook.
d6.
Rook takes d4, I mean?
Pardon me.
d2, okay.
Rook d2. Rook takes d4. That's one. G4. I keep. Sorry to bounce back to my old standby. But by the way, now that
Well, maybe I can finally move the rook e1.
Andrew is confounding us, making us look bad. We can't guess the moves of the players. Bishop to d3. By the
What's
way,
the
that
idea?
opens up a very clear path of knight e2, and probably I'm playing king g2 in this case,
King g2, I can still go knight e2.
as well as bishop e4 check, by the way, because
Oh,
the
nice.
knight will be hitting f2 as well as the c5.
And Andy down to 17 seconds.
He is not in good shape here as he's reaching.
Whoa, d5.
Okay.
d5, trying to get rid of his weak key.
That's something. But d5, knight e4 has to be the big question in the position. Knight to e4, guys. What
Also,
do you do?
Wait, knight e2 check and bishop e4 check, isn't that like almost mate? What do you do? Knight
That
e2 check?
looks very tempting.
I have to go to g2.
Bishop
yes.
e4 check?
I have to go to f1.
I have to believe there is mate somewhere. Oh, you're going down to f1.
Where's the mate? Where's the mate?
I thought you were going to h3.
We need to
Then
find
I
the
could
mate.
walk into a very unpleasant checkmate, I feel.
So what if you go knight e4?
Just a second.
Because you are taking the pawn on
d5.
f2.
Pardon me.
Knight d4 after king f1?
Sorry, I have a mate, a checkmate.
Knight e4.
Don't tell me you want to wait on e6.
Give me a rook.
Don't tell me
Wait,
you
d
want to
takes
take on
e6
e6.
here? D takes e6 here?
D takes e6 here.
Oh my goodness.
I want to try it. Ooh, wait, what's... No, e7? It's not mate.
What are you doing, Yasser?
It's not mate.
It's not mate yet. You do have rook c6.
Oh no.
That's too much.
But then e8 queen, I protect e4 square.
Except I have bishop e4 check.
No, e8 queen. Oh, you still have it.
I have knight f2. But
it
then
doesn't
you
matter.
take.
Your rook on c6.
Oh my
Is
god.
hanging.
What is this?
Wait a minute. Your flag's down. I'm sorry.
Too much.
Probably the most simple thing is to take on d5. Pawn takes d5.
Pawn
and
takes
just-
d5.
Yeah.
That's simple chess.
We don't like simple chess.
No, I would not be able to stop myself from giving knight e2 check.
He does have a simple way of meeting this, by the way. Takes, if you play bishop takes, which I think is Andy's intention, you can switch directions and play rook f6, giving up the pin, but going for rook, and he's done it instantly, by the way. Rook, I like that. That's a harmonic convergence.
That seems like game over.
Look at the beauty of Black's, Andrew's, every piece. Excellent, excellent. I mean, if they talk about piece excellence, this is going to be a poster of a model.
Yeah, this is
pieces working.
Completely
Absolutely
hopeless
crucial.
for black.
Crucial
Sorry, for white.
game, crucial victory right now, shaping up to be for Andrew Hong.
And Andy realizes, wait a minute, I mean, every one of my opponent's pieces are pole position.
F3 seems like the only move.
Only move.
How much time is on the clock right now?
And there's a
13
head shape.
seconds.
See about 10 seconds on the clock left. 9.
8, 7. He knows it's over. Oof.
Bishop H1. Whoa.
See,
Okay,
Nimzovich played ugly chess.
That is actually
that one. Ugh.
That's a funny looking move. I don't know.
Bishop
like, what?
H1. Okay.
So at least.
Rook takes F2, knight
Rook
E2.
takes F2.
Oh, it's checkmate.
Okay, this is a nice, funny looking move.
Checkmate on.
I'm not really sure what the point of it is.
I'm
but
not either.
Well, I guess if you play
Andy?
bishop g2, rook from f6 was going to take f2 and attack bishop on g2.
Right. I've got to.
I mean, it's resign either way. So.
Sure. Okay. Bishop. My goodness, that is a strange, strange move.
What a move.
Knight
What a
f2
move.
check.
I mean, rook b to f2 and then checkmate, right? Is it right?
So which one do you like? Knight e2
Rook
check?
b2 takes f2.
Yes.
Threatening mate in one.
And
Bishop
bishop
G2.
g2. Do you want to play bishop to e4?
I just
do you
want to
want
move
play
back, move the rook so I can double on the second.
So knight E2, let's just go with that variation for a second. Knight E2, king H1, rook takes G2. Bishop to E4, king H3. I haven't calculated anything after this.
But it feels like it's there, right?
I'm hoping that there's
Might
a
not
mate.
be. I don't have h5.
This is annoying. The fact that there's no checkmate in this position is not
It's
fair.
wrong on a
It's
lot
not
of
fair.
levels.
Disrespectful.
It's disrespectful on so many levels.
But why not rook F2?
I don't know. I just thought that
I like
was a
rook F2.
visual,
No, I
that
like
you could go rook f3 and knight f4 check, followed by f5 check. But rook f2,
Rook F2
it should be. I
and
mean, look
F5.
at this.
That's my plan.
Look at the swarm. It feels like it should win.
Yeah, I have to play rook c7, but I shouldn't
Okay,
be
the
able to survive.
vultures are
And that's
circling.
certainly not the only way.
No, it has to be. There has to be something even crisper. Come on, Nasi. I'm expecting you to.
I'm
Knight-
watching the other games.
You think
No,
this one is over?
Yeah.
And I don't blame you. I do too. I think it's over. By the way, knight e2 check, king to g2, knight back to d4. I can.
We see finally.
Oh,
Yasser,
look at this.
a pawn went to g4.
I mean,
what a move.
Better late than never.
By the way, powerful move.
That's a nice looking move.
That is, yeah, it's just kind of putting the nail on the coffin, isn't it?
92 bishop b4 is coming.
Right?
What a
no
move.
king h3 for you. And by the way, this is the type of move that you play when your opponent has no time on the clock, right? I mean,
And that's the case here.
You make one of these non-threatening moves that...
Rook takes f2, and by the way, we're going to get actually the variation we were looking at before.
With an extra tempo?
With a pawn on g4. And
So this
no
time
escape.
with a checkmate.
Yes. So rook takes f2, bishop g2, knight e2.
Bishop g2, knight e2. And this
rook
is...
takes g2.
This is with the checkmate because there's no king h3.
No more escape.
So that means the bishop can't go to g2, but it has to go to...
Yeah.
From h1 to a8.
Hey, sometimes the long moves are the best.
That's not going to help you, Yasser.
I know. I know. I'm just... I'm throwing it out there as the only hope.
How do I make it painful for you?
Yeah.
By the way, Andrew is also in somewhat time trouble now. He has 2.5 minutes.
Now that you're trying to put a resistance, this is disrespectful. So I need to make it painful somehow.
Well, I remember...
By the way, Alice completely winning as Chloe made a mistake.
She? Okay, because she was a pawn up in a rook and knight versus rook and knight ending. But I know that Chloe's king was offside. Still staying with the Andy game, knight e... What? Excuse me?
Knight e2 check.
Knight e2 check on the board. He didn't take. Knight e2 check.
And we expecting bishop e4 or...
No, he just played rook c2, stopping the obvious knight takes b2, and kind of weaving a nasty threat of bishop e4. How do we... I have to play h3?
I can't even look at this position with white pieces. I want to resign so badly.
I know. No, I can't even play h3, bishop e4 check. Yeah. They always say that, those grandmasters. My position was so bad I wanted to resign. They never do. They saved the game miraculously, but this one looks beyond miracles.
Beyond saving, yeah.
Yeah. Andy going under...
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
But I really
and still
don't
not
see
a good move. There's not a good move in the position.
4, 3, and he made a move rook e1.
With 3 seconds on his clock. Rook to e1.
I see some checkmates.
Bishop e4 check.
King f1.
Knight g3.
I want knight g3 to be made, but
maybe it's not.
Yeah.
Knight to d4.
Yeah, luckily he doesn't have to look
Rush.
for checkmate only. He can play any move and just win more material.
But this knight d4 is a really good move too because
b3.
b3.
And c4 also hangs.
f2 is hanging.
I mean, White's already playing down a piece because look at bishop on h1.
Nobody's looking at bishop on h1. Knight to e5.
Sacrificing an exchange.
Who wants to take the exchange? Nobody wants to take that exchange.
I don't know. It's tempting to take everything here. But you're going to take on f2?
I want to take on f2 with the C rook. Yeah.
King g1 and knight e2 and
correct.
Yeah.
The vultures.
The vultures.
Vultures are gone.
Yeah, this is the professional play winning chess with Nasi. That's the title of her new book. You can get it on Amazon. Order now.
Available for pre-order.
Pre-orders are being accepted. I like that one.
That's the easy way.
That's the easy way.
And he's going for it. Rook c takes f2, king g1, and I think after knight e2, we might just see a resignation.
In my pre-tournament selection, I chose Andrew as the eventual winner because he has this capability. He has this ability of playing so incredibly well, and nothing untoward about Andy Woodward in this game. Andrew Hung played a really good game.
Perfect game. And we have Joe
a draw?
Benjamin. No, Joel won his game against.
Jeez, I thought he was completely winning.
Yeah, he did win.
I'm shocked that it was a draw.
No, he won.
Oh, good.
Joel won.
I'm teasing Tom because Tom gave me the wrong result. They may have set the board up wrong. Check and take the rook. What's going on?
Bishop e4. Bishop e4.
Oh, beautiful finish.
E4.
Bishop e4.
Oh,
Rook
no.
e4 and rook f2 checkmate.
I thought he was going to take the rook and this was resigns.
No,
but
bishop e4, and now you have to go knight f3, and then I take on f3 with the rook from f6. And there's no way to stop mate.
Oh, come on. That's way too complicated. I'm
But
taking
that's nice.
E2.
No.
Oh,
Bishop e4, I like it.
Sometimes when you try... Oh, knight f3.
No. Rook 6 takes f3 with pre-move rook 3 to f2.
And
That's
look
it.
at it. Oh, that is pretty.
Pre-move.
That is a pretty... Anything you do,
It's a
I'm going to
resignation.
play rook f2.
He has not allowed the checkmate.
Beautiful win by Andrew.
A fantastic finish. Bravo, Andrew, as he knocks
We
out...
do have an interview. Kostya is with Megan Paragua.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with Megan Paragua, who just drew her game against Rose Atwell. Megan, how's it feel to be playing your first U.S. Girls Junior?
It's nice. It's definitely a good learning experience. I mean, this is a really good tournament, and I definitely will learn a lot from it.
Yeah, absolutely. Some thoughts on today's draw?
I think I definitely had to be better because I was the one like putting the pressure on my opponent, and she was really the one defending. I'm not sure if I had anything. I probably missed something, but I was definitely better.
Yeah. Well, you're on 2 out of 5 right now. I think a very decent result considering it's your first time. You're the youngest player in the field. Any special plans for the rest of the day tomorrow?
I'm not sure. Maybe go out or just rest, and yeah, I think that's it. I'm not sure if I have any special plans.
Gotcha. And what are your thoughts on the rest of the tournament?
Well, I really hope I can score a full point. Maybe next round, or like I really need to score a full point right now because all my games have been draws. But yeah, I just really hope I can get good games, continue scoring, maybe draw, it's fine. But yeah, I just hope I can just continue and have good games.
Yeah, no, I know you want to win a game, and we'd love to see that happen and hope to see you back here in the studio. Absolutely. Yeah. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Kostya. And Vladimir Akopian. Very, very impressive. What a line score he's got.
Look at that. He started with 3 wins in a row. It's called a hat trick, right?
Yep.
Then 1 draw and a win today. So plus 4 out of 5 rounds.
Yes, absolutely. Very impressive indeed. And by the way, I'm just looking at this position of Alice Lee and Chloe, and I remember playing a blitz game against Viktor Korchnoi, and he did it instantly against me. This was a position, and Alice played the move rook c8. Imagine that Alice had played the move rook d6 for just a moment. Rook d6, rook takes d6, knight takes d6. And this is what I did against Viktor Korchnoi. I was black, and I played a move like knight e6, and he instantly, and I mean with, nanosecond, I had barely released my knight, and he played knight takes g7.
Move?
Yeah, it's like a pre-move. And this is a pattern ever since has been hardwired into my mind, this idea that the knight on e6 does not defend the pawn on g7 because h6 wins.
As we know, the worst squares for the knights are g7, g2, b2, and b7.
There you go.
Yeah.
So rook d6, I think, would have been a really nice way for Alice to finish the game. She played rook c8, knight e6, rook e8,
He's
and
forcing the rook trade.
the same idea to set up that knight takes g7
and
opportunity.
that knight takes g7 is coming.
And that
There's no way to stop it.
There's no way.
There's simply no way to stop it. And that's why she played rook d3. She doesn't want to have anything to do with that knight endgame. She wants to at least have some chances to give some sort of perpetual. There's nothing. It's not going to happen.
There's no perpet.
It's not happening.
We're going to keep an eye on this one, but we're going to go to Kostya, who's with our senior leader.
Thanks, Yasser. Here with Grandmaster Vladimir Akopian, who just won his game against Jesse Kraai. Vladimir, congrats.
Thank you.
Your thoughts on today's game?
I used to play this line in the opening, and as far as I know, this is old line, knight d7, like more modern c6 b5. But Jesse probably he was not actually in the course of events that much, because normally people avoid this, allowing a4, a5. And after that already it's very pleasant. I mean, always it was always considered that it's pleasant. We will end up with these two weaknesses, a6, c7 against b2, which is very pleasant for white. And
yeah, actually we can bring it up on the board here. Sure, a4.
Yeah, a4. Yeah, and here actually black cannot do anything, yeah, because always this b6 runs into some knight jump, knight d4, let's say knight d5.
Yeah.
And before a5, yeah. And after a5 already I will always take on passant, and it will be always. And okay, castles. Important moment was also once here. Yeah, takes, queen c2, bishop c3, and here knight d5, of course, is critical, yeah, knight d5. You know that knight e5, knight e3, then it was very complicated, these both lines, f takes e3, knight e5. I was not sure what it is, because, okay, knight d2, knight g4, then rook h6 goes. And white also can sacrifice if knight c4, rook h6, and it was mostly I concentrated knight takes d7 here.
Here.
Knight takes d7, knight c2, knight b8, knight a1, knight c6. But here, like rook e8 and knight a3, knight b3, knight c4, I don't know, rook b7. And then I did not know if I need this at all, because, okay, I sacrificed an exchange, and here I have good compensation, but then I decided, okay, if I don't find anything here, then better I just play just simple after knight d5, knight bd2 move. And knight takes c3, b takes c3, and if, for example, rook b2, then I can play also queen c1 even, because knight c4 is still a threat, and queen d1. And it's pleasant. I believe it's just advantage for white, and okay, this, but still knight d5 is like critical here. Yeah, otherwise black ends up in a very passive position, as in the game. And there, of course, I mean, I could have played definitely better after this happened. For example, knight g5, yeah. First of all, knight g5, it was possible to play just normal knight fd2, and maybe some plan like e4, f4, there was another plan completely. But I did not want to push from my king. Knight g5, rook e7, here bishop a5. I was actually spending time on bishop a5 or rook a3 too. But bishop a5, it's interesting move, because the idea is just to take on d knight a5. And if, for example, h6, here then I calculate takes, rook d8, I don't know if this is correct, knight a5, takes on g5, knight c6, queen d6, knight d8. Now if knight b8, there is queen b3. And here the knight, it seems like it's just. But instead of knight b8, there is some knight d5 move. Okay, I was not. I thought that probably it should not work for black. Still, I can have some moves. Rook fc1 even there is, but then knight 7 b6, and something like this. But still, queen takes c5. Probably it's not working for black. But then I discovered that maybe black can just play after bishop a5, bishop c7. Bishop c7, but still maybe bishop a5 was stronger than rook a3, because here I can train these dark squared bishops and continue like rook fc1 or maybe rook a5, and immediately touch these weak pawns. Rook a3 was like very tempting to somehow play for that queen. Bishop rook b3, queen a7. My idea was knight a5 here. And if bishop a5, bishop takes a5, and this is very unpleasant for black. h6, knight e4, because the queen is cut there. But then I thought that if knight a5, maybe this is looking terrible looking move, knight b8, but still possible. And now black wants h6. I don't know. This I did not. I wanted this, but here I somehow after h6, black will ease like his little bit his position, and then I decided, okay, maybe I just play a simple move rather than just wasting time for all of this. Rook a1. Rook a1 actually keeping in mind this knight a3, knight b5 idea. Very annoying if black does not do anything, because of course after h6 it will not work, because black will take too many pieces after h6, but it's like an idea possible. Knight e4, and overall, I mean, useful move, rook a1. Knight f6, bishop g2, and here I don't know, maybe rook e6 is wrong, allowing trading like square bishop, but actually my idea was to make like black's life difficult, because difficult to play.
Yeah, for sure.
It's unpleasant position, just unpleasant position. And then when it happened, I believe last mistake was, so okay, this is pleasant for white, just, bishop a5. No, there was, no, of course, bishop takes a5 instead of knight e8 is better move. Bishop takes a5 and queen b4. But here I just thought that queen c3 I can play. Takes, knight d7, f4, and okay, black should decide. If it takes, unpleasant. If f6, then f5 I play, and then my king goes somewhere to h5, maybe king f3. Then I can always play rook a1, rook b1. And after rook c6, king f3. I mean, this is very unpleasant end game. Okay, I just then I don't know if black can do something here or not, because very difficult, many ideas, and
it just seems like, okay, you had pressure. I mean, the whole game, and basically
after h6 already pressure, and I mean it's very pleasant to play for white already.
Well, Vladimir, congrats on a fantastic win. Been asking everybody, I mean, I know you're a very experienced player, you've had a lot of rest days in your career. Do you have any sort of routine you usually stick to?
No, nothing. Just relaxing,
That's the answer everyone gives. I'm going to keep asking until someone tells me something. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Guys, throw it back to you in the studio.
Thank you. Kostya, congratulations to Vladimir. Very, very impressive first half of the tournament, I was going to say. He's looking regal as he stands atop with 4.5 out of 5. We've been keeping Alice's, because it was one of the reasons that folks should be watching our show.
Absolutely, yes.
Can Alice
bounce back, get back into this tournament? And she is right now.
Prohibitive
pre-tournament Especially favorite. Considering the tournament leader went down today.
Oh, yes.
Huge
day for Alice.
And she is going to close the door after rook h8, knight h4, and whoop, it's all about the h-pawn. So Alice is, there it is, the handshake. Chloe is going to look back on this game and she's going to say, gosh darn it, I really had my moment. And she did.
I was doing well. She was doing great.
Very well. And Alice kind of dodged a bit of a bullet here. She needed the victory. She did get it. And she climbs to 3 out of 5.
She's only half point behind the leader now. And she, let's not forget, she will be playing Jasmine at some point in the tournament.
Exactly. I'm going to just go to our game between Iris for a moment. And it's often asked, why are the rooks called major pieces and the bishops and the knights called minor pieces? Well, we're getting a master class in this one. The rook is incredibly powerful. It's behind the h-pawn, but even worse, as far as black is, it ties the king up, and white's road to victory is as easy as ABC. You put the king on b6, that way you always have a checkmate on the 8th rank.
But also, why is she not picking up that c4 pawn on the way? Just go king d4.
We don't need it.
King c4. No.
You have to avoid the stalemates. You have to avoid the stalemates. And so long as black has an extra pawn on c4, there's no stalemate.
I'm going to pick up that pawn.
No. Put the king on b6.
No, I think she picks up that pawn. King c8.
Push the a pawn all the way up the board.
She will take on c4. No. That's my prediction.
No.
You don't believe it. You think she's going to go king b6.
Absolutely. She will show understanding, clarity.
I mean, I don't know what she
Am I hearing this right? You're refusing to take my pawn on c4? I mean,
checkmate wins the game, my friend.
Oh my goodness.
So the only time you don't go for the pawns is when there's checkmate.
And winning.
Good
the game.
reason, yes.
Yeah.
Take that pawn, Iris.
I have to keep my principles.
Prove the doubters wrong. Take the pawn.
Nigel Short said checkmate ends the game, and when he delivered the verdict, I listened.
And still remember it.
Okay, still remember it.
This is
the moment of truth. Here we go.
Pick it up. Pick it up.
B6.
Just
play A4.
Just
A4
take that
or
pawn.
King B6?
Just take the pawn.
A4, King B6.
It's a nice,
Push him,
beautiful
baby.
pawn.
And by the
Absolutely
way,
no reason to leave
with
it
the
alone.
king on C5, you can't play.
Oh no!
Iris.
No.
Iris has won our hearts.
No.
That is
Just that move alone.
yes, yes.
Terrible decision.
And
terrible.
The dancing stopped after he saw this. He fell on his knees. He begged for forgiveness. King to D8, and
just
now
push
A pawn.
the A pawn all the way. That's
Yes.
it.
And look at her technique go. By the way, I was going to say, with the king on C5, A4, A5 made a lot more sense.
To not even give black C5 option.
Correct. Not to even to allow that.
But she kicked black's king out of the corner.
Exactly. And
So
then
then
it's,
now
then it's
we'll
A
be
pawn.
unstoppable.
Okay, this one is over. Let's check what's left. For Igor?
Only one more game. Igor against
That one is
Julio.
gonna go on for a while. Let's just stay
Really?
with this one. Yeah. That one for
I
sure
don't
is
know.
gonna stay. Is gonna go on for a while.
Funny part is I thought that one was, yeah. Well, I mean, in this position, essentially what Julio is doing, he's got a piece, a bishop, in fact, for 2 pawns.
Now
but
it's only down to 1 pawn. Bishop against 1 pawn.
a bishop against 1 pawn. But the problem is that white is quickly running out of moves. Igor, the moment Igor moves his bishop away and allows bishop to h5, so the black bishop is going to get to e8 and then to h5, and it's going to be
It's
zugzwang.
just a matter of technique. So let's go back to the Iris game.
And we did see the move c5, and now we're expecting a6,
It's already on the board.
a7, and rook takes
H3.
h3.
Iris, just pick up those pawns. Just take on
Don't
c5.
do it.
Then take on
Iris.
c4.
Do not take on c5.
Just enjoy the
So
position.
this is how you know every teacher, every coach has different style of teaching.
Right.
Christian tells his students, pick up every hanging piece.
Not always.
Nothing wrong with
Not
that.
always.
I say,
Nothing wrong with that.
Resignation
and
congratulations to Iris, as we have 1 game remaining in this, our 5th round.
But we do have another interview. Kostya is with Joel Benjamin.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with Grandmaster Joel Benjamin, who just won the game against Melik Khachiyan. Joel, congrats.
Thank you.
Your thoughts on today's win?
Well, I started to get the upper hand in the early middle game, but then there were some very crazy tactics, and we can focus on important moments in the game. Here, where black has just played rook takes pawn on e5, leaving his knight hanging, right? And if I take the knight with the queen, he has this beautiful move, rook e1 check. Now I've got a bishop hanging at this. My bishop takes, and he takes again. And then there's this old familiar tactic, right? If I take the rook, I lose the queen. But if I play king f2, now he takes my queen.
Right.
And we get a rook ending. The rook ending's better for me, but it's probably not winning. So I took with the rook instead on d4, and that I think was the right move. Black has to take the queen, otherwise he has nothing. I take the queen, and he gets my bishop. And here I played rook c1. I can also take the pawn on b7. But it's winning for me because I have the absolute 7th. His king is stuck on the back rank, which means he can't really use his rooks, but my king is able to come up to h2. And that was enough to get me a winning rook ending.
Basically decisive, yeah. Well, very nice win. You're back to even now. How will you approach the rest day?
I might have a few cocktails. I'm just happy to get a win on the board because last year I didn't win any.
Absolutely. Well, no, great to see you win. Hopefully we'll see you back in here as well. Thank you for coming in.
Sure, thanks.
And guys, we'll throw it back to you.
Tell Joel I want to put a lot of pressure on him to make a big second half comeback. I chose Joel as my pre-tournament favorite?
Yasser still has his hopes on you. You're his pick, so you gotta fight for
Yasser is always picking me, and I don't know why.
Joel
I
has
think
won
maybe he's
every
just
national
jinxing me.
championship he possibly could have, from the juniors
He believes in you.
to the overall championship many times, and now seniors as well. Come on, Joel. Come on.
He's saying you've won every
who you
national
are.
championship.
But the thing is, I've only won this tournament from my basement. 2020, the COVID year. I won in the COVID year. I've never won this tournament in St. Louis. So someday I'd like to be able to do that. And then I really feel like I've won this tournament.
No, for sure. I think you'll still have many more chances.
Well, I plan to go on living for a while, so I think so.
Good choice, Joel. Very, very good choice. And we did see Julio Becerra did win his game against Igor. And for Igor, that's a tough loss. It really is a tough loss, because losing with today against the Benoni, both players needed to win, right? And so Julio did take a lot of risks, and he was rewarded.
It paid off, yes, and he likes to take risks and get positions where he has initiative and he can attack. And that's exactly what he got today.
Right.
By the way, Julio is joining that pack of chasers. A lot of points behind the leader, behind Vladimir.
Somebody's got to stop Vladimir.
Points. Yeah, that's not that bad.
Exactly.
Considering he started with a loss.
Exactly. Your thoughts? The day before the free day.
As we expected, a lot of very exciting chess, and I have to say I'm very happy with my picks.
Are you?
Vladimir Akopian. Andrew Hong. I almost called him a wonder once again.
Bravo.
And Alice Lee. 3 out of 3.
Wow.
So I'm feeling good about my picks today. I'm feeling good about the tournament halfway through.
I had Alice, I had Andrew, and I had Joel.
That's a good day as well.
I had a good day at the office. How about yourself, Nasa?
And Alice.
Alice.
Hardaway. Draw. And Melik.
And Melik.
But we did have Kostya with Andrew Hong.
Thanks, Nancy. Here with Grandmaster Andrew Hong, who just won his game against Andy Woodward. Andrew, big win for the tournament, yes?
Well, sure. I would say so.
How would you feel about today's game?
I don't know. I thought I was probably in control the whole time after he slipped up in the opening. So not sure how
was that exactly in the opening?
Yeah, not sure how accurately I played, but no, it's always good to get a win. So I went for I think pretty interesting line in the Catalan to try to get a game, and yeah, he played one of the main moves, knight c3, and he said he'd only check the move b6 here, and forgot to check to take c4, which surprised me. I thought he would still be in preparation here. So yeah, so knight e5, I think it's already a mistake. He confessed that after the game that he forgot that I have knight d5 here because e4 doesn't work due to knight b4. So yeah, after bishop takes e5, then I think I'm better. I was pretty sure about that, but it's not that easy. Maybe I can start with bishop d7 to play b5. I chose knight d5 and knight e4, so we get some sort of typical Catalan position. And yeah, I mean, I felt like I shouldn't be worse at least, but it wasn't that easy to develop my pieces in a, I'd say, satisfactory manner.
Right.
So I spent a lot of time. I came up with interesting move b4. I have no idea how good it is, but like the idea is I want to fight against this knight coming into c5 by having my own outpost on c3. So in the process, I do give up a pawn which he took, but after bishop d7, my idea was I was going to get a lot of play with my rook coming to the c-file, and generally in this kind of position, the black bishop's the problem, but now the black bishop goes to b5, it attacks e2. I was thinking whether queen a2 worked here. It's very interesting to me. I thought there's no way it works, but the idea being that after f5, with a knight c3, he might have this. I have no idea if it works out for him, but I was thinking about this. And also, I can start with f6, because if he goes bishop d6, now f5, he loses. But after f6, bishop f4, it looks ridiculously flimsy, but I don't know, no idea. But he played queen b7, but afterwards, yeah, I have this move trying to trap the queen with bishop c6 because rook dc1, and I didn't see anything too clear here, so I went queen c8. I thought this endgame, maybe it's horrible for him, but it's very pleasant because having all the play after this queenside pass pawn in the making.
Yeah.
And then he found some good tricks like knight c4 with the idea of bishop takes d5, knight b6, bishop b5. I was not sure. I thought maybe he had to do this one. And after rook b2 takes bishop e2, rook e1. And I was not sure if I was winning here, but I mean, I thought practically it must be very difficult because after bishop f3, he does have this trick, knight takes b4. I go rook b3 at least, and past a pawn's king is caught on the back ring, so it's very, very dangerous.
Yeah. Andrew, technique I thought was very good. Unfortunately, we have some more interviews coming up, so we got to cut you off. I apologize,
Sure,
but
no worries.
Congrats on the win, and hope you have a good rest.
Yeah, thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Kostya. And seriously, congratulations, Andrew. Very, very important victory as he takes down one of the tournament co-leaders coming into the game. So let's take a look at the standings. Let's start with the juniors. And
now we have a sole leader, Christopher Yu, with 4 points.
Impressive.
And only one player in clear second. That's Justin Wang. And then 4 people sharing third: Andy Woodward, Andrew Hong, Jason Wang, and Brewington Hardaway.
Everything to play for in the second half. And in the girls.
In the girls, we still have a sole leader, Jasmine Su, even though she lost today.
But look at who's in second position.
3 players catching up with her: Alice Lee with 3 points, Iris Mo, and Rose Atwell.
Nice. And it's a runaway in the seniors.
That's a +4, Vladimir Akopian. I mean, this is incredible. 4.5 points out of 5, and he's 1.5 points ahead. Second place, Larry Christiansen and Julio Becerra, who just jumped to the second place today after his win.
Absolutely, very nice win by Julio.
But we do have another interview. Kostya is with Iris Mo.
Thanks, Nazi. Here with Iris Mu, who just won her game against Yasmin Asani. Iris, congrats on the win.
Thank you.
Your thoughts on today's game?
I thought overall it was pretty smooth. I was fairly surprised by her opening because I think it was move 6. She played bishop e6, which I've never seen before. Of course, the normal move would be bishop d6.
Yeah, let me just bring that up on the board real quick. Here, so this one.
Yeah. And yeah, I've never seen this before. I just played some normal moves and she started thinking as well. But I feel like it turned out pretty good for me because I thought she was going to go for some sort of kingside attack when she went g6, h5. I was actually a little concerned she'd castle queenside. But she went king f8, which really surprised me. I think from there it was pretty smooth.
Yeah, I know you ended up getting the exchange here after she goes b5, bishop a5, and yeah, how did you evaluate this position here?
Yeah, so I was actually really surprised that she took on c4, especially so quickly. I think she took like less than a minute, it felt like. The reason why I went a3 was because I was looking at d5. d5, c takes. I thought bishop takes, bishop c4, knight b6, bishop takes d5, knight takes d5, rook takes d5, queen takes f6, king f8. I was trying to evaluate this position. I mean, after like queen g7, king e7, bishop f6, I get the exchange back, maybe an extra pawn. But I wasn't like too sure. It felt like there weren't that many pieces on the board. Maybe I should like wait a little bit. So I went a3 and then she went b5. I went bishop a5 to try to get a better version. So like if I was expecting like rook b8, bishop b4, queen c7. Here I was gonna go d5. And then there's like some lines here, but something pretty cool actually is like c takes d5, c takes c5, bishop takes d5, bishop takes g6, and if she takes on g2, then queen takes, f takes queen d5, she win the piece. So that's why I went bishop a5. I got a little scared after she sacked the exchange because the position looked a little wonky. But I thought there's no way it could be better for her. Like, I should just try to simplify, get some pawns out of the center, and then open some files for my rooks.
Yeah, I thought your technique was quite nice. Congrats on an excellent win, and hope to see you back here again.
Thank you.
All right, guys, throw it back to you in the studio.
Congratulations, Iris. Thank you, Kostya.
Oh my goodness.
And this is reason number 6 to watch our show. You got to have the moves. You got to have the. Yeah, it should have been number 1.
This is me once again listening to your stories. And then he goes there, and then he goes there, and then he did that.
I see you're inspired. Anything I can do to bring you into
lovely stories all the time. I mean, it's always an interesting joy.
I like the.
We're matching somehow.
Yeah,
right?
somehow. I don't know how that came about.
We did not talk about it.
Not at all.
Before
Seriously, folks, we do not talk about our outfits. Looking good. A big rest day tomorrow.
Huge. We all need it.
We all do. We're a little bit wobbly over here, but we will see you come Monday as these national championships are heating up. Thank you for watching.
Thanks for watching. See you Monday.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.